Chapter 37. Isali. I will take on Nur. As Tae Ho made his decision, Aiden brightly smiled. Although he couldn't see her face properly because of the light, he could feel that she was asking the reason why. It's so that I can have the basics down for now. Compared to the flying horsewing coat, Nur had its own strong points. The foremost aspect of the wing coat was an increase in his battle power. For Tae Ho, something to ride on wasn't merely just a means of transportation. Tae Ho's attack power multiplied several times when he rode on something compared to when he fought on the ground. But the problem is that it's a wing coat. He wouldn't think about it twice if it was a flute that could call a Pegasus, but it was a wing coat. It meant that he would need an ally to wear it for him. Depending on who that person was, the battle strength would increase or decrease. In addition, Tae Ho didn't have a fixed ally. Even if he gave it to Siri, she may be fighting along with Rolf, or he could be dispatched to a battlefield where he didn't have anyone he could trust. Depending on the battlefield, I may not be able to use the wing coat. Svartalfheim was like that. For places that were impossible to fly in, the wing coat would be an obstruction. Nur's strong point was simple. Inventory. Although he didn't have anything in particular to put in it, after thinking about it, he hadn't increased his baggage because he didn't have an inventory. There were a lot of things he could put in, several shields, potions, clothes, bandages, provisions, and more. Right, even in Dark Age what beginners do first is acquire a bag. If rare items dropped after you killed a boss but you couldn't take it away because you didn't have space in your bag, then it was really a loss. Originally, things like this were supposed to be prepared beforehand. In addition, Nur wasn't a normal inventory. You could make the items smaller, so that had its own purposes. In conclusion, it'll be Nur. He would wait and see after increasing his inventory. He wanted to see Siri or Haida transform into a Pegasus, but he couldn't do anything about it. Let's take the wing coat later. He finished thinking after considering Rolf to transform into a Pegasus and faced Aiden. She just nodded slightly instead of asking more questions. Then I will respect your will. My warrior Tae Ho, I will bestow Nur, the treasure of Aiden's legion, to you. Aiden grabbed Nur with her long and slender fingers and gave it to Tae Ho. He took it politely and then tied it around his waist. Ask Haida for detailed instructions. I understand. Tae Ho also replied politely this time and then looked up at Aiden for a moment. Aiden slightly tilted her head and said, "It seems like you still have some business. Do you have something you want to ask?" "There's something I want to ask you." Tae Ho carefully took out the unknown sword piece to Aiden. He said the same thing that he had told Haida and then Aiden started to check it. She said, "This fragment certainly has a strong power embedded in it. But I'm sorry, I don't know which god it is from or the origins of this item off the top of my head." She said the same thing as Haida. Seeing that even the goddess Aiden spoke like this, he wouldn't be able to know its identity immediately. "But my warrior Tae Ho, although it's merely a fragment, I think that it will be good if you treasure this item. I don't feel an evil energy, so it certainly isn't from the giants, but it is of Asgard. In addition, I think that it will have a strength beyond what you can see." Aiden touched the sword piece slowly as if sensing it and then returned it to Tae Ho. "I should also investigate some more. I will tell you through Haida if I get something." "Thank you." "Right, then I should end today's meeting here. My warrior Tae Ho, raise your head for a moment." As Tae Ho raised his head as told, Aiden lowered her torso and placed her lips on Tae Ho's forehead. A warm feeling enveloped Tae Ho's body. "My blessing shall accompany you." Aiden smiled and the surrounding scenery changed. "Did it go well? Did you receive a gift?" "Yes, I got something really cool." Haida, that was waiting outside the door as always, approached him. Tae Ho lightly patted Nur and then told Haida what happened with Aiden. Haida put on a slightly surprised face. "Heh, how unexpected. What is?" I would have thought that you would like the wing coat more, but... He realized that she was joking by looking at her eyes, and because of that, Tae Ho also said in a playful voice, I will think about it when I get to be together with you. Who said I would wear it? You will obviously wear it. It's you we are talking about. Haida laughed at the shameless remark. I may not let you ride on me even if I do wear it. I think that you will ask me to, first. It's kind of painful to be looking at you. Are you sure I can be here? Tae Ho and Haida turned their heads at the voice. Ragnar Lodbrok. He was standing on the dock while frowning. You came really quickly. Ragnar shrugged his shoulders while answering Haida. Raskrid chased me away saying that I was distracting. Tae Ho asked unconsciously, Raskrid did? She said that the warriors would get noisy if I was there. That's right, Haida said. Tae Ho also nodded because Allah's Legion really did become noisy. Anyways, as I have just arrived I will relieve my fatigue. We will start the classes tomorrow, newbie. He waved his hand and then started to move towards his lodging even when nobody had told him which was his. As Tae Ho was looking at his back, Haida smiled with her eyes and asked, Are you looking forward to him teaching you? He's a legend in the end. That seems a bit vague, but it will certainly be good for you to expect it. He's a real legend. He knew it even while he was looking at Ciri's reaction. Tae Ho imagined himself being taught swordsmanship by King Arthur or Guan Yu. Honestly speaking, he would be lying if he said he wasn't excited. Now, Ragnar is Ragnar and we are we. Let's start with the rune magic classes. I don't know about other things, but I will still be in charge of it from now on. Haida was as enthusiastic towards the classes as ever. Tae Ho nodded and then the classes started. The next morning, Ragnar took Tae Ho to the dock after sleeping for a long time. Sit there for now. Ragnar saw the dense fog spread beyond the dock and then smacked the place next to him as if telling him to sit. After Tae Ho sat down, Ragnar asked naturally, How much have you progressed with Haida? Sorry? How much have you progressed in your classes? Look, your eyes are filled with dirty thoughts. Ragnar laughed wickedly. If someone saw the situation, they would think he was the one thinking about dirty things. Tae Ho opened his eyes sharply and then started to tell him about the classes with Haida. After hearing it all, Ragnar said, It seems like Haida called me to teach you how to use the strength of a god, but I will postpone that for later. For now, mastering through repetition is the priority. In the meantime, I think that I will just ask you to endure the activated state of the strength of a god for a long time. It seemed like he was speaking half-heartedly, but Tae Ho understood the reason. It was because it was hard to even maintain the strength of a god right now. It was obvious that he would be learning how to actually use it later. I won't teach you everything from 1 to 10. I will just advise you, so take what you need, understood? I understand. Ragnar smiled as Tae Ho answered immediately. Good, I like you. For now, I will teach you the basics of the strength of a god. Although it's just tedious theory, it will help you and I will only do it this once, so endure it. Every god has their own attributes, but they all have similarities. I call that similarity, permission. Permission? Right, the reasons why inferior ranked warriors aren't able to injure a regenerator is because they don't have permission to wound a regenerator. Although in our original world, a noble may die at the knife of a vagabond, it's a bit different in this world. If a vagabond wants to stab and kill a noble, then he needs to become a noble like them to have the permission to kill him. The strength of a god makes that possible. He thought it was okay for him to know about it. The reason why Tae Ho could injure the regenerator was because he took off the giant's blessing that was covering it through the strength of Aiden. In the end, however, he didn't inflict the wound with this strength alone. It seems like you understand a bit. First, being able to use that permission freely is the basis of the strength of a god. The application comes after that. If you want to become a superior ranked warrior, You have to at least be able to use the strength of a god as naturally as breathing. But what are the difference between an intermediate ranked and superior ranked warrior? The difference between the inferior and intermediate rank was the existence of the strength of a god. Then, if both ranks had the strength of a god, what would differentiate them? I won't tell you now. Why? You can already use the strength. What will a guy who is an inferior ranked warrior and can use the strength of an intermediate rank do when he knows what a superior ranked warrior can do? You would overdo it this time too, right? Then you will break down and Haida will come crying to me. And I, who is weak towards crying beauties, will be troubled. So that's the reason. Tae Ho wanted to refute back at the exact words, but he could only keep silent. Because that was true. But still, are they doing something by using the strength of a god? He thought that was the case based on what Ragnar said. It seemed like there would be a high-level application that Tae Ho couldn't imagine right now. Ragnar continued speaking, you can maintain the strength of a god even in your bed, when I'm not here, so let's move on to the next thing. Actually, I want to prioritize your saga rather than the strength of god. Ragnar fixed his posture. He spread his chest and then looked at the air. A saga is the root of us, warriors of Valhalla. It's not a strength you use for a moment when you are inferior ranked and that you move on to a new one when you get promoted to the intermediate rank. The saga is something you need even at the top rank because that is life itself. The story of a warrior. The song of a hero transmitted orally. Ragnar smirked. That smile was charming even to a man. It seemed like Ragnar Lodbrok's saga was behind that smile. I was thinking of two things. Ragnar's eyes moved over to Tae Ho's face. Ragnar raised a finger and lightly pinched Tae Ho's chest. One is an attacking saga. You will make a saga entirely for attacking. Ragnar clenched his fist and then looked up at Tae Ho's eyes and said, you have many sagas while you are an inferior ranked warrior. However, they are all supportive sagas. Thanks to that, you are useful wherever you go, but you don't have a strong blow. At the word strong blow, he thought of Ceres and Rolf's saga, Ceres' saga that never missed its target and Rolf's saga that made his arrows explode. Both of them were offensive sagas. Create a strong blow meant only for you. I'm talking about an attack that can kill anything, be it a giant, monster, or devil. If that one blow represents you, then that attack by itself will become stronger. That's what a saga was. For the remaining one, we will look back at your sagas. Look back? Right, your saga still isn't complete. Actually, this is a really peculiar case. All of the inferior ranked warriors possess a saga they think is already complete. Tae Ho opened his eyes sharply at the vague expression and Ragnar smirked again. A saga is a story and a story isn't fixed. A story is something that changes by word of mouth. Tae Ho received a saga, like a skill in a game, after several battles. Magic had fixed mechanisms, and a technique had certain effects. But Ragnar was different. He emphasized the point that a saga was a story and a song. My saga is like this. So I can only use it like this. This is the mistake the lowest ranked or inferior ranked warriors make a lot. Look back at your saga again. There is a possibility there's a method you haven't thought of until now. Or there's a strength you haven't thought of. This is more important than ignorantly increasing the number of sagas. Ragnar hit Tae Ho's chest lightly and then stood up. Now, we are finished with today's class. I will be resting, so tell me if you have any progress. Ragnar spoke like that and really returned to his lodging. Tae Ho got flustered for a bit, but rather than calling Ragnar he looked towards the river. It was just like Ragnar had said. He said everything he needed, and just like Haida had told him, the saga was his own. Thinking about his saga was entirely his job. A strong blow. I need to reorganize my sagas. Tae Ho mumbled in a low voice and closed his eyes. He thought of Kalsted's stories one by one. Wait. After several minutes passed, Tae Ho stood up from his place. It wasn't because he thought of a new attacking saga. A completely different use of a saga. Perhaps an extremely game-like idea. It was just a thought that had flashed in his head. He didn't know if it would be possible. But he wanted to try it. A saga is a story. It wasn't a fixed thing. Because the saga was the life of a warrior, it was something that continued with the life of a warrior. Tae Ho took out the unknown sword piece from Nur. As he activated the dragon's eyes, he saw the rainbow-colored letters. Epic ranked item. A broken sword. He couldn't know what this item was originally or if it was merely a part of something else. But there was still a way to use it even if he didn't know those things. Tae Ho breathed in. Instead of gripping in the air, he gripped the unknown sword piece tightly. Saga, the sword of the warrior. His saga covered the sword piece and materialized Runefang over the broken sword. And the thing that was made then. The shining heavenly Runefang. The rainbow-colored words that represented an epic ranked item changed. However, the thing that changed wasn't only the color of the words. Runefang's shape changed. The sword that had really strong runes engraved on it emitted a strong light. Tae Ho felt his heart beating faster. It wasn't because he was excited about Runefang strengthening. The unknown sword piece. What would happen if he combined a stronger weapon here instead of Runefang? The answer was simple. All of the weapons recorded in the Sword of the Warrior becoming epic ranked. And that's what it meant. A smile appeared on Tae Ho's face. Chapter 39. Instead of arrows having a paralyzing effect, arrows with thunder covering them were fired from Thunderbolt. The arrow, which flew with a sparking sound, was enough to catch the attention of the attacking side as well as the gnolls that were being attacked. In addition, it wasn't only one bolt. Because of Thunderbolt's particular firing ability, it seemed like 3 streaks of lightning flew at once. Bang! 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 The gnolls that got hit with the thunder fell as if they were hit by a giant's hammer. As Ciri and the warriors of Ullr's Legion started to fire their crossbows together, it seemed like a shower of warriors was pouring down on their heads. We are moving! Ciri yelled loudly and started to lead the troop forward. She was planning for them to act as a light cavalry that poured down rains of arrows. Tae Ho stuck next to Ciri and looked at his thunderbolt. It seemed as if a trigger had been added to the hilt of the sword, so the grip was rather bad compared to a normal crossbow, but the crossbow was worthy enough for him to ignore this discomfort. Fire! The moment Ciri gave the order, the warriors started to fire arrows and the gnolls that were gathered started to fall helplessly. They had already defeated 3 groups in this way. Captain Ciri! We are reaching a limit! Rolf yelled at her. It was a reasonable thing. In the first place, this wasn't a wide plain. They weren't running around outside, so there could only be a restriction to their movements when running around the enemy. We will be grouping up with Odin's Legion. Ciri made a fast decision and determined their direction. Tae Ho cleared the front by firing thunderbolts and the warriors of Ullr's Legion raised their swords instead of crossbows. They increased their speed once more. Val! Ha! LLA! The warriors of Ullr's Legion yelled. They could all see Odin's Legion and Raskrid, who were being attacked by the gnolls. Some of them, which was more than 100, turned to look at their group. Shield wall! The warriors on top of the horses raised their shields. The gnolls fired arrows, and most of them hit the shields, but some of them hit the horses. 2 of the horses fell. However, Ciri didn't lower her speed at all. The warriors that were on top of the horses that fell jumped down from them safely and then started to charge on their own feet. Bang! The charge of the cavalry hit their rear. Ciri led the troop in a diagonal direction to get the troop out of the gnoll's reach and then jumped down from her horse. Although the mobility of the horse was precious, most of the warriors of Valhalla were more accustomed to fighting on the ground. Almost all of the warriors followed Ciri and got down from their horses. However, Tae Ho decided to look at another place instead of following them. He could see a specifically clear green letter in the middle of Odin's troop. Odin's legion, Raskrid. Kayak. Harpies let out cries from the sky and attacked the heads of the warriors of Odin's legion. Ullr's legion, which was led by Ciri, joined the wings of Odin's legion, and they faced the enemies that were at the front and above them and endured as best as they could. Although the gnolls were on the offensive, their morale was lowered, as a wave that had gotten broken by a breakwater. Tae Ho looked at the entire battlefield. This big place, which was described as the remains of the Great War, had the shape of a valley. Why is it? Doubt arose in Tae Ho. It wasn't only because of the valley-shaped region. It was because of the deployment of the gnolls. The gnolls were scattered in all directions as groups. Thanks to that, they were able to charge them, but it was weird. Just how had they charged in, that they were scattered that far away? Tae Ho opened his eyes abruptly. It was because he already knew the answer. He looked at the sky reflexively, because he had heard the cries of the harpies. Rain of steel. It wasn't exactly the same as Valhalla's. But it was similar. And it was also obvious. Because they had fought against Valhalla for a long time. The resemblance to each other was obvious. Bang! 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 Huge rocks covered in red light fell to the ground consecutively. As soon as they landed on the floor, they swelled up and exploded, and monsters started to pour out from inside. Giant gnolls and orc-like creatures that had ash-colored skin started to come out. Maybe they had realized that normal gnolls wouldn't do. Coming from the sky meant that there was someone sending them. He did look up at the sky, but it seemed like that existence was beyond the clouds or had sent them from such a far place that he couldn't see anything in particular that seemed like the enemy. Oh, Odin. The warriors of Odin called the name of their god in the brutal battlefield. Instead of despairing at the number that doubled in an instant, they started to fight more roughly. Valkyrie Raskrid didn't lose her composure. The lowest-ranked warriors weren't the only ones that had been deployed in this expedition. A majority of the inferior-ranked warriors of Odin's legion, who were quite experienced, took part in it as well. Now that they were facing giant gnolls, they would be able to overcome this situation easily. Would it just end after pouring down troops like this? Raskrid raised her head and looked at the sky, then let out a groan. Her yell was like a scream. Scatter! Leave the middle empty. The warriors also looked up at the sky. A shadow covered the heads of those warriors. A huge red boulder which was covered in flames was falling down towards the center of Odin's legion. The giant of strength, Harad, was different to the giant of darkness, Avalt. They both served the magic king Utgard Loki, but their tendencies were close to being opposites. Avalt's failure made Harad feel joyful. It was obvious, as it liked to plan things from behind the curtains like a rat. So Harad was planning to overturn Avalt's failure, and with a more certain and powerful method. Why bother with seducing the dark fairies and making them work for you? You could just break them all down. Was Valhalla fearful? What would you do if you feared an opponent you had to face? You would retrieve a seed when you discovered it. And if you couldn't discover one, you would everything on fire and destroy it all. It wasn't a bad thing, because he was even more tired of the adhering phase. If everywhere was set on fire, in the end, the balance would break and the era that even the cowards of Valhalla described as the Great War would come. Break it all down. Set everything on fire. Harad glared from beyond the sky of Jotunheim, the planet of the giants, and ordered. It wasn't an order sent to the weak and numerous gnolls. Giants. The race that would break and set Valhalla on fire even before they could act. Harad raised its cup of wine that was made of bronze. It looked at the first giant descending through the eyes of the harpies. The flames set the surface on fire. The warriors of Odin that had hurriedly emptied the middle were still fighting against the gnolls outside, and the ones that were inside glared at the blazing pillars which were 10 meters tall. The pillars broke down after becoming dust. And inside that, a giant that was about 7 meters showed up. The giant roared. It wasn't a simple yell. The warriors of Valhalla yielded and the gnolls fell into madness. Evil deeds. The growth system of the giants had been replaced by the rune system of the warriors of Valhalla. The more enemies killed, so the more evil deeds done, the stronger the giants became. It was the same as strengthening through the blood and soul of the deceased ones. Although it was smaller than the giant that appeared in the Black Fortress, their strengths couldn't even be compared. It was an existence that had committed several evil deeds. The giant continued to roar. The warriors of Valhalla couldn't lift their eyes off the giant. And then Raskrid moved. She looked at something else rather than the giant. The second pillar of fire was descending from far away. It wasn't on the battlefield, but somewhere else. Raskrid knew even without drawing a map in her head. That place was where the village of the Dark Fairies was. Although the branches covering the skies were thick, they were still branches. They couldn't stop the descent of a flaming giant. Raskrid opened her eyes sharply. She quickly determined the strength of the giants and judged on which battlefield she had to stand. Raskrid would remain here and send another person towards the village of the Dark Fairies. And in this moment, there was only one person who she could believe in. Warrior Tae Ho. Raskrid said, as if whispering. She had been tracking Tae Ho's location ever since Uller's Legion appeared, and she was now next to him. Tae Ho, who was focused on the giant, turned his head at Raskrid's voice and then noticed the second giant descending towards the village of the Dark Fairies. Raskrid grabbed Tae Ho's hand. As she didn't have time to explain, she simply took out the dragon wing coat from the air and then gave it to Tae Ho instead of wearing it herself. I will lend it to you. Give it to someone you trust in. I will entrust to you the giant in the village. Raskrid looked at the giant and Tae Ho at the same time. The giant, that had finished roaring, took out a flaming sword. I believe in you. Let Odin's blessing be with you. Raskrid spoke quickly and then pulled on Tae Ho's arm and kissed him on his forehead. She passed by Tae Ho instead of smiling and then went towards the giant. Her opponent wasn't a lowest-ranked giant. And in addition, she couldn't even ask for permission for her battle power to be unsealed. Raskrid took out a shining sword and revealed her strength at the same time. Reinforcements will soon come from Valhalla. Pulverize the enemy. Odin. For Asgard and the 9 planets. The warriors of Odin shook off the oppression of the giant with battle cries. The blazing giant glared at Raskrid, who was covered with a white aura. Tae Ho took his eyes off Raskrid's back. The second giant had finished descending on the village. It broke the branch ceiling and revealed its presence. It was so huge its shape could be clearly seen, even though it was hundreds of meters away. Followed by the giant, blazing rocks were falling. He had to move to save the Dark Fairies' village. Some of the warriors started to get onto their horses. But Tae Ho looked at his surroundings instead of doing the same. Tae Ho? He could see Rolf right next to him. Tae Ho hesitated. It wasn't because of a childish reason, like he didn't want to ride on Rolf. The performance changed based on who wore the wing coat. The amount of runes Rolf had, that had just become an inferior-ranked warrior, were low. It would rather be better to make another inferior-ranked warrior of Uller's Legion wear it. But would he be able to believe in someone else? Would he be able to entrust his body to them? It happened at that moment. Rolf! Tae Ho! Hurry up! Captain Siri! Siri appeared next to Rolf and Tae Ho while riding a horse. She was also looking at the village. It seemed as if she wanted to go riding over there. Tae Ho pulled on Siri's arm. Thanks to that, she looked at him with perplexed eyes and Tae Ho gave her the dragon wing coat, as if pushing it towards her. Wear it. Siri blinked. But then she understood what Tae Ho was asking of her. And Rolf also realized why Tae Ho had hesitated while looking at him. There was no time. Siri opened her mouth in perplexion, but she chose to wear it instead of saying something. The activation word? Draco. The moment Raskrid had transformed into a dragon was still fresh in his head. As Tae Ho yelled, Siri quickly donned the wing coat and then she transformed into a dragon. She was different to Raskrid, who was a white dragon with blue eyes. As if there was no specific shape, Siri had transformed into a big golden furred wolf with a pair of wings. Siri lowered her stance and then Tae Ho got on top of her and yelled towards Rolf. To the village. Rolf nodded and then rode on the horse Siri had been riding. Tae Ho lowered her stance and then activated the one that can handle dragons. Siri trembled. The one that can handle was meant to handle dragons, just like its name implied. It was obvious for the connection to be stronger now that she had transformed into a race of a dragon rather than when she was a wolf. Tae Ho placed his hands on Siri's back instead of ordering and tightened his legs. Siri kicked the ground while spreading her wings and rose to the sky in an instant. Raskrid and a blazing giant clashed in front of them. Light and fire clashed and the warriors of Uller's legion started to charge towards the village. Tae Ho looked at the giant in the village. He took in a deep breath and gripped on the air. Saga, the warrior's sword. He didn't use the unknown sword piece. What he needed now was to grab its attention. While he flew towards it, he would take its attention on him. Tae Ho gripped the heavy lance in one hand and then requested Siri through the connection of the one that can handle dragons. Siri also acted loyally this time. Saga, the arrow of the witch never missed their target. Their bodies were already touching. Siri's saga was added to Tae Ho's arm and Tae Ho looked at the giant while quickly ascending. Instead of concentrating on aiming, he threw the heavy lance with all his strength. Although it wasn't correct to call it an arrow, the power of the saga decreased, thanks to that. However, the target was just too huge. Bang! An explosion occurred from far away. The moment the giant got hit in the shoulder, it turned back. Tae Ho faced against the giant and gripped the unknown sword piece. The heavy lance, that was covered with a golden aura, extended from Tae Ho's hands. The weapon that was used to destroy the ogre Lord Gondal was emitting a great strength, as if telling him to add a new story to his body. And Tae Ho listened to its request. Tae Ho and Siri charged towards the giant. Chapter 40. His breathing was rough. From behind him, the fire and the light were fierce, and there was a path of flames in front of him. The giant was big. Although it was smaller than the giant that appeared in Black Fortress, it still seemed to be tens of meters. The giant was covered entirely by flames in the middle of the broken pillar. There were deer horns in the helmet that covered its head and war parts of the armor that covered its body. It only took some seconds for Tae Ho to close the distance with it. He could see and listen to several things in that short time. The dark fairies screamed. Monsters started to appear from the rocks that fell along the giant. The warriors of Uller's and Odin's legions rode like crazy in the burning fire, let out black smoke that seemed like it was screaming. Tae Ho grabbed his heavy lance tightly. It wasn't the time to picky about things. He had to attack and then see. Siri increased her speed. Tae Ho aimed for the left shoulder of the slow giant. He executed the merciless and powerful lance, charging before it could even do something. Bang! Dot! The heavy lance hit the shoulder of the giant. An explosion was heard and it stumbled back greatly. But that was all. Siri, that was covered in the aftershock, flew past the giant, and Tae Ho released the heavy lance that was partially destroyed and then turned back to look at the giant. He knew the moment he stabbed it that he couldn't damage it. And the first lance he threw also couldn't damage the giant. It had just pushed it through the shock. Defensive aura. The moment they clashed, its defenses broke. However, in that short moment, it weakened the power of the lance charging. And even if that wasn't the case, the giant was hard and even had armor in it. Counting that it had moved, it only had mere scratches in it. Siri made a big turn. And they could see along with Tae Ho. The giant raised its arms instead of grabbing a weapon like the giant of Black Fortress. At that moment the ground started to shake. A vortex of fire. The wind that was originated from the arms of the giant became one with fire. It started to charge like that and burn down the forest. My goodness! The giant wasn't a warrior. It was a magician. Although it was something that could happen any time, Tae Ho could only get bewildered. The fire spreading in the forest became several times faster. Black smoke covered the sky and the dark fairies that were in the forest couldn't even scream properly. They collapsed after breathing in the smoke, and the warriors of Valhalla now also had to fight against the fire. A fire hole appeared again from the palm of the giant. The giant seemed to try to destroy everything at its surroundings instead of concentrating on Tae Ho. He had to stop it. He had to take its attention by whatever means. Saga, the warrior's sword. Tae Ho made the heavy lance again. It flew near the giant and then threw the lance in consecution. Bang! 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 The giant swung his hands as if shooing a fly. The ground shook greatly and the fire spread to the surroundings. Siri raised her speed with all her strength. Tae Ho passed over the wave of fire and thought. He didn't only throw the heavy lance just to take its attention. Understanding towards its defensive aura. The aura wasn't as hard as he thought. It just dissipated after blocking the attack of the heavy lance. But the problem was that it regenerated. Tae Ho grasped the timing. It regenerated after 3 attacks. About 3 seconds. Although it was short, you couldn't completely take your time. Saga, the eyes of a dragon sees through all things. Siri turned once more in the air. Tae Ho looked at the giant through the eyes of the dragon. He could see a faint light in the middle of its chest. Although he couldn't see the shape well as it was being covered by a triangular chest plate, he was certain that it had a weakness. Tae Ho! Siri called for Tae Ho with all her strength. And Tae Ho put more strength in the one that can handle dragons and supported Siri's flight. The wave of fire the giant was spreading became fiercer. Because of the dark smoke that covered the sky, Siri and Tae Ho found it hard to breathe. How would Raskrid's side be fighting? When would reinforcements come? Will the fairies in the village be able to live? What about the warriors of Valhalla fighting below the giant? His felt was stuffed. He had to do something about the fire first. And to do that, he had to beat the giant first. Tae Ho! The dark fairies! Siri yelled again with all her strength, but this time her voice was filled with delight. Tae Ho hurriedly turned to look where Siri was looking at. There were dark fairies gathering on the spot the branch ceiling disappeared. They were all green-colored and weren't normal dark fairies. Magic! He could see that magic was being gathered through the eyes of the dragon. The magician started to make a chant, and the concentrated magic power started to fly to the sky. A sound was heard above their heads. Clouds gathered, and Tae Ho could know what was happening. It was a downpour. Rain poured down on the giant and its surrounding as if a hole was made in the sky. The rain gulped down the smoke. It calmed down the fierce fire and it stopped the fire eating the forest. It even weakened the fire that was coming out of the body of the giant. Odin! Allur! The warriors of Valhalla cheered. But they couldn't just be happy. Even though they were said to have bodies as strong as steel, compared to them the dark fairies were too weak. The heavy rain was as threatening to their lives as the fire. Rolf, that was looking at Siri and Tae Ho fight, embraced a dark fairy kid that was collapsed near him. His breathing was weak and his trembling body was cold. They had to hurry. Although they would be able to win if they maintained this state and waited for reinforcements to come, countless dark fairies would die that way. The giant turned towards the dark fairy magicians. It started to chant to attack them, that was far away, and the dark fairies couldn't leave their spots even when knowing that. It seemed like it was to maintain the downpour. Other dark fairies were riding to this place with their horses. The giant threw a ball of wind towards the dark fairy magicians, and some of them raised their staves at the exact timing. Something you couldn't see with your eyes barely fended off the ball of wind. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bang. The wind broke the trees. Unluckily enough, some magicians that were near the tree got torn up by it, and there were even some that vomited blood. Tae Ho breathed in. Siri staggered because of the pouring rain, but she flapped her wings while gritting her teeth. Tae Ho whispered his tactic towards her. It was too reckless. However, Siri agreed instead of opposing. It seemed like they just had to be reckless to beat that giant. Let's go! Tae Ho yelled. Siri added her own saga while flying. She activated the wolf witch and conserved her strength and stamina a bit more. Saga, the one that can handle dragons. Saga, the charge of a warrior is like a storm. Tae Ho also used his sagas in consecution. It was to make Siri's reckless flight a success. Siri flew towards the head of the giant as if charging against it. The giant extended its hand, but Siri barely passed over it and then turned in a spiral. Siri's back was headed to the ground for a moment, and at that moment Tae Ho flipped down on Nur. He poured down some things inside of it hurriedly. They were 2 stones that were the size of a finger. The moment they got out of Nur, Tae Ho chanted just like he was taught by Haida. The rocks returned to its original size without having to wait for 3 seconds. Ba-bong! The boulders the size of a person hit the head of the giant. Although the height it was dropped from was low and the giant was big, he couldn't damage it greatly, but it was enough. The defensive aura broke and Tae Ho jumped down Siri's back. His objective was the chest of the giant. Saga, the warrior's sword. He grabbed Runefang while falling. He made it emit orange flames even in the middle of the heavy rain and focused at one point. It was the part that was connecting the giant's chest plate. Crush! Runefang broke the connector. It left a small wound in the giant and Tae Ho ground his teeth. He barely kicked on the ground and also broke the lower connector. The giant moved its hand to hit Tae Ho and he twisted his body in the air. He kicked in the air once again and yelled. Chant! Tae Ho transformed into a hawk. He spread its wings widely and then flew up. Tae Ho! Siri flew below Tae Ho. Tae Ho released his transformation after landing on Siri's back and then looked at the giant. Thanks to the connectors of one side being completely cut off, the chest of the giant was completely exposed. A huge rock that emitted a blue light was stuck in its chest. Tae Ho realized even without having to use the dragon's eyes. That was its weakness. And perhaps, it may be the origin of its strength. Siri raised her speed with all her strength. Tae Ho shot off Gant in consecution and scattered the whirlwinds. He dodged the whirlwinds. Siri and Tae Ho flew up almost vertically and cold rain poured down the 2 people. Tae Ho breathed roughly. He stuck closely to Siri and said, Captain Siri, endure it. I will overdo it quite a lot starting from now. Siri put on a forced smile. Instead of asking if what they did until now wasn't overdoing it, she determined herself. She prepared for the last flight. 1 hit, 1 kill. It wouldn't work if he stuck to its chest and broke it little by little. He needed 1 strong blow after he broke down its aura. So to say an attack you could put everything on. The golden aura that was being emanated from the heavy lance started to take shape. It started to form a whirlwind following the spear, and at the tip of that, a brighter light of Aiden was concentrated. The strength of a god. In addition to it, Tae Ho's and Siri's saga. Saga, the charge of a warrior is like a storm. Saga, the arrows of a witch never misses its target. The lance charging wasn't an arrow. But the attack he would execute now would be able to be applied to Ciri's saga. The powerful blow Ragnar had spoken of. The strongest saga he could make right now. Synchro rate, 17%. Synchro rate, 18%. His synchronization rate increased just by recreating the saga. It was obvious. Because this technique was one that represented Kalstad's first years. SGA, Roar of the Dragon. Draconic Ballista. Bang! It pierced through the earth. The explosion ringing through the skies was just like a roar of a dragon. It wasn't a simple charge. Another driving force was generated behind Tae Ho's back. The golden light that appeared from between the thick lines of light was already a thunder. It was a thunderbolt. Tae Ho and Ciri became an arrow of death themselves. The giant hurriedly created some wind and then broke it. Thanks to that, their path was shaken a bit, but Ciri's saga supported that. They started to fly towards the chest of the giant in a rough life. The strength of the god pushed away from its defenses. The tip of the spear that was shining stabbed the rock, and then it exploded along with it. The piercing strength of Draconic Ballista pierced through the cracks of the rock. A blue light shone greatly. It seemed like the entire world was dying in blue. Maybe it was his feeling, or it was actually like this that time felt to run slow. Tae Ho and Ciri landed to the ground immediately and swam through the crack of the rock really slowly. They didn't know what had happened, but Tae Ho was certain. They had beaten the giant. They had defeated it. Tae Ho extended his hand towards the center of the blue rock he had broken. Several kinds of runes became smoke and started to gather on Ciri and Tae Ho. And at that moment, Tae Ho blinked. Time started to flow normally again. However, Tae Ho and Ciri didn't fall. A bigger blue light covered the two of them and the world turned upside down. Allur. Idun's warrior. Rolf cheered while looking at the giant falling down. And the other warriors also did the same. However, Rolf got perplexed. He looked at his surroundings and dropped his mouth open with a pale face. Captain Ciri? Tae Ho? The two of them were nowhere to be seen. He thought that they would fly again to the sky or land roughly, but it was neither. How so? Rolf looked at the sky with a stupefied face. He could only see dark clouds in the sky where they had disappeared. Tae Ho and Ciri crashed on the ground. Tae Ho bounced down and then rolled on the ground, and Ciri returned to her human form. Maybe it was because she used the wolf witch in the middle that her clothes that were inside the wingcoat were a mess. But it wasn't the time to worry about those things. Ciri was unconscious and couldn't wake up, and Tae Ho that had barely stayed conscious let out a groan and barely got up. Captain, Ciri? The runes they couldn't finish absorbing got sucked into their bodies after becoming red smoke. Tae Ho approached Ciri and then lied her down. He used his laps as a pillow sloppily and then raised his head to look at his surroundings. Where is this? A world that had day and night, and earth and sky mixed. The scene that you could only express it that way was spread in front of Tae Ho. Chapter 41. A rough and scary wind blew in the deepest part of Jotunheim, the land of giants. The wind was originated because there was an essence of coldness that had a mysterious power, and the palace of the giant king was placed over there as if to protect it. Magician King Utgard Loki. He, that had the strongest force even among the other giants in Jotunheim, was seated on a throne made with a branch of Yggdrasil and was looking at a far place. You could see a land of severe cold from the wall in front of the throne and beyond the terrace, and even beyond that, you could see Gastropnir, the fortress of the giants. Utgard Loki closed his eyes. He, the giant king, remembered the Great War. The war that put a world in extinction and dealt a fatal blow to Asgard. The wound he had suffered from the Prince of Light, Siu Chulit in the hero of the extinct planet, didn't heal. He could still feel pain from the wound in his shoulder that was pierced by Gi Bulgaria. Utgard Loki let out a heavy sigh. He opened his eyes slowly and saw the back of the man that was on the path connected to the terrace. Although he was big compared to humans, it was a really small and frail existence compared to the giants. However, Utgard Loki didn't ignore him. He was someone you just couldn't ignore. Loki. The one that was a giant and a god. He was a sworn friend of Thor, an advisor of Odin and Asgard's disguiser that shared friendships with several gods. The god of fire and lies. He, who had black hair and a handsome face, turned back. He was wearing a leather coat made with the fur of a white beast, and he put on a smile. Close to 100 years passed by since the Great War. The front lines were adhering, and both sides continued with an endless consumption rate. Loki asked with his eyes. And Utgard Loki moved his fingers of his big and heavy left hand instead of replying at those green eyes. Both of them knew the answers. The most effective method to end the adhering phase in collapsing Asgard was decided since Ragnarok started. The summoning of the world wolf Fenrir, that devoured the sky and the earth. They already had the methods to do it. That was the reason he was moving his 5 fingers to execute the plan. Utgard Loki didn't express more than that. However, Loki nodded as if he had understood and then turned back. He charged forward lightly with his boots that could ride in the sky and the sea and disappeared. The summoning of the world wolf. Utgard Loki clenched his fists and then lightly patted the armrest of his wooden throne. He thought about Loki. That he really was a god like fire. Although it was useful depending on how you used it, if you had it too close to you, you would get burnt by him. He had that kind of temperament. Odin and Thor of Asgard got wounded by him. But what did he have to do? The war will soon resume. The Great War. The real Ragnarok. Utgard Loki slowly closed his eyes. It was only for a moment, but he also put on the smile Loki had put. Siri opened her eyes. As soon as she gulped dry saliva indicating that her mouth was dry, a voice was heard above her. You woke up just now? Tae Ho? She got relieved after seeing a face she knew. Siri realized that she was lying on Tae Ho's lap and then hurriedly got up and unconsciously adjusted the dragon wing coat. She was prepared for it when she used the wolf witch, but her clothes had really become a mess. Where is this? She did remember that she fought against the giant with Tae Ho. But she didn't remember coming to this strange place where earth and sky were mixed. Tae Ho slightly frowned and said, That's what I also want to ask. It was good up to destroying the giant with the draconic ballista, but we got covered in a blue light after that and we ended up here. Siri frowned when she remembered something at the word blue light. It wasn't because her head hurt. It was because of some physiological needs. She was hungry. Though it was an obvious thing. She had transformed into a dragon and battled fiercely. Maybe it was because she used her saga in consecution that her body and mind felt blank. Tae Ho felt awkward after hearing the gurgling sound coming from Siri's stomach, but he then regained his composure. It was because he didn't see that Siri was particularly embarrassed. Well, she is also a warrior of Valhalla. For a warrior of Valhalla to be embarrassed because of a small gurgling sound. You couldn't even imagine that. Do you want to drink something? Or eat? Siri became bright as soon as Tae Ho asked. Do you have provisions? She really wasn't embarrassed at all. However, he liked her sincere attitude even more. Wait a moment. Tae Ho opened a nur that was attached to his waist and started to take out several things. These emergency supplies didn't seem to be prepared in a hurry, but they were all good things as they were made by Haida. Siri got surprised and blinked when she saw that beef jerky, bread, several fruits, and drinks appeared before her. Impressive. Did Idun give you that? She was obviously asking about Anur. Tae Ho smirked and nodded. Yes. She told me to choose between the flying horsewing coat and this, so I chose this. It seems like it will be impossible? What will? Gandernim was asking. If there was no method to bring you to our legion. But as you are receiving this much goodwill from Eidenim, it seems like that will be impossible. As Siri laughed hopelessly, Tae Ho put on a bitter smile. There's also Haida. He was sorry for Gander, but he didn't even think about leaving Aiden's legion. Siri spoke again. That's a really amazing treasure. You should be the only one among the inferior ranked warriors that have a treasure like that. He did think that it was amazing when he first received it, but looking at Siri's reaction, it seemed like it was impressive even when taking into account the standard of all of Valhalla. I am really being favored. Tae Ho felt satisfied and put on a calm smile. And Siri's eyes became lukewarm at Tae Ho's reaction and then changed subjects. Now that I see, did you retrieve the runes, Tae Ho? Of course. That's the most important thing. If you caught a monster, you have to get the experience. Not retrieving the experience after having caught it was something he couldn't forgive himself at all as a pro gamer. Tae Ho made a gesture with his eyes as if telling her to check, and the Siri closed her eyes and checked her own runes. It seems like I was also able to get my share because of the saga that shared our senses. Amazing. Siri looked at herself while putting abrupt eyes. Her amount of runes had really increased. With this much, she could be called an intermediate ranked warrior. The giant they had defeated was stronger than the giant they beat at Black Fortress. In addition, it was important to point that they had beat it with their own strength. Tae Ho's runes had also increased by a lot, that it was now similar to Siri's level. In the first place, taking into account that Siri had a lot more runes than Tae Ho, it seemed like it was divided based on the contribution. My synchro rate also reached 19%. The 20% was right in front of him. He was sure that there would be another change, just like what happened when he reached 10%. Captain Siri also got attribute runes. Tae Ho received fire attributed runes in this battle. It seemed like Siri had also gotten a wind attribute rune. Siri was amazed at herself having become stronger and smiled, and then Tae Ho smirked while looking at her and said, "There's some benefit on having overdone it, right? So let's keep working hard from now on. How about you moving to Aiden's legion?" After he said that, he thought about it and thought that it was a good idea. Because if Siri moved legions, she would be able to use the flying horsewing coat. In addition, they matched each other well, their battle prowess would also increase by a lot. However, Siri shook her head. That's a charming proposal, but I will have to decline. First of all, Tae Ho, there's something I want to ask. You don't need to answer if it troubles you. What is it? I know that you come from another world, and it's also rare for warriors to ask about their past. But your sagas are all amazing. So much to the point, I'm curious what kind of world yours was. What did you use to do? I don't think you are a normal warrior. Siri asked rather seriously. Maybe it was true that she meant that he didn't need to answer if he didn't want to, that her eyes seemed to feel a bit sorry. Tae Ho pondered for a moment and then shrugged his shoulders and asked. Actually, I was a world champion. Siri remembered the first day he entered Valhalla and then nodded as if it was like she had expected. Certainly. That was why. I was facing a really incredible person. She had certainly misinterpreted. She would surely be thinking about a battle king or something of the sort. However, Tae Ho turned the subject instead of resolving the misunderstanding. What about you? I heard that you were a hunter. She wasn't a shield maiden but a hunter. Those were the words of Rolf. At Tae Ho's question, the light in Siri's eyes seemed to dim, but then she put on a smile and said, I was a normal hunter. I lived in a hut far away from the village and hunted beasts and things worse than beasts. Those things should be humans, right? The words above Siri's head that he saw when he first met her. She didn't look like a normal bounty hunter. The witch word that appeared in Ciri's saga was one thing, and it seemed like there was something else. Also, it was easy to forget, but this place was Valhalla. It was a place only dead warriors could come to, so Rolf and Ciri must have lost their lives at a young age. It seemed like Ciri noticed Tae Ho's gaze, that she erased the smile she had made and dropped her shoulders and said, "I like Valhalla." Instead of being jealous and having bad feelings to the other person, they get sincerely amazed and show their strength. I like those kinds of warriors. They are pleasing allies that I fight with, and I like the present that we are fighting to protect Asgard and the 9 planets. To the point that I want to enter the real paradise that was prepared by Odin as late as possible. Her words contained sincerity in it. He wanted to put a smile along with her, but Tae Ho couldn't pass the last part easily. The real paradise? The warriors of Valhalla become steel warriors when they die. Then what will happen if even they die? Bjorn said that they would die for real then. However, Ciri said another thing. A rest for a real warrior is prepared. Only warriors of Valhalla can enter that place. Because of that, the warriors of Valhalla could fight valiantly. They could focus on how they would die rather on when they would die like they did in the mortal world. Ciri smiled. I promised that I would go to Anaheim with Rolf when I return. To Anaheim? With Rolf? He looked poor, like a puppy, looking him depressed because his promise was broken 2 times. I also think of my little brother. Ciri smiled and said. It seemed like she was really expecting towards going to Anaheim with Rolf. But if Rolf goes with Ciri, he wouldn't be able to go to the places he wants to, right? But then he changed his thoughts. No, it would be better for Rolf. Then should I also ask Haida? It was when Tae Ho was fantasizing. Ciri, that was eating some things, looked at her surroundings and said again. Tae Ho, it seems like this is a trace of the Great War. Certainly, right? Tae Ho had thought the same thing. Ciri nodded and then looked at her surroundings and said. I heard that the space that remained from the after effects of the Great War was really unstable. That there was a crack in the world which you couldn't see. This should probably be one of those cracks. A broken world that had the earth and the sky mixed. There was a possibility that they entered the crack because the blue stone of the giant broke and a magical explosion occurred. Tae Ho, you have a special eye. Haven't you found something? There is one thing, but I'm not certain. But Tae Ho had checked his surroundings for a moment before Ciri woke up. The magic power in their surroundings was flowing in one direction. Just like a current of water. I wonder if there will be something after we reach the end of the flow. Although it may be too hopeful, there could be the exit. Tae Ho pointed beyond a hill that was far away. But it was at that moment. Tae Ho felt a vibration in his waist. He got surprised at the vibration that was much stronger than the vibration of a cell phone and then stood up and checked his waist. It was the unknown sword piece that only had the hilt. The vibration stopped when Tae Ho placed his hand on the unknown sword piece. Ciri, that was putting the same surprised eyes, stood up from her place and asked. Tae Ho, is it that piece you said you obtained before? Yes, but, wait. Tae Ho seemed to have remembered something that he grabbed out the unknown sword piece and asked. You are the one that answered just now? The answer to the conversation when he said that the exit may be over there. At that moment the unknown sword piece vibrated again. Tae Ho looked at Ciri, and she nodded. This place is separated from other places. It is filled with the strength of the Great War, so it may have recovered some of its strength. Perhaps, this sword may be one of those legendary swords that had an own ego. Just like the sword, Frere Nim was said to have that fought on its own. It was an understandable story then. Tae Ho asked towards the unknown sword piece again. Do you have something you remember? If you do, vibrate once. If you don't, do it twice. The hilt vibrated 2 times shortly. Maybe it was because it was in pieces that its memories were incomplete. And it can't even speak. However, if it was basic communication, it was enough. It wasn't an epic ranked item for nothing. Tae Ho organized his thoughts and asked again. So the exit is over there? Vibrate. It vibrated once. A smile appeared on Siri's face. And Tae Ho also smiled. Although there was a possibility for the unknown sword piece to be lying or its knowledge wasn't correct, but even so, the thing they had to do remained the same. And it doesn't seem like a lie either. Tae Ho put back the remains of the provision in An-Nur and then took a big breath and turned back. Siri got flustered and said, Tae Ho, it's over there. Tae Ho also knew. However, if this really was a trace of the Great War, there was something he had to do first. I beat one giant. Raskrid will get in charge of the other one and reinforcements will also come. In addition, quite a lot of time had passed. In the first place, if every second was important right now, he wouldn't have been able to even think of eating and conversing slowly with Siri. So he had to do what had needed. The real objective he came to Svartalfheim. Saga, the eyes of a dragon sees through all things. Tae Ho's eyes started to read the various colored words. Chapter 42. There was the ordering in the middle of the settlement of the battlefield. They retrieved the corpses of their allies and confirmed that their enemies that were pretending to be dead were really dead or captured them. All of these things were important, but there was one more thing that must be done. Retrieval of equipment. Although it was regretful, the ones that had died couldn't hold a weapon again. They couldn't wear their armor, and that was the same for the accessories. Thanks to that, acquiring weapons from the enemies and retrieving weapons of your allies was an important thing. This is a killing. Traces of the Great War. A part of the battlefield that fell in a crack of the world as if testifying how fierce the battle was. Thanks to that, this place wasn't organized. It has stayed this way for close to 100 years. Amazingly enough, there were no corpses of the warriors of Valhalla nor the giants, monsters, etc. Because of that, Tae Ho could retrieve the weapons while feeling more at ease. I just shouldn't take the white-named weapons. There was also a capacity in An-Nur. Even when excluding the white letters, that meant that it was a normal equipment. Blue-colored words were as numerous and at times you could even see golden letters that were more superior. The brighter the color is, the better the equipment. There was a difference among rare equipment just like there was an up and down in the cold water. Tae Ho put on a smile and then placed the weapons on the floor inside of An-Nur. A bow, a shield, and armor. Tae Ho wasn't picky regardless of the type of equipment. Siri looked at what Tae Ho was doing with a dumbfounded and laughed hopelessly. Tae Ho, isn't it a bit too much to take the broken weapons? It was an obvious question as she didn't know about the sword of the warrior. It's fine. They all have their uses. Tae Ho shook his head with a merry expression and then took a broken bow. This belongs to Uller's Legion. Maybe it was because the eyes of the dragon had become stronger or starting from the rare ranked equipment, they all seemed to have their history that their respective legion was marked. The colors of each legion is showing. In the case of Odin's legion, there were many common weapons like swords and axes, but blunt weapons like hammers appeared in the case of Thor's legion and you could see firing weapons in Uller's legion. Shields for Heimdall's legion, handcuffs for Tyr's legion and armor for Freyr's legion. Tae Ho took all those things and opened his eyes widely. It wasn't only because he saw chronicle ranked equipment, that was colored in gold, that was rarer than the rare rank. Wow, there was also the Legion of Freya. She was one of the few gods Tae Ho knew about Norse mythology. The goddess of love and beauty and the one that was compared to Aphrodite in the Greek mythology. Well, there's also Idun's legion here. It would be weirder than a legion of a goddess even Tae Ho knew about to not exist. Freya's legion's artifact. Belt of the Wise Man. Anecdote, the warrior that wears this belt won't get exhausted even after fighting for 10 days and night. It seemed like it was a magical equipment that increased your health and stamina. It's fun that the anecdote shows instead of the stats. But of course, you had to first equip the equipment to know of its abilities, but it felt good because it seemed like it was connected to the saga. Tae Ho, what's wrong? As Tae Ho was looking still at the belt of the wise man, Siri approached and asked. Tae Ho equipped himself with the belt and answered after he confirmed it. I was surprised that Freyanim had a legion. She really is the goddess of beauty, right? Siri tilted her head at Tae Ho's question and then realized that he was from another world and started to explain in earnest. It's true that Freya is the goddess of love and beauty, but at the same time, she's the goddess of magic and war. Her position in Valhalla is also strong to the point that she has a huge army comparable to Odin's legion. It was something Tae Ho didn't know well, but Freya was a precious existence for Valhalla. She was one of the three gods that had created the rune growth system, that could be said the core of the warriors of Valhalla. In addition, Freyanim has transcended the legions and is the one that administers the Valkyries. She's a really strong and beautiful goddess. The reason the Valkyries could lead strong and valiant warriors to Valhalla was that they learned Freya's magic. And actually, Freya was also the goddess of disputes. War was needed to secure warriors of good quality in Valhalla. Making the kings of Midgard of the mortal world fight endlessly was the task she had received from Odin. It really is the Norse mythology. So the goddess of beauty also fights. He thought that she was really Valhalla-like and on another hand thought of Idun. Could Idun also be a fighter? He couldn't imagine that sight at all, but he thought that it would be possible. Because Heda and Raskrid were both outstanding beauties and at the same time strong warriors. Tae Ho imagined Idun holding a sword and a shield and then checked Siri up and down. You also took quite a lot. We can't leave the equipment of the great warriors alone like this. Siri dodged his eyes as if she was embarrassed and answered. You thought well. When you loot an item, it's important to do it with a relaxed heart. It was important to just see the item as it was without looking at who used this item or if you had any conscience. First of all, Tae Ho, are you really planning on going like that? Siri also checked on Tae Ho up and down and said with warm eyes. That was because Tae Ho's current fashion was really serious. There was no way there would be something like harmony when he was wearing equipment from several legions that each had their own colors. It wasn't only flashy, it may be good to say that he looked like a clown. However, Tae Ho was with his head high. I have to save space in the pocket. And also, the utility is more important than the looks. You shouldn't also act like that and start wearing other things. Only then will we be able to return safely and you will be able to go to Anaheim with Rolf. Siri couldn't refute back as those were right words and then she started to equip the items she had in her hand rather slowly. Tae Ho looked that Siri was becoming a mess in real time and then turned his eyes to his surroundings again. It seemed like looting earnestly had paid its fruits that he couldn't see almost any blue letters. Are unique and epic ranked items really that rare? It was an obvious thing, but he also felt a bit disappointed. But it was then. BRR. The unknown sword piece started to vibrate. It was vague but it seemed like it was pointing in a direction. As Tae Ho approached that direction, the vibration became stronger and as a test, he went to a different direction and the vibration became weaker. A smile appeared on Tae Ho's face. He moved following the strength of the vibration and then discovered rainbow-colored letters shining brightly. Fragment of an unknown equipment. It was a cylinder-shaped item that had its top and bottom sliced off. Following each person, they could say that it was a hilt or the handle of a shield. It was that hard to be certain of its identity. Tae Ho? Do you have something? Siri, that had become as much of a clown as Tae Ho, approached him hurriedly. Tae Ho extended the fragment of the equipment. The unknown sword piece is reacting, but it doesn't seem to be a part of this sword. If it were, it wouldn't have been the hilt, but a blade. Siri just looked at the fragment and opened her eyes sharply. Perhaps it may have the same origin. Origin? Yeah, origin. Siri raised her head again and explained after smacking her lips a few times. Tae Ho, I don't know if you have heard of this, but among Asgard and the 9 planets, one of them has already been destroyed. Yes, I heard that from Haida. Because the planet that was at the forefront got destroyed, Asgard, Olympus, and the temple became the front lines. Siri nodded once and continued speaking. The survivors of the destroyed planet fought along with us, warriors of Valhalla, in the Great War. Perhaps, those pieces may be from the destroyed planet and not from Asgard. A weapon of another planet, not Asgard. That was an understandable story. Because Haida and Ragna and even Idun weren't certain of the origins of the unknown sword piece. It made sense if it really was from another world. But of course, these are just probabilities. Perhaps, they may be an equipment that was used in the same legion. Or the owner of the piece of sword told you that the fragment was important. It was a thorough attitude that was so like Siri. Let's take it for now. There would be no change on the part that he would take it. Tae Ho put in fragments of equipment in the full Nur and then raised his head and opened his eyes sharply. Tae Ho? It seems like the time limit has come. The flow of the magic power is becoming rougher. Although this was a world where earth and sky were mixed, and day and night was also mixed, but Tae Ho could know instinctively. The night was approaching on the trace of the Great War. Just like he had told Siri, the flow was becoming rougher, so they didn't have the leisure to spend more time. Let's hurry. They had already taken the equipment they needed. Tae Ho and Siri ran quickly, following the flow of the magic power. After they climbed the hill they regained their consciousness at, they saw a valley that was carved widely, and magic power was being concentrated at one point of the valley. And a heavy and cold metal was in the middle of that flow. When you saw it from far away, it seemed like a sword at first glance. Fragment of Garmr's soul. White gold-colored words that indicated it was a unique item. There was a corpse of a huge beast near its surrounding. Fragment of Garmr's soul. As Tae Ho started to read it loudly, Siri flinched. Although you could find the name Garmr in several places, it was because there was the corpse of a huge beast in their surrounding. Hellkeeper Garmr? The watchdog that guarded Nippeheller, the entrance of Niflheim. It was when Tae Ho turned to look at Siri as if asking what that was. The world changed. Tae Ho and even Siri could feel it. Night came at the trace of the Great War. The flow of magic power that was gathered on top of Garmr's fragments started to swirl. A chill surged up from the ground. The blue wind that came from who knows where became one with the vortex, and the smoke gathered on top of Garmr's fragments started to take shape. It was a big and bad-looking black dog that was so big it could gulp down a person with one bite. Its chest that was dyed in red because of the blood was memorable. Garmr, that had a transparent shape, looked at the sky and roared. And then, smoke surged up from several places, and just like what happened with Garmr, they started to take shape. The trace of the Great War that became separated from the world. Because of that, the deceased ones couldn't return to the place they had to. Even though close to 100 years had passed, they were still stuck in this land. As if it detected the body temperature of live people, Garmr turned to look at Siri and Tae Ho. And it was the same for the several creatures that were recreated in the ground. They exchanged gazes for a really short while, and it started without any kind of signal. The monsters started to charge towards Tae Ho and Siri. There were a lot of them. It would be good to call them as a red wave. Siri groaned and took out her weapon, and Tae Ho pulled that Siri towards his side. He grabbed Siri, that was flustered and had lost her balance, and then looked to some place and whispered lowly. For Asgard and the 9 planets. The whisper that was mixed with exclamation calmed down Siri. And then she could know. She cheered while still being in Tae Ho's embrace. Valhalla. For Asgard and the 9 planets. A cheer that was like a storm was heard from behind them. A green wave that was formed with letters that were as big as the red wave surged like a hail and passed by Siri and Tae Ho. They also weren't able to return. And even though they couldn't return, they hadn't changed. Warriors of Valhalla. The heroes of the Great War. They recognized their juniors Tae Ho and Siri. They laughed pleasantly and charged and then clashed against the monsters that were glaring at the two people. Siri, that had become excited and was blushing, took out her weapon as if wanting to fight with her seniors, but this time also Tae Ho held her back. Siri glared as if asking why now, and Tae Ho pointed at the Hellkeeper Garmer and said, "We have to catch the boss." The fight between the warriors and the monsters was a dogfight. Then there was something this side had to do. Siri realized what Tae Ho's eyes were saying and then checked the equipment she was wearing and made a chant. Draco. Saga, the one that can handle dragons. Tae Ho and Siri became one once more. The two of them that had passed over the battle charged towards the Hellkeeper Garm. Chapter 43. The words that were red as blood were clear. Although he couldn't see any special weaknesses, he could see special keywords that seemed to be its attribute. Siri fluttered her wings. She increased the height a bit more, and at that moment she staggered. "Captain Siri?" Siri steadied her body reflexively instead of answering. It was because the moment she reached a certain height, the flow of the magic power was impeding her flight. Garmer just glared at Siri and Tae Ho as if reflecting its defensive characteristic. Tae Ho used the one that handles dragons to support Siri the most he could, but even the strength of the saga didn't work properly. In the end, Siri landed on land. However, it wasn't a perfect one. It was almost like crashing. And then Tae Ho realized why his saga didn't work properly. Because the thing that crashed on land wasn't a big wolf that had a pair of wings, but Siri's original appearance. Tae Ho ended up sitting on top of Siri, so he stood up hurriedly and helped her get up. Siri let out a groan and breathed. "It seems like flying will be impossible." You wouldn't know if you could hover like a helicopter, but it seemed like it would be impossible to keep flying in place even with the assistance of the saga. In addition, the flow of magic power that covered the sky wasn't normal. It was like the magic in the dragon wing coat was dispelled the moment it touched it. They could suffer more by sloppily trying to fly. Tae Ho nodded still and then grasped the distance between them and Garm. Siri also raised her crossbow with a relieved face. Garmer put on an alert stance just like a guard dog and glared at the both of them. Although it was big, as its look was that of a dog, it seemed like they just had to be careful of its teeth and claws. "I'm going." The one that spoke first was Siri. She charged forward and fired arrows as if pouring them. Saga, the arrows of a witch never misses its target. The arrows that were flying to a different place changed their trajectory and aimed for Garmer's eyes. The arrows hit. However, Siri, that was an experienced hunter, could know at that moment. She did hit it, but that was all. Siri's arrow pierced through Garmer's body and stuck on the ground. Reflection. Garmer charged. Fire spread out from its big mouth. Chwak, dot. The fire sweeping through the land was strong no matter who saw it. Siri rolled on the ground and dodged it, and then fired some more arrows, but the result remained the same. Garmer's attack worked on them, but their attack didn't work on it. "Tae Ho!" Siri yelled, and he understood. He entered Garmer's reach in an instant by charging with the charge of the warrior. And then he swung the executioner's sword. Shpak! The sword that had the power of a god slashed Garmer's leg. Garmer, that got surprised, fell back and a wound that seemed like it was carved appeared in its right leg. Just like they expected, the power of a god worked. However, Garmer was big. In addition, as it started to be more vigilant, these easy attacks wouldn't work anymore. "Tae Ho!" Siri called Tae Ho again. She transformed into a wolf by using the wolf witch and then got next to Tae Ho in an instant and glanced him, telling him to get on. "Let's do the lance charge." Her eyes were clear, but Tae Ho flinched and then shook his head. He glared at Garmer and said, "Captain Siri, buy me some time." Siri got flustered, but she didn't ask back. She charged towards Garm, that was enraged because it was wounded and it started to breathe out fire. Tae Ho and Siri scattered to different directions and dodged the fire. Siri glared at Garm instead of looking back at Tae Ho. She remembered that the Tae Ho he knew wasn't someone that said useless words in a battle and then raised her claws. If it was the wolf witch that had a cursed power, she would be able to damage it. Roar, dot. Siri let out a big roar and charged. Although she wasn't even a quarter the size of Garm, she was faster than it. She revealed her fangs towards Garm and then bit it in its neck. The attack worked as expected. However, its leather was too thick. Garm moved its body trying to shake off Siri, and Siri used all her strength to hold on. Is it not ready? Siri yelled inwardly. However, Tae Ho was looking at a weird place instead of answering or supporting her. It was the place Garm had appeared for the first time. Garm's soul fragment. A claw-like item that was colored in white gold. The moment Tae Ho touched that something that was stuck in the ground, Garm raised its head abruptly. Kwang! Garm let out a roar and turned its body to Tae Ho's direction. Although the roar made you shiver, Tae Ho smirked at that moment. He was delighted that his expectations were correct and grabbed the fragment of Garm's soul, that was as big as a steak, with his 2 hands. Although he felt a nasty spirit attack him, he endured it with the power of a god. Garm finally shook Siri off. However, Siri didn't strengthlessly roll on the ground. As soon as she hit the ground, she stood up immediately and slammed Garm's side. Garm stumbled again and Tae Ho pulled out the fragment of Garm's soul with all his strength. Bang! A loud sound burst out. However, it wasn't an explosion. It was the sound made when the seal broke up. Garm had thrown its body to try to bite Tae Ho even when stumbling, but it crashed to the ground while having its mouth open. Contrary to when it appeared, its body started to scatter as smoke. Tae Ho, that was about to get bit, let out a sigh of relief and raised his head. The flow of magic power that was swirling in the sky was getting sucked in the hole that had the fragment of soul stuck in it. Bang! It was the second loud sound. Tae Ho rolled his body to dodge the flow and then looked at the sky while holding on to the fragment of soul. Garm's soul, that was almost dissipated, entered the soul fragment and a big space door appeared over the hole in the ground. The passage that led outside. The unknown sword piece vibrated. Siri approached while breathing roughly and said with the face of a wolf. Get on, Tae Ho. As they would get out at once. Tae Ho listened to Siri this time. He lowered his body after getting on Siri and she took in a breath and looked behind her. Although it wasn't as extreme as Garm, the warriors of Valhalla were also facing a change. Siri put down the lingering attachment and looked at the front again. She felt Tae Ho's weight and then charged forward. She jumped to beyond the black space door. Pack! The world changed with a strong light. The moment they got out of the door, Siri got sat on by Tae Ho once again, but it wasn't the time to complain about those things. Tae Ho stood up immediately and then raised his weapon as if trying to protect Siri. There was an unfamiliar scenery and an unexpected situation in front of them. A valley that you could call the surface. Raskrid was still fighting against the fire giant. Warriors of Valhalla were fighting at their surrounding, and burning boulders were falling down the sky. The time they had spent inside wasn't short. They were sure at least 1 hour had passed. However, it didn't seem to be the case outside. At most a few minutes. The proof for that was that the reinforcements from Valhalla still hadn't arrived. And right at that moment, everyone that were on the battlefield turned to look at Tae Ho and Siri. It was because of the aftershock originated when the space door opened. Most of them simply got surprised. However, it was different for the fire giant. It looked at Garm's soul fragment that was in Tae Ho's arm and then let out a roar and tried to charge towards him. But Raskrid quickly swung her sword at that giant. And then, A big wall of wind blocked the giant's path, and Raskrid glanced at Tae Ho and Siri as if trying to find a reason. And Tae Ho could instinctively know. That Garmer's soul fragment was stuck in the real trace of the Great War and not the surface of the world. It was certainly the fragment the giants and the Mallow family were looking for. The giant, that was stopped by Raskrid, ordered with an angered voice. The monsters that were scattered in the battlefield ignored the enemies in front of them and started to charge towards Siri and Tae Ho. "Protect warrior Tae Ho!" Raskrid also yelled. The warriors of Odin's and Uller's legion tried to stop the monsters somehow, but they were much more numerous. Siri, that had become empty-handed for having transformed into a wolf, adjusted the dragon wing coat and extended her hand towards Tae Ho. She was asking for anything that could be used as a weapon. However, Tae Ho just pulled Siri into his embrace instead of taking out a weapon from Anur. And then shrunk down while pressing Siri's head down. They looked like they wanted to endure the wave that was about to come. And then Siri realized. Compared to the soul of the monsters that perished in the trace of the Great War, they had a place to return to. Valhalla. The paradise for the exalted warriors. A storm surged up. The souls of the warriors of Valhalla started to come out of the space door that Tae Ho and Siri used to get out. They passed the both of them in an instant and started to charge towards the monsters like a raging billow. The monsters got bewildered. And it was the same for the warriors of Uller's and Odin's legion. However, there was a difference between the two. The warriors of Valhalla recognized the heroes of the past in an instant, just like Tae Ho and Siri had done so. They cheered from the bottom of their hearts and welcomed them. Valhalla. Siri pressed down her emotions and breathed roughly. However, Tae Ho bit his lips. It was because he had grasped the difference from outside and inside. The warriors of Valhalla that lost their lives had to return to Valhalla. And becoming a metal warrior in that place was their task. The warriors of Valhalla called some souls. The warriors of the Great War couldn't fight against the monsters like they did inside the door. In addition, the shape of the warriors that was already dim started to become dimmer. Their souls started to scatter like smoke. Tae Ho gritted his teeth and put on a fighting stance. Siri also got out of Tae Ho's embrace and extended her hand again. But it was at that moment. "Oh Valhalla! Odin, the father of the sky!" One of the warriors of the Great War yelled. He hit his chest as if roaring towards the sky. "Allow us for one last fight. Grant us the glory to protect Asgard and the 9 planets." The flow of time was different inside the door. Perhaps, they may have lived close to 100 years in a dead but not dead state. But they were still the same. They didn't change even a little bit. They haven't even gotten corrupt. The warriors of Valhalla. The great warriors that protected Asgard and the 9 planets. "Valkyrie Raskrid allows you." Raskrid yelled. She glared at the burning giant and raised her sword high. She declared by exercising the right given by Odin and Freya. "I will lead the souls of the warriors myself. Warriors of Valhalla. Fight! For Asgard and the 9 planets." The warriors requested and the Valkyrie granted permission. She fulfilled their wishes. Light shone on the warriors of the Great War. They, that had gotten permission from Valhalla, regained their original appearance for a moment. Their bodies that were becoming dim became clear, and their stories that were stagnated started to continue. For Asgard and the 9 planets. The warrior that asked for permission said in a mumbling voice. And followed by him, the warriors of Valhalla yelled all together. For Asgard and the 9 planets. The battle resumed. Burning boulders still fell down the sky, and additional forces from the monsters' side fell down, but it was meaningless. The valiant warriors of Valhalla swept the monsters like a wave and they literally got swept up. Siri let out an exclamation. It was a really amazing scene. Her heart started racing by its own and her face became flushed, and her breath also became rougher. She had to fight with them. She had to raise the glory of her superiors by fighting alongside them. However, Tae Ho grabbed her again. Siri flinched and turned to look at Tae Ho, and he laughed and said, "We have to catch the boss again." Tae Ho pointed at Raskrid and the burning giants with his eyes. Siri put on a teary face but then gave up. She chanted with a bit of resentment, "Draco! Saga, the one that handles dragons." Tae Ho and Siri became one once more time while feeling a vague deja vu. She surged up angrier than ever. Chapter 44. Tae Ho and Siri were actually in a really tired state. It was because they had already fought 2 fierce battles, even though it didn't last too long. Siri was the one that was especially exhausted. Even though she was supported by the sagas, the flight Tae Ho requested her to do was of a really high level. In addition, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she had fought Garmr alone. The moment Tae Ho activated the one that handles dragons, he realized that Siri's exhaustion was quite big. Perhaps Siri putting on a teary face that wasn't like her was already proof of that. "Hang on a little bit more, Captain Siri." Tae Ho lowered his posture after whispering to her and then transmitted his strategy. In the first place, Tae Ho wasn't planning on intervening against Raskrid's fight against the fire giant directly, because they were on a different level. The 2 of them weren't beings that Tae Ho could currently face. Listen well, our objective isn't dealing damage. It's to take the aggro. They would let Raskrid do all the attacking. Their task was to not let the fire giant defend or dodge properly, or keep disturbing it. Siri just entrusted her body to Tae Ho's saga instead of asking anymore. Tae Ho faced the giant and Raskrid that were far away and flew up, and instead of putting away Garmr's soul fragment inside of Unur, he held it with his left arm. The thing the fire giant was looking for was Garmr's soul fragment. Then what would happen if he kept showing it to the giant? Just like a fisherman shaking the bait. Also, he would attack the top of that. It wasn't important if he could actually damage it. It would be worth it if he could keep getting on its nerves. Siri rode in the wind. She drew a big circle around the fire giant and Raskrid, and Tae Ho kept firing a beginner spear made through the warrior's sword. Siri didn't even have to use her saga. Their target was a giant as tall as 7 meters, so there was no need to aim. It would get on its nerves even if it grazed it. Quack! And as expected, the giant started to get frustrated. Even though it was facing Raskrid, it turned its head or its eyes and checked Tae Ho's location. In addition, it even threw some attacks at him. Good! Tae Ho yelled in joy, and Raskrid attacked the opening that was made. Siri flew over a fireball and said with warm eyes, "How wicked." "Sorry?" Siri didn't speak again, and Tae Ho aimed at the back of the giant. The giant, that had allowed some attacks from Raskrid, seemed to have decided to ignore Tae Ho's attacks, that it didn't even turn back. It wasn't a bad response. Because the beginner spears Tae Ho threw towards the giant was so weak it couldn't even leave a scratch on it. However, this was also what Tae Ho wanted. And the reason Siri saved her saga was for this moment. Saga, Sword of the Warrior. The thing he made was a heavy lance. Saga, the arrows of a witch never misses its target. The heavy lance, that was empowered by the power of a god, drew a sharp trajectory. The fire giant got surprised and turned its body, but it was already late. The heavy lance struck its ear, and the giant let out a pained roar. Right then, the harpies charged towards Tae Ho. Maybe it was because Siri had used her saga that she stumbled for a moment, but she passed through the harpies with the help of the charge of the warrior. She took a big turn, and after turning their heads they saw Raskrid that was preparing her final attack to deal with the giant that had stumbled because of the blow in its ear. Sword that splits the sky. It was just like the name implied. At Raskrid's yell, a white aura started to surge to the sky. It became a sword like its name and cut the earth in two. The head of the giant was cut in two. Although it wasn't split, it was enough with that. Fire surged up and the body of the giant got burnt in an instant and fell down like a burnt tree. Boom dash. A sound similar to a landslide was heard. Raskrid turned to look at Tae Ho and he could know instinctively. Raskrid smiled. Although he couldn't see well because she was far away, he could know. The battle continued. Although new giants didn't appear, the number of boulders falling from the sky increased. It seemed like they wanted to overturn the situation through sheer numbers. However, Valhalla didn't stay still. Tae Ho just looked at a distant place while fixing his back instead of jumping into the battlefield. And then, it started to pour down. The killer thing. The rain of steel that didn't lose to the flaming boulders. Bang! 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 Warriors of Valhalla started to get out of the metal structures when it landed on the ground. And the cheers of the warriors covered the battlefield. Odin. Tyr. Strategies didn't work anymore. It seemed like the giants also realized that no more flaming boulders fell from the sky. Tae Ho landed in a safe place far away from the battlefield with Siri and said, "Captain Siri, we can rest now, right?" Siri just chanted instead of replying as she was as tired as she could be. The battle ended. Corpses of monsters filled the battlefield. It was a complete victory. However, the warriors of Valhalla didn't put their weapons back. Each of them was looking at the center of the battlefield while holding their weapons. About 100 warriors. Warriors of the Great War were standing on that place. They lost their light and were dimming again as if the promised time with Valhalla was up, but it was different for everyone else on the battlefield. The warriors of the Great War were all starting to shine. "O Valkyrie, lead our souls to Valhalla. We will go to Odin and boast about today's fight," the warrior at the front said. Raskrid erased her ice like the expression and smiled gently. "Exalted warriors, I will make a promise that won't change for eternity. Valhalla will always welcome you." Raskrid raised her sword. And then Raskrid's appearance that was wearing armor changed. Raskrid swung her sword once more while wearing a dress. A path of light opened up. It was a beautiful rainbow path that connected the ground to the sky. Bifrost. Originally, the stairs that connected the mortal world Midgard with the world of gods Asgard. The warrior that was looking still at the stair of light put on a nice smile and then raised his voice and yelled, "Warriors of Valhalla! Our battle today will remain in history. And remember, let's meet again. On a new battlefield. On a new battlefield. On a new battlefield." The warriors of the Great War yelled, and the warriors of Valhalla took deep breaths. They raised their swords and cheered for the warriors that were leaving. For Asgard and the 9 planets. The warrior looked at Raskrid and said for the last time. And then placed his foot on the stair of light. All of the warriors of the Great War got on the rainbow stair. And Raskrid, that was looking at them, turned her head. She called Tae Ho and Siri with a gesture of her eyes. "You have done well. The merits you have accomplished are really big." The two of them had performed better than what she expected. It would be glad about just tying its feet, but to have defeated it. She still needed to investigate the flow that occurred afterward, but she could know instinctively. The ones that had made the flow were the 2 people in front of her. "Forgive me for having to leave early because I have to lead the warriors. I will return first and prepare a reward according to your merit." Raskrid glanced at the stair of light and said. It seemed like she also had to leave along the warriors. "Thank you. And also here, we used it well." Tae Ho gave her the dragon wing clothes that was well folded. Although he really wanted this item, it was correct to give it back as he had borrowed it from her. Raskrid put on a vague smile after receiving the wing coat and then turned to look at Siri and said, "You have done well, Siri. Wasn't Tae Ho's flight really violent?" At the sympathetical words, Siri grabbed her aching back and nodded. However, Siri regained her usual serious expression and hit her chest as an etiquette and said, "I just did my best as a warrior of Valhalla." Raskrid faced Siri that seemed to have shining eyes and then looked at Tae Ho. "Tae Ho, Regenleaf, and Gander will come soon. Let the remaining tasks to the two of them." Although she didn't say anything else, he seemed to know what she meant. She would probably be saying to give them Garmer's soul fragment. That was the objective of the giants. "I understand. Right. The two of you have done really well." The warriors of the Great War were already on the shining stairs. Raskrid placed her lips on Tae Ho's and Siri's forehead in turn. "Let Odin's blessing be with you." Raskrid's blessing. She smiled and turned back and then got on the shining stairs. She went to Valhalla while leading the warriors. "How beautiful," Siri said in a low voice. Because going to Valhalla while holding the hands of a Valkyrie was the dream of the warriors. Although it was something all the warriors had gone through once, it didn't mean that the meaning disappeared. It wasn't only Siri, but the warriors of Valhalla also looked at the leaving warriors with feelings of reverence. It is cool indeed. Although Tae Ho had come to Valhalla with different feelings from the warriors, he could only admit the scene in front of him. He felt like a part of him was choking. And how much time had passed? It was then that Raskrid and the warriors reached a high place and the path of light disappeared. "Warrior Tae Ho, Warrior Siri." A familiar voice was heard from the sky. They looked up and saw Valkyrie, Regenleaf and Gander. Transforming into a beautiful lady from a swan was a really mystical scene. Regenleaf looked at Siri and Tae Ho gallantly like always and then frowned. "The two of you are really exhausted. I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to rest yet. Can you tell me what happened briefly?" Siri glanced at Tae Ho and he started to tell the things that happened in the trace of the Great War. Regenleaf, that had listened to everything, carefully put the fragment of Garmer's soul in a box she took out from the air. "The merits of the two of you are indeed really big. Rest for now. Let's listen to the details at a later time." Regenleaf spoke rather quickly and but back the chest in the air again and then placed her lips on the both of them just like Raskrid had done. "Let Tyr's blessing be with you." They felt like they were more comfortable in mind and body. Siri trembled as if she enjoyed the blessing and closed her eyes, and Tae Ho looked at Gander that was next to Regenleaf. "What? Ah, I wondered if Gander wouldn't bless us, ... Although it wasn't that he wanted to receive a kiss from Gander, but not receiving was also a bit strange. Collecting, that's not it. No, or perhaps it was? Gander smirked at Tae Ho's words and then shook her head. The greed of humans have no end. But it is indeed right to do it. Gander placed her lips on Siri's forehead that was closer to her and then approached Tae Ho. As Tae Ho closed his eyes while expecting the blessing, Gander glanced sideways and then placed her lips on Tae Ho's cheeks. Let Allah's blessing be with you. Although it wasn't his lips, Tae Ho got surprised because it was an unexpected place. Gander laughed while looking at that Tae Ho and then turned around and then flew away after transforming into swans. Was it only Gander's joke? Tae Ho touched his cheeks unconsciously and looked at the swans, and Siri that saw that said in a low voice. So, that was the reason? A joyful voice. Tae Ho flinched and looked sideways, and then he could realize why Gander had done that. Hi again? Although it was similar to what he heard usually, the tone was a bit different. Tae Ho made eye contact with Haida that was putting on a smile that seemed fake and then hurriedly lowered his hand from his cheek. The giant of strength Harad was caught in an awful mood. It wasn't because the attack had failed. Because he had taken it into account in the first place. And spreading seeds of fire that would become the omen of a big fight was also his objective. But the problem lied in another place. The giant of night of vault. He didn't really think that there would be a seed there as a vault had just stepped down from the place. But there was actually a seed there. In addition, The way it had appeared was close to being the worst. But the biggest problem was that Valhalla realized that because of the stupid giant of fire. The giants were aiming for Garmr's soul fragment. Valhalla wasn't a powerless foe. They may have already realized what they were trying to do after gathering the fragments of Garmr's soul. It was a mistake he hadn't even thought of. He couldn't even imagine that things would take a turn for the worse like this. But that mistake wasn't the only reason that put the giant of strength Harad in a foul mood. Utgard Loki. The Magician King didn't say anything about this mistake. He didn't even punish him nor said any words. And that truth put Harad in a terrible pain. Would he be thinking that he wasn't even worthy of being punished? Was he already outside of his eyes? No, perhaps this case by itself wasn't important at all. Because it was merely a small battle. Harad was anxious. And the giant of the night of Alt looked at that Harad from the sides and felt a strange feeling. What was the reason? Was it because he knew that not punishing him would harass him more? The other giants thought like that. But Avalt was different. He thought differently. Perhaps the Magician King would have already foreseen this situation. Harad making a mistake would have been what the Magician King had wanted. It turned out like the king wanted. Even though Avalt's space was the darkness, a small voice passed its ears as if it was whispering. The giant of the night didn't turn his eyes to check the owner of the voice. It was obvious that the snake-like voice came from Asgard's giant king, Loki. What the king wanted. What he was seeking. The giant of the night ended his thoughts. And he covered himself with a denser darkness. He didn't believe in Loki. However, he agreed that it had turned out just like the king had wanted. So he would throw away his delusions and perform his duty. Because he was one of the 5 fingers of the Magician King. Accomplishing what the king wanted was also what Avalt himself wanted. He would wait for Asgard's reaction. And then wait for the next order of the Magician King. The giant of night Avalt decided. He closed his eyes slowly as if being closed in darkness. So that happened. You received blessings from Raskrid, Regenleaf and also Gander. Heda stood in between a black flash and nodded and said without any emotions. Tae Ho, that was lying on a black flash, stiffened up. Even if that wasn't the case, the black flash was really like a coffin. Siri, that lied down on the black flash that was next to him, laughed. It seemed like she was really enjoying this situation. Heda looked at Tae Ho. He flinched reflexively and Heda laughed once more as if she couldn't endure it. I'm joking. Joking. Because she already knew why Gander had done that in the first place. Heda fixed the mattress of Tae Ho and continued saying. Keep resting for now. Siri, you are also exhausted. Do you know how many times you used your saga? The 2 people had really used their sagas to their limit. Although Tae Ho could somehow endure it because he invested quite a lot of runes on his concentration, it wouldn't be weird for Siri to collapse at any moment. It wasn't for nothing that Heda made the 2 of them lie down on the black flash. Siri, thank you a lot. Don't mention it. Siri and Heda exchanged smiles and then Heda spoke again. There are a lot of people to take care of, so you should sleep. Let's speak about the remaining things at a later time. Heda spoke up to there and then lowered her posture after approaching Tae Ho. Tae Ho just waited for Heda as he was already accustomed to her blessing. Let Aiden's blessing be with you. Her voice trembled more than usual. Tae Ho opened his eyes quickly but Siri had already turned her body. He saw that she was a little bit embarrassed. Let Aiden's blessing be with you. Heda also blessed Siri and then stood up. Tae Ho just closed his eyes instead of trying to see her face. Maybe it was because of her blessing that he fell asleep in an instant. And that was the reason why Tae Ho couldn't feel it. Inside of An-Nur. The fragment of the unknown weapon was emitting a faint light. Chapter 45. When he got a hold of himself, he was already in Valhalla, and on top of that in the residence of Idun's legion. It was because they had prioritized some warriors, including Tae Ho, even though the clearing of the battlefield still hadn't ended. Ciri also returned to rest. Was it Rolf? That friend stayed behind. The damages the Dark Fairies suffered were large, and it's also important to investigate the trace of the Great War that was discovered. Maybe it was because she has been next to him until now, or it was a coincidence that Haida, that was next to Tae Ho's headrest, said. Tae Ho blinked a few times as if chasing away the sleepiness and asked again. What about the Valkyries? The investigation is proceeding with Raskrid commanding them. Reginleif took Garmar's soul fragment that you discovered to the gods, and there has been no notice since then, and Gander returned first to lead the warriors of Allah's legion. The eyes of Haida became a bit sharp. Because what he was asking was related to the Valkyries. Tae Ho lightly ignored her eyes and then rose up. Haida, the things the giants are aiming for are certainly Garmar's soul fragment, right? When I fought against it, the monster was a really big dog. After he told her what happened in the trace of the Great War briefly, Haida nodded. That's right. Garmr is a big dog that guards the entrance to hell. I was told that it died in the Great War. It seems like those fragments are scattered everywhere. Tae Ho, what you faced against should probably be a fragment of its soul. The original thing should have been incredible. It's the keeper of hell, the place that everything and everyone go to. It's a really strong and scary monster. Haida's eyes looked at a distant place. It seemed like she was thinking about Garmr that was in one piece. However, she seemed to have shaken off those thoughts that she turned to look at Tae Ho and said, It will soon be revealed what the giants tried to do with the fragments. Although it's a bit irresponsible to say this, let's leave it to the higher-ups. I will tell you when the results are up. Yes, that will be good. He was merely curious as to why the giants aimed for this item and what they wanted to do. He would be satisfied just by listening to the results. Haida stood up with a nice mood as Tae Ho agreed and then pointed at a basin with warm water that was on the table. Wash yourself and get out. After you regain your strengths by eating, you have to go meet Idun. They would meet Idun as they had returned to the residence. A smile appeared on Tae Ho's face as if it was obvious. It seems like you like it that you are meeting Idun? Of course. It wasn't simply because he was going to meet a goddess. Because every time he met her she gave him something. And he especially knew what she was going to give him this time. I have to get the flying horse wing coat which she promised last time. It would suit well, right? Of course, the one wearing it and the one suiting it wasn't Tae Ho. I wonder. Haida smiled as if Tae Ho's gaze wouldn't work on her and left the room first. My warrior Tae Ho, you returned safely. It's thanks to Idun's blessing. Tae Ho kneeled and expressed his manners. Idun, that was standing below an apple tree, looked down at Tae Ho with warm eyes. You have raised big merits this time too. I have certainly heard that the warriors of Valhalla and you called my name. It seemed like it was true as her voice was a bit excited. Thanks to that, the divine feeling he felt when he first saw her was cut by it, but he didn't dislike it. He rather liked it because she felt closer. Now, my warrior Tae Ho. I will now reward you as promised. Thank you. Idun didn't delay anymore. Tae Ho thanked once again that he belonged to Idun's legion and raised his head to receive the flying horsewing coat. However, Idun just smiled instead of giving it to him. Now, choose one. Yes? I prepared options this time too. Maybe it was his feeling, but he felt a bit of playfulness in her voice. It seemed like she was enjoying that she made Tae Ho surprised. Okay, one is the wing coat you know well. And the other? Idun paused for a moment and then took out something that was a bit big. It was an item even Tae Ho could recognize. It's a saddle of the beast. The thing Aiden raised her arms with difficulty really was a saddle. Although it was the first time Tae Ho had seen it with his own two eyes, he had seen it so much in places like games and movies that it was really familiar to him. Aiden raised the saddle up with a groaning sound and then patted on it and said, "It's a saddle you can put on any kind of beast, monster, or bird. It's because it has transformation magic cast on it. This is also a gift that came from Olympus a long time ago, but it was a saddle made of heavy and thick leather and added a red and glossy leather on top of that. And the part you rested your feet also seemed to be sturdy. I will show you some examples, so wait a bit." As Aiden flicked her finger, rocks with the shape of animals started to surge up. They were a horse, a pig, and a something unknown but was big. "See well." Aiden placed the saddle on top of the rocks one by one. And then, just like Aiden had said, the saddle transformed to become suitable to get on. Lastly, as it was impossible to wear it, it turned to the shape of a chair and got stuck in the rock. As it's a saddle, it doesn't give you a stable riding, but it also has controlling magic, so it will be easier to control your mount. It was an understandable thing. Because when he rode on the monster on the cave of the dwarves, he was troubled because he didn't have where to seat. "Now, pick one." Aiden spread her two hands. Although he couldn't see her well because of the light, he was sure that she was smiling. "Oh, Aiden." Tae Ho started to think deeply when he was faced with choices. He was leaning more towards the saddle rather than the wing coat. "I need something to ride on with the saddle." The saddles were solely a supportive item. If he didn't have anything to ride on, then this thing became useless. However, Tae Ho thought differently. A saddle, you can wear it with anything. Then it became useful. Because Tae Ho already had one wing coat. The hawk's wing coat. As it was a coat that let you transform into a hawk, he had used it to transform himself to fly because there was no way someone could ride on it. But if he had the beast's saddle, then that became possible. Through this expedition, he realized that you were able to transform into a big animal if you had enough runes. If it's Captain Siri, she should be able to transform into the size of a human. Because the number of runes she had was already close to being at the intermediate rank. Tae Ho thought of Siri transforming into a hawk reflexively. He thought of the warriors riding on big eagles just like in the movies. It will be quite useful. It was indeed useful. In addition, if he stored it in Nur, then he would be able to use it on a wild monster, or take the beast of the enemy and use it for himself. There's nothing else to think about. Tae Ho made a fast decision and spoke to Aiden. "I will choose the beast's saddle." "Right. The wing coat should be regretful, but it's unavoidable. Another chance will come someday." Aiden agreed freshly and then kissed Tae Ho on his forehead after giving him the saddle. "My warrior Tae Ho. My strength shall accompany you." The now familiar power of Aiden covered Tae Ho's body. Tae Ho closed his eyes with a satisfied face. "Did you have a nice meeting?" "Yes." "You received something." As he got out of the shrine, he saw Haida and Ragnar waiting for him. As Ragnar glanced at the saddle that was in Tae Ho's arms, he smirked and explained. "It's a beast saddle. You can use it on any beast, and it's said to also help you in controlling it." As he raised it as if it was worth it, Ragnar nodded slowly. "It seems like she's in deep thought regarding what you need. You are really being treated well." It was an adequate reward for Tae Ho that faced several things. You could only think that she prepared it especially for him. Tae Ho thanked Aiden and nodded. Thinking about it, all of this was thanks to Aiden's legion being small in number. First of all, Ragnar looked Tae Ho up and down and let out a small exclamation. "You became really strong. The number of runes you have increased by a lot. I should move up with the pace of the training of the strength of a god by quite a lot." Even Ragnar hadn't expected for a warrior that had just become inferior rank to become close to being an intermediate warrior at once. Just like he had said, he should hurry with teaching him about the strength of a god. However, Haida stepped up at that moment. That's good, but let's rest for today. Resume the training tomorrow. Looking at it, it hasn't even been a day since the battle ended. When Tae Ho fell asleep it was the afternoon, but it was morning right now. As he was quite sturdy, also had Aiden's blessing and in addition, rested in the residence of Aiden's legion that had a higher recovery rate, so there was a high chance that Siri may still be lying on the bed. Ragnar stepped back simply to the point that it was unexpected. Right, resting is also important. It would be good to let him rest today. Then, will the two of you help me organize the items? When Tae Ho spoke, the two of them tilted their heads as if asking him what he meant. Tae Ho just opened up on Nur instead of replying. Several weapons of different kinds were lined up on the floor of the classroom. Ragnar looked at the dozens of weapons and laughed as it didn't make sense. Do you have a warehouse we don't know of? Actually, it was easy to distinguish that these weapons were items picked up from the trace of the Great War. However, Tae Ho didn't only take the weapons that were in a good state, he had also taken the broken weapons differently to a normal warrior. Haida, that was checking the weapons while sitting on the ground, opened her eyes sharply as if she was appraising and said, "They are all magic weapons. You brought them from the trace of the Great War?" "Yes, I only picked the ones that had magic engraved on them." Haida and also Ragnar knew about Tae Ho's Sword of the Warrior. Thanks to that they didn't ask him why he had brought these broken weapons. Ragnar looked at the daggers that were closest to him and said, "This is only my thought, but I think that it will be better to return them to their respective legions. There should be many historical weapons among them. They were lost articles before it became looting for Tae Ho." The dagger he just grabbed had the symbol of Hermann's Legion engraved on it. In addition, it was a question whether he needed another weapon when he already had the unknown sword piece. Well, that should be for the best. As Tae Ho nodded obediently, Haida put on a slightly surprised and a happy face. However, Haida's thoughts weren't as pure as Ragnar or Tae Ho. She exchanged glances once and then Ragnar smirked once and said, "The rewards will be quite good. As they also have a face to care for." Yeah, right? They weren't normal artifacts, but artifacts from the warriors that participated in the Great War. And all of them were magical weapons and were also historical, just like Ragnar had said. He would give them the broken, unusable, and useless weapons and receive new items. And as Aiden's legion wasn't in need of many weapons, it was also a great benefit for him. Haida looked at Tae Ho and Ragnar looking at themselves and smiling satisfactorily and then let out a sigh comparable to her expectation. Tae Ho called at that Haida. Haida. There's something I want to ask." "What is it?" "Can I get something to ride on? I think that it will be good to have a fixed mount. Even if it's not a flying thing, something like the horses the dark fairies rode on, or the white silences of Oller's legion." He did think of Siri reflexively when he picked the saddle, but Siri wasn't Tae Ho's mount. She was also a prestigious warrior of Valhalla. Depending on each situation, riding on her would be the best, and perhaps he may be able to ask her a few more times, but that would be all. Rather than relying on Siri, getting a mount for himself was also proper for Siri. Haida smacked her lips at Tae Ho's question and then frowned. "Sorry, Aiden's legion doesn't have a particular summon like Oller's legion. Oller was the god of hunting, and Aiden was the goddess of life and youth." Ragnar put down the dagger he was touching and said, "If it's a simple thing like a horse, you can just buy it in Anaheim, or you can request for one and get it, but it's lacking. You aren't going to use it as a transportation means." Actually, that was true. He did speak of a horse, but if it was a normal one like the one the dark fairies used, then he didn't feel the use of it. Of course, it would be better than not having anything, but thinking about how painful it would be to take care of it, it wasn't that great. Is that unavoidable? Tae Ho decided to give up. Because if he just dragged it, Haida would just feel more sorry. But it was then. "So I was saying, shall we go catch one?" Ragnar said. He saved his words as if enjoying the looks given by Tae Ho and Heda and then shrugged his shoulders. We will catch a wild griffin. I know a place in the boundary between Asgard and Olympus where griffins live. We can just catch one. Oh. If it was a griffin, then the story changed. It could fly in the sky, and it wasn't only stronger than a horse, its battle power was also quite great. But only, the trip takes some time. Heda will know if it will be possible. Basically, the warriors of Valhalla were always in a standby state. Ragnar was asking her if she could regulate the tasks so he wasn't called, and then Heda nodded. I will do what I can. It seemed like she had become quite determined, that even her eyes had become sharp. Then it's been decided. Let's depart as soon as Heda solves things. I think that it will be good to train the strength of a god on the trip. Looking at how he spoke, it seemed like that place wasn't reachable through a space door. It seemed like they had to travel an additional distance, just like what happened in Svartalfheim. I'm getting excited. He would go catch a griffin he would ride from now on. He felt happy just by talking about it. He felt that it was an adventure more than a simple expedition. Ragnar kept talking about griffins and separated the weapons by their legions at the same time. And as Heda also helped him, they could finish sorting the items in a few minutes. Odin, Thor, Tyr, Ullr, Hermod, Heimdall, Vidar. 7 legions in total. There was only one item left among the dozens of lined weapons. The unknown piece of equipment. Is this the same kind as the sword piece? Sorry, I don't know whose god this belongs to. Ragnar and Heda spoke after checking the fragment once. Tae Ho looked at the unknown sword piece that was in his waist, but there was no reaction this time. Perhaps it may be from another world. What Siri had said. Tae Ho took in a deep breath when he received the piece of equipment from Heda. He gripped it tightly and said, I will check what he could do with this. Saga, Sword of the Warrior. Tae Ho activated his saga. And at that moment, something no one had expected happened. Episode 14, Garmr's Soul Fragment, 2, End. Chapter 46. The King of Gods Odin kept many secrets. The location of the Fountain of Mimir that was said to exist in one of the roots of Yggdrasil was also one of the secrets. The 3 sisters that gave Odin the strength to guess the future was also a projection of Mimir. You couldn't know where exactly it was. Odin wasn't alone. There was one more father that was facing the head of Mimir. Father. The god of thunder that was called as the strongest warrior was standing proudly. While Odin and Mimir were conversing soundlessly, he who had been silent the whole time spoke up as if he couldn't endure it anymore. Although he was happy that his father had revealed one of the secrets to him, even so, the wait was too long. Odin nodded towards the god of thunder. So it has been roughly shaped. Odin stood up. When he was shriveled down, he looked like a weak old man, but when he stood up, he had the dignity of the king of gods. Odin passed his ash and white hair over. He touched the patch that covered one of his eyes and then approached Mimir's head. Odin's right hand had Garmr's soul fragment. What they are aiming for is certainly Fenrir, right? Probably. Just like you know, Garmr is a really strong devil. However, I don't think that they are doing all this just for Garmr. Mimir closed his eyes and said. Odin got convinced, but Thor was different. He looked at Mimir's head and Odin alternatingly and then asked as if he didn't know well. How is gathering Garmr's soul fragment and reviving Fenrir related? He had asked towards Mimir, but it seemed like he had wanted to ask Odin that his eyes were looking at him. Mimir's head answered. The thing that will wake up the world wolf from its long slumber will be the roar of the Hellkeeper Garmr. Garmr is one of the keys to awakening the Fenrir. It was also like that in the Great War. The restraints that were made with things that didn't exist in the world and were binding Fenrir would be broken by Garmr's roar. Thor, destroy it. Odin extended his hand that was holding onto Garmr's soul fragment. Thor, that had just listened to the importance of it, blinked as if he was surprised. Father? It's the most certain way to stop Garmr's resurrection. We don't need Garmr nor Fenrir, Odin said with one of his eyes. Even though the enemy was gathering the soul fragments, it was something this side didn't need. Destroying it to not let them do anything about it is the most simple and effective method. Thor nodded late and put the soul fragment in between some roots and then raised Mjolnir. He started to gather thunder, and then Garmr's cry and the sound of thunder rang at the same time. Quan! The thunder gulped down Garmr's cry. They could feel that Nidhogg had gotten surprised because of the loud sound. Garmr's soul fragment, that had turned to dust, got scattered by the wind and was spread in Mimir's spring. The things that remained once more in this place were the two gods and the head of a giant. Thor retrieved Mjolnir and then turned to look at Odin and Mimir's head as if asking how it turned. Mimir's head opened his mouth first. The thing the giants need is the roar of the Hellkeeper Garmr, that will wake up the world wolf. They don't need a complete Garmr. If they gather enough pieces, they will be able to achieve their objective. Right, there's also someone among them that can use Saga. If it was the strength of a strong Saga, it would be able to recreate Garmr's roar with just the pieces. Loki, Asgard's traitor. Thor thought of the name of the giant king, that was once his brother and best friend, and gritted his teeth to press down his grief and pain. Odin sat down again and said, "The magician King Utgard Loki is a cunning one. Although you may think that luck has been on our side, I feel like their intentions have been revealed too easily." Are you saying that all of this is a trap? That may be possible. However, I can only play into his hands. Odin gestured towards the Crommunin that was seated on his shoulder. He transmitted the will of the king towards Hugin, that was at a far place. He had certainly activated the strength of the saga. However, nothing had happened. The fragment of the equipment remained the same, and the runethang Tae Ho had thought of in his head wasn't recreated. Was it wrong that he tried to recreate a sword? Tae Ho activated the Sword of the Warrior again. What he thought of this time was a beginner's spear. However, it remained the same. His saga didn't activate. Tae Ho raised his head and looked at Heda and Ragna. The expressions of the two people were different from Tae Ho's. Ragna was glaring at the fragment of equipment and Heda raised her head abruptly and looked at Tae Ho. She tried to yell something in her bewilderment. Heda's voice. He couldn't hear it. And Tae Ho realized. It wasn't that nothing had happened. His saga had certainly activated. However, it broke down right after. The strength that remained in the fragment of equipment rejected Tae Ho's saga. And it didn't stop there. A strong light that emanated from the fragment of equipment gulped down Tae Ho. Tae Ho! Heda yelled and extended her hand. However, she couldn't reach him. The world surrounding Tae Ho changed. That place was an island. A man, that crossed the sea with a small boat, smiled. His big stature was that of an adult, but his face was still childish. Actually, he was close to being a kid rather than a youth. The chest of the boy started to beat. His eyes shone because of the curiousness towards the new world. Tae Ho couldn't see the face of the boy. He was looking at the world through the eyes of the boy. The wind that carried the scent of the sea was directed at the island. It was a scary land that could be called as the world of shadows. The boy wanted to meet someone on the island. He had just listened to rumors. There were very few people that had actually seen him. There were also scary rumors. They said that that person ate other people and that he bathed in the blood of virgins. In the first place, this person lived in an extraordinary place. The fortress that was surrounded by 7 castle walls and 9 wooden fences that had the heads of people stuck in it was the house of that person. However, the boy didn't fear. He was planning to judge through his own eyes and ears instead of baseless rumors. The boat reached the shore and the boy jumped down. The boy was facing a beautiful lady. She was one of the prettiest beauties that Tae Ho had seen until now, and her beauty was one that rivaled Haida. However, she gave a different feeling. Compared to the soft and refined Haida, she was a lady that had eyes that were sharp like a cat. Tae Ho could realize that this person was the one this boy wanted to meet. The boy loved and admired this lady. And the lady also loved and appreciated the boy. The woman, that had black and abundant hair, gave the boy a wooden chest. She was expecting what kind of reaction the boy would make. Tae Ho saw her lips that were slightly curled up to hide her excitement and thought of Aiden. The boy opened the wooden chest. And the thing that was inside it was something the boy knew well. Because of that, the boy got surprised and turned to look at the lady. "Starting from now, it's yours." The woman, that was satisfied at the expression of the boy, said with a soft tone. The boy turned to look at the chest again and he smiled like a child that couldn't hide his feelings. The thing inside of the chest was a white spear made with the bones of a sea creature. The boy left the world of shadow. However, the spear that was given by the woman was always by his side. He had conquered several battlefields. He defeated the army of the greedy queen, hunted huge monsters, and fought against fierce bandits to rescue a beautiful lady. The boy always won. The people praised him, and the name of the boy spread to several places of the world. However, there was an end to the victory of the boy that seemed to be eternal. The world crumbled. The man fought with his allies but had been defeated in the end. Loki. The man, that was as exhausted as he could be, leaned his body on a boulder and said in a low voice. There was a tall man with green eyes and long black hair in front of him. The sound of thunder was heard from far away. The sound was certainly made by the one that had stood on the front lines to rescue the crumbling world, but he was too late. The man that was called Loki looked at the direction where the thunder was heard from with vague eyes and then put on a faint smile. The man tried to tie him down, but he was already at his limit. He couldn't have any more strength to resist. He had lost too much blood. Master. The man said in a low voice and closed his eyes. He dropped his spear he didn't let go until now and thought of the cat-eyed lady. The world burned down and then got destroyed. The man had lost his world. He lost his family, lost his partner and lost his friends. The things he had tried to protect had all perished. However, the man didn't give up. He couldn't do it. Because he was still alive. He couldn't witness the death of his master. The man didn't despair even in the deep darkness. He had battled until the end, a battle which he couldn't win. And then, his spear broke. The memory of the man got cut off there. Perhaps, he may have seen the memories of the spear. Tae Ho was inside the darkness. He saw the face of the man there for the first time. It was a really handsome face. He, who had black hair and gray eyes, turned his back instead of facing Tae Ho. The man was shining even when he was in the darkness. At that moment Tae Ho could know the name of the man. He remembered that this memory was from the destroyed world. The name of the man was Siu Chulanin. His nickname was the Prince of Light. The strongest and greatest hero in the Celtic mythology, even among the warriors of the already destroyed Erin. The man told him the name of the spear given by his master and the woman he loved the most, Skathak. Tae Ho opened his eyes. He grabbed the fragment of equipment that was still broken but started to emit another strength, and then he activated the eyes of the dragon. He read the names following the shiny rainbow letters. Gi Balg. The spear of the light prince Siu Chulanin. A strong light was emitted as if answering to his call. Chapter 47. Stop! Ragnar yelled like a thunder and stood up. He hurriedly extended his arms and stopped Haida and then calmly checked Tae Ho's state. Tae Ho was standing with a surprised expression while still holding on to the fragment of equipment. He seemed to be more surprised at Ragnar's shout rather than the light of the fragment. However, Ragnar pushed Heda and then asked as if he was relieved. Are you okay? Your strength didn't get sucked into the fragment or anything? Yes. Phew. Ragnar let out a sigh of relief and then released Heda. She realized that Tae Ho was fine and then asked a bit quickly. Tae Ho, did you see something? Memory. From the owner of this spear. Tae Ho started to think back and answered slowly. Then Ragnar opened his eyes sharply. You said it was Gibalg? Yes, I'm sure. Gibalg. He was certain because he could still read the rainbow-colored words through the eyes of the dragon. Gibalg's fragment. It wasn't an unknown equipment anymore. Tae Ho knew the name of the weapon. My God, it was a weapon of Siu Chulanin. Ragnar said with a voice that was filled with excitement and exclamation. Tae Ho asked Ragnar. Ragnar, just who is Siu Chulanin? Although he did remember something, it was too short. Because for Tae Ho, Siu Chulain and Gibalg were completely unfamiliar existences. However, that didn't seem to be the case for Ragnar and Heda. The two people, especially Ragnar, put on a bewildered face and then let out a sigh. Right, you were this kind of bastard. Because he didn't even know about Ragnar. He was a warrior that was called to be the strongest in Erin, and now the destroyed planet. If you were to compare him to someone in Valhalla, he would be like Sigurd. Sigurd. He did hear that he was one of the strongest warriors in Valhalla. If he was at a level that he could massacre tens of dragons, then it was understandable for Heda and Ragnar to show those expressions. Because he was so famous, his name spread even on Valhalla. Ragnar calmed himself a bit and then looked at the fragment of Gibalg that was in Tae Ho's hand. Gibalg is the strongest weapon among the ones Siu Chulain had. It was made by the monarch of the land of Shadow, Skathak, with the bones of a sea creature. It's also the first time I see it. Skathak. He had certainly heard that name in the memory of the man. She was the owner of the fortress that was surrounded by 7 layers of walls and 9 wooden fences. The only woman Siu Chulain loved more than himself and his teacher. Tae Ho closed his eyes and tried to think of Skathak's face. Siu Chulain thought of her until the end, without letting go of his spear. Because of that, he could remember her face too clearly. The lady with cat-like eyes. The queen of the land of darkness that only showed a kind smile to Siu Chulain. If it's really Gibalg, it's understandable that your saga doesn't work. Ragnar said in a low voice. After he stopped talking, Tae Ho opened his eyes and continued to speak. It should be that it doesn't allow you to take the shape of another weapon even if it's temporary. Gibalg is a weapon of that caliber. It couldn't tolerate overputting the shape of another weapon in it. This was something that could happen if this weapon belonged to a warrior that represented a whole world. However, Heda spoke with a careful tone. That's all a probability. Don't try your saga on Gibalg for now. Perhaps, it may not be something like permission, but it may have a strong geas in it. Geas? Ragnar explained immediately at the word he heard for the first time. Geas means pledge. It's the strength in Erin, just like the sagas in Valhalla. You obtain a strength instead of pledging something with a restriction. Each world had a magic that represented it. Erin's geas was a power as strong as Valhalla's saga. Siu Chulanin possessed several geases, just like the strongest warrior. And among them, there are some that become stronger when the owner dies, so you have to be careful. A geas was a two-edged blade. It gave you a strong force instead of putting you a restriction. However, when you ignored the pledge, you had to face a punishment that was greater than the strength you obtained through it. Because of that, a strong geas was compared to a strong curse. However, Tae Ho couldn't feel any sort of evil in this fragment of Gibalg. It seemed like that was also the case for Ragnar, that he pointed another thing instead of the danger of the geas. Although it's only a fragment, if it's Gibalg it should be strong enough in this state. And honestly speaking, it's too excessive for the current you. You can say that it's a weapon, you can't be sure you can cope with it. Ragnar wasn't planning on taking the fragment from Tae Ho. But even so, it wasn't that he was going to leave it alone. If it's not a really important moment, don't try to use it. Think of it as the last card you can take out before you grow up enough. I understand. As Tae Ho answered seriously, Ragnar nodded satisfactorily and then loosened his expression. First of all, if this spear is really Gibolg, there's a high possibility for that sword piece, so to say that hilt is also a weapon from Eren. It was quite a logical guess. However, Haida shook her head. That's not certain. If it's just like Tae Ho said, it just reacted after seeing Gibolg. That doesn't mean that it's from the same world, but it recognized Gibolg and told Tae Ho. This side also had some possibilities. Although he wanted to just ask the sword piece directly, after he got out of the trace of the Great War, the sword piece was just silent. Because of that, Ragnar continued to guess something not certain. However, if it's really a weapon from Eren, there's a high possibility for it to be Caladbolg or Excalibur. What's wrong with your expression? Ragnar looked at Tae Ho and Tae Ho yelled inwardly. Excalibur. Although he didn't know about Caladbolg, he did know about Excalibur. Wasn't that the most famous and legendary sword in his world? You mean the Excalibur of the legends from King Arthur, right? The thing that was stuck in a rock. So you do know about King Arthur? Ragnar said with lukewarm eyes. Although his face showed that he was really discontent, looking at his expression it seemed like it really was the Excalibur he knew about. Eren has already been destroyed. As countless legendary weapons disappeared along with their owners, even if the weapon of Arthur Pendragon appears, there would be nothing strange about that. But it is a bit weird. Haida stepped in. She looked at Tae Ho and Ragnar and then shrugged her shoulders and explained. If it really is Caladbolg or Excalibur, it means that it's almost at the same level as Gibolg. But Gibolg rejected transforming into another weapon, but this sword piece is accepting Tae Ho's saga. Perhaps it may be at a lower level than Gibolg. Or it has no pride. Ragnar. As Ragnar said while smirking, Haida looked at him as if he was hopeless and Tae Ho also butted in. It's not low-ranked. I'm sure it's the same rank as Gibolg. Because the two of them were rainbow-colored. In addition, the both of them didn't lose in brightness. Perhaps it may have a good temperament. Or it really likes you, Tae Ho. Haida suggested a new probability. Looking that it could answer with yes and no in the trace of the Great War, they were sure that it had some ego, so it wasn't baseless words. Tae Ho looked at the sword piece in a new light. Because if it really had an EGA like Haida had said, it was a really thankful fellow. Because even if it was at the same rank as Gibolg, it was lending its strength to Tae Ho. Ragnar said in a serious voice again. Tae Ho, listen well. There's no coincidence in a meeting with a weapon. The reason why you have met with the sword piece and obtained Gibolg's fragment was that you were fated. It could be said that it was a strong attraction. Perhaps, you may need more fragments of other pieces of equipment. There was a high probability for fragments of pieces of equipment to be scattered in the world like Garmar's soul fragment. A fragment of Gibolg and the sword piece. The both of them are now yours. However, don't get swayed by the weapons. And don't even count in luck. Grow strong enough so that the two weapons become suitable for you. Understand? Yes. Tae Ho replied sincerely. Maybe it was because he had seen Siyu Chulin's memories that he could feel the weight in Ragnar's words. Now, you can go to rest as we have finished the classifications. You don't look good. Haida clapped and turned the mood to a good one. Although she was smiling, you could see that she was worried about Tae Ho. Now that I see, I am a bit sleepy. He did feel great exhaustion. This also seemed to be an aftershock of having seen through Siyu Chulin's memories. I will deliver the weapons of the Great War. You should rest for now. Thank you, Haida, for helping me with everything. Haida smiled brightly as Tae Ho expressed his gratitude. This is also the task of a legion's Valkyrie. Even so, I also helped. I helped. Ragnar interrupted with an indisposed face, and Haida laughed and started to load the weapons in the wooden boat that had arrived. He did remember until he closed his eyes, but he didn't remember anything else after that. He had slept without dreaming of anything. It seemed like he had slept well that his eyes also opened rather easily. You woke up? As he turned to look, he could see Ragnar reading a book next to him. And Haida. Ragnar started to laugh at Tae Ho's question and then pointed outside the door with his chin. She's outside, it's because of some guests. You woke up at the right moment. Guests? No one else aside of Ragnar had come to Idun's Legion's residence. Tae Ho blinked and then raised his head. Ah, are they perhaps warriors of Idun's Legion, so my superiors? I'm sorry, but no. However, they are good guests for you. Ragnar looked at the book he was reading and then pointed at the basin. Wash yourself and go. You will know then. Tae Ho finished washing his face roughly and then got out of his lodging. He could see Haida standing in the wooden dock without having to search for long. Haida? There were quite big wooden boxes lined up next to her. Tae Ho asked naturally after getting closer. Did packages arrive? Packages? Ah, it came from the other legions. Reciprocal gifts. Tae Ho tilted his head as if he didn't understand but then said. It really came. He was in doubt, but for it to really come. Tae Ho looked at the lined-up boxes. Each of them had a symbol of a legion in the lid or a name engraved on it. Wait a moment. That's from Odin's legion, that's Thor's. While he was reading them one by one, he heard the sound of a bell. He raised his head as he thought that it was a dispatch order, but then Haida shook her head. It's the signal of a ship approaching. A big ship was really approaching from far away. There was the sculpture of a big wolf at the front. Allah's Legion. He couldn't see any boxes belonging to Allah's Legion. As the big ship anchored down, Haida said with a surprised face. Gander? You yourself came here? She had her doubts when she saw a big ship, but for a real Valkyrie to come. Gander snickered and waved her hand. Nice to meet you, Haida. And also, warrior Tae Ho. I came to keep the promise. Promise? Didn't I tell you when you defeated the Regenerator? That I will tell Ullernim about your merits. I put in more thought into the gift. Gander spoke up to there and jumped down the ship. Followed by her, a familiar warrior jumped down with a big sack. Captain Siri. So this is the residence of Idun's Legion. Siri started to check her surroundings slowly after landing. It seemed like it was quite different to Allah's Legion that she was amazed. Tae Ho approached her and then threw a joke. Are you going to move to our legion? No, that's not it. I came to help Gandernim. I also wanted to see how the other residences looked. Don't be like that, Tae Ho, and come to our legion. I will get you a partner and also Siri. And I will also get you a wing coat. Gander said hurriedly. Looking that she was looking at him with expectant eyes, it seemed like she still hadn't given up on taking him to Allah's Legion. Leave it. I'm also okay. Haida and Siri answered instead of Tae Ho. Siri had especially cold eyes as if she felt betrayed by the words partner and wing coat. Anyways, this is the gift. Gander changed subjects impudently and then gave Tae Ho the sack Siri was holding. It's a stealth cloak. You do know about the stealth blessing, right? He obviously knew. As Tae Ho nodded, a vague smile appeared on Gander's face again. You will be able to use the stealth blessing when you wear it. And it's also a high-leveled one at that. Thank you. the stealth blessing had many uses. Haida was also happy as Tae Ho became sincerely happy. However, she turned to glare at Gander. It's a bait in the end. In the end, the members of Allah's Legion can all use the stealth blessing. That was right. Looking at it from the perspective of another legion, it was indeed a treasure. But you couldn't call it that way inside of Allah's Legion. As Gander became aware of Haida's eyes, she also answered with her eyes. It's useful anyways. That's enough. In addition, doesn't warrior Tae Ho like it? Well, it is indeed useful. Right, and in addition that isn't all. Gander turned her eyes to Tae Ho and then took out a silvery rope from the sack. And this is a hunter's rope. The tip of it was roundly tied up. Looking at it made you think of the ropes that cowboys had on them. Although it's lower ranked than the cloak of stealth, it will be useful to you. If you tighten the neck with it, the strength and resistance of your prey will weaken. It's a good item to catch a monster alive. It's just right. Just? I was going to go catch a wild griffin. To use it as a mount. A wild griffin? Do you know where they appear? The last one that spoke was Siri. Tae Ho nodded and answered. Ragnar knows. Ragnar Nim? Siri's eyes started to shine. Tae Ho remembered something when he looked at Siri and then asked Gander. Gander, looking that she hasn't returned to Svartalfheim, is Captain Siri on a break? Right, she rendered many merits. So compared to me, that has to return to the scene, Siri is on a temporary break. Compared to Aiden's Legion, as there were many people in Uller's Legion on standby, there was no need to be worried about when they would get called. Tae Ho looked at Siri again and asked. Captain Siri, do you want to go with us? To catch a wild griffin? Yes, Ragnar will also come, but... Ragnar treated Siri and the warriors of Uller's Legion with delight. He wasn't someone that would mind about one more companion. With Ragnar Nim? Siri's voice trembled. Siri turned to look at Gander when Tae Ho gave the nod. At her eyes that were begging for permission earnestly, Gander laughed pleasingly. I allow it. An opportunity to accompany someone like Ragnar is rare. If you can catch a wild griffin, it will also be of big help to Uller's Legion. Thank you. Siri smiled brightly. She had the face of a girl that received a concert ticket of the idol she liked. Thank you, Tae Ho. I'm the one that should be thankful. In the end, Tae Ho was the one paying off the debts to her by telling her to accompany them. Although it was in battle and had taken into account the effectivity of it, Siri had let Tae Ho ride on him without any complaints. Tae Ho still couldn't forget when she wore the wing coat and chanted when she wanted to fight along the warriors of the Great War. Hey. Yes? If it's about what happened on the battlefield, don't let it affect you too much. If you need it from now on, I will wear a wing coat how many times you want. Siri said with a bitter smile. It wasn't because Tae Ho had let her come with them, but it was her sincere feelings. Thank you. Siri was really a warrior of Valhalla. As Tae Ho expressed his gratitude, Siri shrugged her shoulders as if it was embarrassing. Then Haida let out a small voice. Thanks to that, Tae Ho realized that there was one more person to ask to and then hurriedly said, you are fine with Captain Siri coming with us, right? It's not that she can't. Although she didn't allow her as pleasantly as Gander, it was still a permission. Gander forced her smile and asked Haida. Haida, when are you departing? Tomorrow morning. Then I will come tomorrow with Siri. As there are many people, we will go to the hall with our ship. Because the wooden boat of Aiden's Legion was too small. It seemed like Haida had realized the meaning behind that she glared at Gander and Gander urged Siri and got on the ship. And the next day, the ship of Uller's Legion arrived in Aiden's Legion one more time. Chapter 48. The trip was smooth. Ragnar took in Siri as expected and even held classes with her and Tae Ho. A beautiful student is better than a black man, that was Ragnar's claim. After passing through the space door that was located at the center of the hall, they reached the outer areas that connected Olympus and Asgard. Heda borrowed a carriage with the name of Idun's Legion and drove it, and the three people behind focused on training the strength of a god. After 2 days, Heda changed seats with Ragnar and then looked at Tae Ho and Siri that were seated in a corner. The two people had their eyes closed and were operating the strength of a god. It wasn't strong as an explosion, but it was spread thinly and faintly. The two of them had talent. It seemed like it was because of Siri's strong persistence and calm nature that she had few mistakes when handling the strength, and Tae Ho handled the power so well it was unbelievable he was an inferior rank. He's a cheat by several means. Ragnar knew about Tae Ho's saga and where he came from. Although he had an unimaginable saga, before coming to Valhalla he had never grabbed a sword and just played the thing called Dark Age or something in front of a desk. When he had first heard that, he couldn't believe it easily. It wasn't because it was too bewildering. It was because Tae Ho's existence made it hard to believe in that. He's overflowing with talent. Tae Ho fought well. It wasn't only because he received the strength and techniques through the strength of the saga with the synchro rate. His battle senses, fast judgments, and the ability to find a path made him a born warrior. Heda had said that Tae Ho's world was a peaceful world without any fights, differently from Midgard. And perhaps, that would be the reason he wasn't aware of his talent. It wasn't the only talent in fighting, but handling his saga and the power of a god was also outstanding to the point normal warriors would find it hard to do it. In the part of the precise control especially, you could say that he really was born with it. There were cases like Tae Ho at times. People that came to Valhalla even when they were from another world. Although he hadn't met them all, each one of them had outstanding talent. Perhaps it may not be a coincidence but a necessity of the story. That shining existence from another world was led to Valhalla. Ragnar thought of the words he had heard from Sigurd once and looked at Tae Ho. He imagined Tae Ho having born in Midgard and not in the world that the job of a pro gamer existed. He must have become a powerful warrior. Although he would have been different to the current him, he would have entered Valhalla with his own saga. Stop. We are resting for a moment. As Ragnar said in a low voice, Tae Ho and Siri let out sighs at the same time and loosened their bodies. The both of them were dripping with sweat. The two of you are good. You are fast in learning. Thank you. Siri flushed and smiled. If Rolf or other warriors that knew her usual self saw her right now, they would have been really surprised, but it was now too familiar for Tae Ho. Ragnar, that was ignored by Tae Ho until now, put on a good smile and then looked at Siri fixedly. Siri, you aren't planning on moving to Idun's Legion? Then I would be able to keep teaching you. Yes? Oh, that's a good idea. Gander won't like it. The one that liked the idea was Tae Ho and the one that cleared her throat was Heda. Siri got seduced by Ragnar's direct proposal for a moment, but it seems like she had gotten a hold of herself after listening to Heda's words and then trembled and said, I'm grateful for your words but I'm sorry. I can't leave behind my comrades. I like you even more. You are a good warrior. Ragnar spoke as if he was still interested in her, and Siri forced herself to look at another place. It seemed like she was trying her best to remain calm. So, the hero she admires not only recognized her but also told her to work together? Tae Ho understood Siri's struggle after having analyzed the situation. I'm sorry for Rolf, but it would really be great if she moved. Because Siri was a great warrior just like Ragnar had said. Having an ally you could trust your back on a battlefield and not having one had a big difference. Even while this happened, the carriage reached a forest. It was a really big forest that was naturally connected to a mountain. Heda, stop the carriage around here. Ragnar tied down the horses from the carriage and then grabbed the reins and said, Griffins like to eat horse meat. We will use these guys as bait. You remember the things I told you, right? Yes. Of course. Siri answered immediately. Ragnar took out a knife from his waist and then made the horses bleed a little. As Heda recited a chant, the scent of blood got spread with the help of the wind. And after a few minutes passed, Ragnar opened his eyes sharply. And the veteran hunter Siri also turned her eyes. They came. They could hear the noise made by the fluttering of big winds. 3 wild griffins that flew above the trees. The monsters that let out cries like eagles started to gather like a flock of birds. Ragnar just took a big step back as if he would just watch. As Heda also stepped back, Heda and Siri took out their weapons. Siri was the first to start. She fired arrows that were smeared with paralyzing poison, and the griffin that was in the middle lost balance and crashed. While the ground shook, Tae Ho swung the executioner's sword. One of the griffins that were trying to take a horse with its hard feet dodged Tae Ho's sword and flew up again, and the other one just grabbed some dirt and flew up. They will come again. Go from the ground and the sky. As Ragnar yelled, Siri fired one more arrow into the crashed griffin and put on a firing posture, and Tae Ho spread out the hawk wing coat that he took out from Onur. Hawk wing coat. Siri and Heda flinched at the same time. Siri remembered the thing they had spoken and glared at the griffins, and Heda, that hadn't heard of the plan, didn't know what to do and moved towards Tae Ho. However, Tae Ho didn't look at the two of them. As soon as he wore the wing coat, he glared at the sky and yelled, "Chant!" Tae Ho became a big hawk and flew to the sky. Siri let out a sigh of relief unconsciously, and Heda flinched again. Should I have told them to fight together? Ragnar, that had planned the tactic, laughed awkwardly, and then Heda said with a casual face, "It's not like that." However, her face was red. The embarrassment you could see from a person that had their thoughts read could be seen from her. Her childish side didn't change at all. Ragnar laughed refreshingly, because it was glad to see this side of Heda. After that day, a lot of things changed in Idun's Legion. Anyways, let's keep watching. Ragnar moved his eyes to the sky in consideration of Heda, that didn't know what to do. Tae Ho executed the hawk's breathing he learned from Ragnar. He flew higher and faster with strong strokes of his wind. The one Tae Ho was aiming for was the griffin that had lost its balance for having dodged Tae Ho's sword. The strategy was simple. He would get on it however he could. Bewildered. Wild griffin. Just like Ragnar had said, the two of them were female. One of them saw Tae Ho approach them at an unbelievable speed and increased its speed, but it was pointless. Tae Ho, that was in the shape of a simple hawk, being faster than the lion-bodied griffin, could be said that it was a natural law of nature. Tae Ho caught up to the griffin in an instant and took hold of it with his claws. The moment his claws carved onto it, the griffin let out a roar filled with pain and twisted its body. Chant! Tae Ho recited the chant again and hurriedly put strength on his legs. He grabbed its waist tightly and activated the one that handles dragons. The red letters started to become white. It wasn't green yet, but he could control it to a certain extent. Tae Ho took out the rope of the hunter immediately and put it on the neck of the griffin. And then the eyes of the griffin turned calm. A smile appeared on Tae Ho's face. It was because the white words changed to be green. However, he couldn't be satisfied with just this. It wasn't because there was one more wild griffin remaining. In the first place, the real objective Tae Ho and Ragnar were aiming for wasn't the one he had caught. This was just a bait for the real one. The remaining griffin cried towards the direction it first appeared from. Just like he had heard from Ragnar, he made the griffin he had caught cry. It was a quite bright cry compared to the one in front of them. "It's coming," Ragnar said from the ground. Siri could also sense it approaching. Its appearance itself were completely different from a normal griffin. Papa papa pack. Small birds flew up from the forest and made some noise. They were escaping because of the rage they felt. Alpha male. The strongest male that led a pack. The griffins showed a similar ecology from the lions, as if their lion bodies weren't for nothing. One strong male commanded several females and made a group called pride. The alpha males didn't usually move. It also didn't participate in the hunts. Becoming stronger by eating the things the female griffins brought it was its role. However, this situation was different. Tae Ho took its female, and the other one requested for assistance. If it still didn't move in this situation, then a pride couldn't be maintained. And just like Ragnar had expected, the alpha male showed itself. Its size was twice as big from the female griffins. Looking at flying with strength made it look like a tank. Tae Ho gulped dry saliva and glared at it. Not killing it and restraining it wasn't as easy as it seemed. If he made a mistake, he would be the one to die. However, that made his heart vaguely beat. It seemed like he was challenging a new title. But before that, there was one thing he had to check. Saga, Immortal Warrior, Synchro rate 20%. The synchro rate increased from 19% to 20%. It was the result of capturing a female griffin, as it was right before going to 20% when he beat the fire giant along with Raskrid. It was just like he had aimed for. He could now feel that he could see the mechanism in the increase of the synchro rate. In addition, he was certain that there would be a change at 20%, just like there has been one at 10%. Saga, the warrior's equipment. The sword of the warrior changed to that. It didn't stop there, and a new small story was added. Saga, the hammer of the blacksmith doesn't slipper. The saga that was added to the record of the weapons Kalstead used. The moment Tae Ho saw the title of the new saga, he was about to fall from the female griffin, but he somehow maintained balance. He understood the effect of the saga instinctively. How crazy! He laughed and cursed at the same time. He glared at the alpha male that was still charging at him and activated his saga. Saga, the hammer of the blacksmith doesn't slipper. The shape of a huge man holding onto a hammer appeared at Tae Ho's back. The man that had black beard smirked and then hit down the hunter's rope with his hammer. Kong! A light shone on the hunter's rope with a pleasing sound. Strengthening of an item. The devil's content that also existed in Dark Age. Kalstead was Dark Age's best warrior, and countless weapons had passed through his hands. And obviously enough, most of them passed through the strengthening blacksmiths. Countless weapons got destroyed by the strengthening failure. There were even weapons he couldn't retrieve because they got pulverized. Only a minority succeeded. However, the weapons that survived the hands of the blacksmiths could become much stronger. The stories of the weapons that piled up like that. The saga of the broken weapons that could inevitably accompany the warrior's equipment. The shape of the man put on a refreshing smile and disappeared. Tae Ho looked at the hunter's rope through the eyes of the dragon. The blue words became gold, that were a rank above that. Although it was a temporary effect, it was enough. Come on, a strengthened weapon is a first for you, right? Tae Ho removed the rope from the female griffin and smiled brightly while looking at the alpha male that was starting to make big circles. It was that smile that Siri said it was evil. Chapter 49. The alpha name had a name. It was the name given by the ones that came to visit this forest, to the strongest one that led the strongest griffin pride for 4 years. Rollo. Rollo was in a really enraged state. Actually, he was in a really good mood a few minutes ago. Because he had smelled the blood of horses. He saw the 3 female griffins, that were the strongest even inside the pride, fly up and imagine the horsemeat he would soon eat. It was hard to wait because he hadn't eaten horsemeat for a long time. Although he remained calm because he couldn't show an unsightly look to the remaining females, what he wanted was to go hunting with them. When would they return? They wouldn't be eating among themselves, right? While he was thinking of such things, he heard a cry. It was a rescuing request from a female. This sound was surprising enough, but the sound it heard next shocked him even more. A female of the pride was showing its cute side to someone else. He couldn't forgive it. If it was a new male, then he would pique its eyes with his beak. There was no way that the horse, that was merely food, threatened them. Rollo flew quickly. After fluttering his strong wings, he saw a shocking scene. One of the females was collapsed on the ground, and another one was crying as if it didn't know what to do. And the last one, the female he treasured the most, was letting an unknown guy ride on her. Rollo roared. His cry filled with rage shook the ground and sky. The female that requested help cheered as if telling him to come quickly. However, Rollo wasn't satisfied. It wasn't because it was afraid of the human riding on the female. The female was putting a relaxed expression and the one above her was smiling. He would take him in an instant. After throwing him to the ground, he would crush his head and chest with his beak. Rollo charged towards the human like a thunder. However, he could only turn his direction before snatching him. It was because the human riding on the female jumped up. The human couldn't fly. So he could snatch him when he landed, but this human was a bit different. He made a turn on the air and then transformed into a hawk and charged into him. He was bewildered, but Rollo rather felt pleased. Because a big hawk was more delicious than a human. In addition, it seemed like more places to eat has been added. He was planning to teach the arrogant hawk that was attacking him, the head of the pride and the ruler of the forest, what an aerial attack was. However, it seemed like the hawk didn't have any thoughts of fighting. At the moment it was about to exchange blows with Rollo, it twisted its body sideways as if running away. Rollo wasn't disappointed. Because making quick turns and chasing was Rollo's specialty. If he fled in that state, then it would be better for him because he would be able to catch up. But another disaster occurred. The hawk transformed into a human again instead of flying past him. Even before Rollo could do something, the human got on his back. Rollo roared again. He shook his body trying to make the human fall and tried to fly fast. However, the human was a bit faster. The moment he was about to flutter his wings, the hands of the human got placed in his back, and Rollo fell in a weird feeling. My strength is getting drained. His body didn't move as he wished. It didn't stop there that his rage had weirdly subsided. Although it had certainly tried to fly fiercely, he was soon flying softly. This isn't it. I can't be like this. His consciousness faded more and more. He just didn't want to think about anything. However, Rollo tried his best to get a hold of himself. He remembered the rage burning in his chest. Wake up! You are waking up, Rollo. It was when he was telling himself to wake up. A rope got laced in his neck. He was sure it was the arrogant human. But the moment it got tied in his neck, he started to think of the human as the human master. My strength is draining again. His will to resist disappeared. And the cry of the bewildered female couldn't make him feel anything. The moment the red letters turned green, Tae Ho let out a sigh of relief. He maintained the one that handles dragons that he had executed with all his strength and then took out the beast's saddle from Nur. As the alpha male was flying too smoothly, it was also easy to place the saddle on it. When the saddle transformed into a suitable size, Tae Ho found it easier to control it. Tae Ho! Haida's voice was heard from below. As he turned around while smiling in a good mood, he saw that she was waving towards him. Siri was still vigilant of the remaining griffin, but her eyes were smiling. I got him. His strength was good just like its size. Although its physical capabilities weren't as good as Siri that had transformed through the dragon wing coat, his flight ability would be a level above hers. In addition, it's cool. It had the same eyes as a bald eagle. Even though it was calm because of the one that handles dragons and the hunter's rope, its eyes were still sharp. I just have to get reins and armor for it. The three set in Dark Age were the reins, armor, and saddle. Although it was vague for the armor, if you had the reins it would become easier to control it. Tae Ho looked at the direction Rollo came flying from. Because of the one that handles dragons, he could read Rollo's thoughts a bit. It seemed like there were some female griffins remaining in this nest. Let's go down for now. It seemed like the first griffin he had caught was released from the effects of the one that handles dragons that was looking at them with bewildered eyes. He thought that he should capture Rollo and then capture the remaining female griffins or not. Tae Ho! Haida's voice was heard again. But it was different to before. Tae Ho got surprised at her yell that was close to a shout and turned to look at Haida hurriedly. Haida and even Ciri and Ragnar were looking at the same direction. It wasn't at Tae Ho but behind him. Pop-ong! The sound was heard late, just like what happened with thunders. A signal beam exploded from a far place. It was a red signal signaling an emergency. In addition, it wasn't only one. One more signal beam surged up from another place. It was also red this time. Tae Ho hurriedly turned Rollo and went to the ground. As soon as they landed, Ragnar approached and said, "It's an emergency signal." Looking that they set off at the same time, the troops that were searching the surroundings must have been attacked. It has already been a few days since Valhalla became aware of Garmar's soul fragment. It was obvious for them to search a wide radius from the remaining traces of the Great War. This place also belonged to a far place of Asgard. The closest post 2 days in a carriage to reach. The only ones that could help them right now were Tae Ho's group. We are splitting the group in two. In the first place, as it was merely searching a wide area, only lowest-ranked warriors and some inferior-ranked warriors would have been dispatched. Although there may be an intermediate-ranked warrior among them, even if that was the case, Tae Ho's group would still be of help. Tae Ho nodded at the word of splitting their group. Because it was also the most effective method for him. Ragnar got on top of Rollo. Haida transformed into a big and beautiful swan and made Ciri ride her. It was proper for Ragnar and Haida to go to different places. That's why Tae Ho, that became able to fly because of the griffin, went with Ragnar that couldn't fly, and Ciri getting on Haida was also a natural thing. Be careful. Haida left those words while looking at them and flew up. Ciri was grabbing onto Haida's neck and said something towards them really quickly. It seemed like she was wishing them to be safe like Haida. Let's go. Ragnar grabbed Tae Ho's waist. His arms were as strong as steel. Tae Ho felt a strange feeling and urged Rollo. Rollo flew up with its big wings. The traces of the Great War weren't only present in Svartalfheim but were scattered in places where Asgard was in control of, just like Asgard, Midgard, and Vanaheim. After passing through the mountains that were connected with the vast forest, a plain land appeared, as if the scene he had seen until now was a lie. This landscape was the aftermath left by the Great War. A signal beam exploded from a really far place. It was obvious that if it wasn't a warrior of Valhalla with quite a lot of accumulated runes, they wouldn't even have been able to recognize it properly. Because of that, Tae Ho felt anxious even though he was already flying at a fast speed. He didn't know who was in danger, but his heart was moved by the fact that it was fired by the warriors of Valhalla. Perhaps it may be because he had seen the warriors in the trace of Great War in Svartalfheim. The warriors of Valhalla that were prideful. Tae Ho had already become one of them. Over there! Ragnar yelled. A battle was occurring on the ground. Tens of warriors were fighting against a big monster, and you could even see 3 giants that were 7 meters tall at the center. I will take the giants. You take the sky. Ragnar spoke quickly and then loosened his arms that were holding onto his waist. Then he jumped down the moment Rollo passed over the battlefield. Although it was tens of meters high, it wasn't that big of a problem for Ragnar that had once been a top-ranked warrior. Ragnar's body, that was falling down, started to emanate white light, and that sight was beautiful to behold. Tae Ho looked below his feet instead of still looking at Ragnar. The reason Ragnar entrusted Tae Ho the sky was because the enemies weren't only in the ground. Now, there weren't only the harpies he was accustomed to, but there were also wyvern riders which he hadn't seen since Black Fortress attacking the warriors of Valhalla. Defeating them was Tae Ho's role. Let's go Rollo! If you got a new car you have to step on the pedal. Although they hadn't known for long, Rollo elevated Tae Ho from being a human to human nym, was faithful to his orders. When he spread his big wings and let out a roar, all the harpies and wyverns turned to look at them. Tae Ho! Idun's warrior! The voices of the warriors burst out. Although Tae Ho couldn't distinguish them one by one, there were many familiar voices. Tae Ho created a strong line through the charge of the warrior and looked at the ground after passing by the harpies. He could see a familiar troop flag and familiar faces. Thor's Legion. They were the lowest-ranked warriors that had taken part in the expedition of Black Fortress with him. And there was also an inferior-ranked warrior among them. Brake! U-O-O-O-O-O! Brake roared as if answering to Tae Ho's call. He, who was facing one of the giants, had small blue sparks around his body and was also bigger than the last time he saw him. Saga, he's the son of a god. He was a warrior so outstanding he was called as Thor's son in Midgard. Just like Tae Ho's saga had evolved, his saga had also done the same. Even though he was facing against 3 giants, he could know the reason Thor's legion didn't break down easily. It was because of he, who wasn't excessive to call him as a little giant, was there. Ba-bong! Thunder fell down in that instant. Everyone covered their ears at the loud sound shaking the entire battlefield and turned their eyes. It was Ragnar. He fell down from the sky like a god and landed on the ground with a loud sound. The moment his sword that was covered with white light touched the ground, one of the giants collapsed. It was completely split from its shoulder to its groin. It was a really superhuman scene. In addition, it didn't stop there. Ragnar raised his sword and yelled. Ragnar Lodbrok orders you. Warriors of Valhalla. Fight! His shout covered the battlefield. And his yell woke up the warriors. It gave courage to the warriors and gave them strength. Tae Ho admired. Ragnar's shout wasn't a saga. It was really just a shout. However, this was the results of Ragnar Lodbrok's strong charisma. Ragnar Lodbrok. The warriors of Valhalla shared. Just like what happened in Ullr's Legion, they also started to call his name. Did you see? Ragnar glanced at him. Tae Ho just smirked at his smile that seemed like telling him that he was this amazing, and then he turned his head. They were still in the middle of fighting. They could listen to the stories after the fight. Let's go first. He could do more things as he had obtained a griffin. Lance charging wasn't the only thing Tae Ho could do. The only thing that had advanced wasn't only the sword of the warrior. Saga, the charge of the warrior is like a storm. Until now, the only wind was added to it. However, it was different now. Because the storm that swept up the battlefield in the election of the national representatives wasn't a normal one. A sparking sound was heard at the wings of Rollo, that was gliding through the wind. The small sparks got connected and then mixed in with the wind. And then, the thing that was made. The thing that occurred. Thunderstorm. Tae Ho mumbled. He reproduced the battle of that day along with Rollo. Chapter 50. Rollo's flight was fierce. And the storm and lightning that followed up were even fiercer. The harpies that got swept let out cries. Their feathers got burned and they got burnt. The harpies weren't the only ones that fell like leaves. Tae Ho had also charged through the wyvern riders. As it flew like it was about to body slam them but changed the trajectory at the last moment, the wyverns couldn't withstand it. There were some that fell because they had lost balance, and there were even some that got burnt by the thunder and yelled. Rollo gained more strength the more he flew. Tae Ho scattered the storm and the thunder that was in the tip of the wings and increased his speed. Pzzzzzzzt. The remaining thunder exploded in consecution. Tae Ho cheered at Rollo's big wings and looked at the battlefield. Ragnar's sword was cutting the head of a giant. It looked like there would be nothing that the sword with white light couldn't cut. Bragi didn't stay still either. He was able to concentrate solely on the giant in front of him thanks to Ragnar and Tae Ho, and then dealt a massive blow with his big hammer. Bang! The first attack was at its ankle. The giant lost balance and Bragi crushed the knee of the giant. As the giant lowered his body with a yell, he hit his hip now. The sound of bones getting crushed was terrible, be it a human or a giant, and it also couldn't endure it. The giant that couldn't endure the pain laid down on the ground. Thanks to that, his head got low and Bragi smiled brightly and hit the chin of the giant. A cry exploded out instead of a yell. As blood started to pour down from the mouth of the giant, Bragi took a big breath. He moved to show compassion to the giant. Bang! The last attack hit in the crown of its head. The giant didn't move anymore. Phew! Bragi let out a long breath. White steam was surging from his hot body. Certainly. It really was Bragi. He wasn't called the son of a god in the mortal world for nothing. Tae Ho looked at Ragnar again. He didn't let the fact that the aerial forces and a giant, two factors that caught your eye the most, had disappeared. He raised his sword. And it was naturally followed by the gazes of the warriors and their cheers. Ragnar! Ragnar! Bragi! The warrior that rode on a Valkyrie. The warriors yelled the name of the new warrior and a nickname. Tae Ho, that was called with the long nickname, let out a laugh and turned in the air. There were some monsters that had lost their will to fight, that gave up on fighting and started to flee. It was a complete victory. Tae Ho! The call that was like thunder came from Bragi. Even if that wasn't the case, Tae Ho was going to land on the ground, and then he landed next to Bragi. Bragi. Bragi started to laugh refreshingly when Tae Ho called him, and then he turned to look at Rollo and asked, "And her? To which legion does this Valkyrie belong to? Is she from Idun's legion?" Bragi even bowed towards Rollo while waiting for an answer. It seemed like he completely thought that it was a Valkyrie. However, Tae Ho answered with warm eyes. "No, it's just a griffin." "What? It's not a Valkyrie?" "It really is just a griffin. In addition, it's a male. Impossible. Then you aren't the warrior that rode on a Valkyrie anymore?" "It wasn't a Valkyrie." "You are too much." The warriors near Bragi started to say. Just what was too much? Anyways, Tae Ho. It's an important thing. We can't stop here. Bragi took one more step towards Tae Ho and said hurriedly. His eyes and voice were completely serious. "What are you talking about?" Ragnar, that had soon approached them, asked naturally. Bragi looked at Ragnar reflexively and then cheered with round eyes. Ragnar Lodbrok. Right, I'm Ragnar. So speak. Why can't you stop? Originally Ragnar would have accepted Bragi's surprise, but they were in the middle of a battle right now. As Ragnar came out heavily, Bragi also got a hold of himself and said quickly. We found a thing called Garmar's soul fragment. However, we found it at the same time the giants did. Are you saying that the giants have already retrieved it? It's a bit different, but it's similar. Anyways, they left some forces to stop us, and that force was the one we just fought against. Looking at how he spoke, it seemed like they were chasing at Garmar's soul fragment as a competition. We did a request for assistance, but it's not the time to be waiting. We have to chase them immediately. Bragi pointed a direction with his hammer that was stained with the blood of a giant. The majority of the monsters were fleeing to the same direction. As Bragi and the warriors finished their explanation of the situation, they turned their bodies to depart. However, Ragnar grabbed him. What about the scale of the enemy? Simply chasing them isn't always the best option. If it was someone else, he would have just ignored him. But these words came from none other than Ragnar. Bragi seemed to have endured himself and answered quickly. It's similar to the ones that were here. Wait, then what did they move for? If they had a force like that, wouldn't it have been better to massacre Bragi's force? Bragi hit his chest as if Tae Ho's question made him frustrated. Ugh! The fragment of a soul is moving. Precisely speaking, it's stuck on the head of a hog. It was a bit difficult to understand, but Ragnar seemed to have understood it. He nodded and said, "So the beast transformed because of Garmar's soul fragment, so you are saying that not even the giants could completely capture it? They may still be chasing it by now. Let's hurry. If it's like Bragi had said, we still have a chance." Ragnar got on Rollo right after that and grabbed Tae Ho's hip. However, Tae Ho looked at Bragi and the others instead of flying up. Although the situation was urgent, the difference in mobility was too big. Did he have to go first with Ragnar and buy time? It seemed like Bragi felt Tae Ho's worry that he brought out bones of a monster from his waist and spread it on the ground. Tangjoster. When he yelled a weird name, the bones that were on the floor started to connect with each other and formed the shape of a small goat. And when Bragi took off the leather that was covering his shoulders and put it on top of the bones, a surprising thing happened. The bones and leather got connected and flesh started to be created inside. It then became a real goat and then transformed into a huge goat in an instant. The goat was so big that several warriors would be able to get on it. While Tae Ho was looking at the goat with a dumbfounded face, Ragnar let out a low exclamation. Impressive. For an inferior-ranked warrior to have Tangjoster. Tangjoster was one of the treasures of Thor's legion that was said that it was able to revive itself countless times if you just had its bones and leather. It was a bit terrible to say this, but there was a time that they traveled with Tangjoster and fed on it as they could revive it whenever they wanted. The Tangjosters Thor's legion had wasn't only one. But even if that was the case, it was too precious a treasure for an inferior-ranked warrior to possess it. You could know with this how extraordinary of a warrior Bragi was and how Thor's legion thought of him. Bragi's mood turned good at Ragnar's admiration and then rode on Tangjoster. Followed by him, 7 warriors that looked especially strong hung on its back. We will go first. Some of you will stay back to treat the injured and the remaining one shall follow us. Oh. The warriors replied at Bragi's order. Lastly, Bragi looked at Tae Ho and Ragnar nodded. Tae Ho made Rollo depart. Rollo flew up high. Tangjoster crossed the land with a speed that didn't lose to Rollo. And how much had passed since that? Tae Ho, that was looking at a far place, could discover the enemy forces. He also heard Bragi's voice from the ground. Over there. A hog that was as big as Tangjoster was lying down on the ground, and orc shamans were gathered near it. Just like Bragi had said, almost 100 monsters were along a giant. The giant, that you could know was the leader at a glance, looked at them. The monsters also started to raise their voices and took on fighting postures. Tangjoster raised its speed without a hint. Ragnar glared at the armored giant and then spoke towards Tae Ho in a low voice. It's only the giant. I will entrust the rest to you and Bragi. Ragnar? Go to the fragment. I will take the giant. Ragnar threw himself into the air after yelling just like he did in the last battle. Tae Ho looked at the ground while throwing the lingering attachments. Bragi's group started the fight while still being on top of Tangjoster. It seemed like they didn't fear anything even though they were 20 times their number. Tae Ho! We are going to the hog. Bragi jumped down Tangjoster and then started to charge towards the hog. Thor's legion. Destroy the monster. Oh! The warriors that were riding Tangjust started to throw their axes or fire arrows while circling around it. Tae Ho looked at Bracky, that had an axe and a hammer in his hands, and thought of the machine that cut grass. Although it was a weird comparison, his reckless charge towards the monsters and cutting them down was just like that. Ragnar started the battle with the giant. He took a peek with the eyes of the dragon and saw that it was weaker than the one Raskrid had fought, but it was by no means easier to handle. However, the one battling was none other than Ragnar. Tae Ho focused on his fight once again. The orc shamans surrounding the monster hog started to hurriedly recite chants. Although he didn't know what they were doing, it didn't seem good to leave them alone. "Let's go, Rollo!" Rollo answered with a big cry at Tae Ho's order. Tae Ho grabbed the executioner's sword after passing over the heads of the monsters in an instant. He swung his sword in consecution on top of Rollo that was flying low, and the orc shamans didn't have a means to resist him. Rollo was certainly an alpha male that led a pride. It didn't simply fly, that it could run on the ground with its 4 legs, and it even started to take down the orc shamans with its sharp beak and claws. As the number of the orc shamans got halved, a change occurred from the hog. The hog that was breathing roughly raised all of its furs and rose up and then started to bite and crush the orc shamans. "Quan!" The monster hog roared. Just like Garmar's soul fragment was in the trace of the Great War, the chest of the hog was dyed in blood. It checked the battlefield with its yellow eyes and then focused his target. It was towards the one charging towards it. Bracky! Tae Ho called Bracky. Even the monsters that had gathered to stop Bracky, however, they scattered because of the monster hog. However, Bracky didn't stop. He also charged towards the hog and raised his hammer high. Tae Ho! A big thunder. It was a sudden request. However, Tae Ho seemed to have understood it a bit. No, he felt like he just had to do it even if he didn't know what he was talking about. "I'm going." Saga, the charge of a warrior is like a storm. Rollo, that had Tae Ho on top of him, passed over Bracky. He spread a thunderstorm and Bracky got satisfied. He laughed and activated his saga. Saga, thunder enters his hammer. It was a thing of the past. However, Bracky remembered clearly. The day that a rainstorm fell down. The day that the rage of the god of thunder fell from the sky. He was fighting against a huge monster. It was a terrible bear monsters that were made by the shamans. The moment Bracky's hammer hit the chest of the bear, thunder fell down. And the thunder that fell down from the sky finished the bear. It was a coincidence. However, Bracky didn't think it that way. And the ones that had been present that day also didn't think that way. He believed in the miracle that happened in front of his eyes, and that was made as a story and transmitted. The hammer that calls for a thunder. The one that has been blessed by Thor. Yo-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh. A thunderstorm entered Bracky's hammer. Bracky, that was swinging thunder and lightning that was even bigger than his hammer, made him resemble the god of thunder Thor. The monster hog tried to stop its charge. But it was too late. In addition, Bracky wasn't planning on letting the hog go at all. Bang! The attack hit the mouth of the monster. Thunder exploded and the monster hog let out a cry and fell sideways. The monsters froze at the amazing sight. However, Bracky cursed inwardly. He had attacked with all his might, but he wasn't able to beat it. In addition, he wasn't in a good state. Thanks to the blow that contained the thunderstorm behind it, there was an aftershock in his body even though it was strengthened. It seemed to be temporary, but his arm didn't move at all. The monster hog that had become bloody raised its head. The monster that became mad because of the pain tried to crush down Bracky, however it could. He would die. It was for a moment, but he did think of that. Thanks to that, Bracky just glared at the monster instead of closing his eyes. But he could see it because of that. He could hear. The thing that crossed the sky. The small voice that was heard like a miracle. It's fine, Braque. This wasn't the end. There's still more remaining. Because Kolstad's storm hit twice. Saga, Dragon's Charge. Braque looked at the second thunder. He saw the beautiful trajectory that was drawn in the sky. The thing that fell down was a thunder. Draconic ballista. Bang! A loud sound exploded with the thunder. The monster, that was hit on its side, rolled on the ground roughly. It could stop after rolling for a while and crushing down the other monsters. It was the result made by one lance charge. Braque admired the miracle that occurred in front of his eyes. Amazing! Tae Ho heard his yell in the sky. He didn't use the sword piece on purpose. The heavy lance got destroyed and Tae Ho's right arm wasn't fine either. If it wasn't for Aiden's blessing, his arm would have been twisted or broken even if it was strengthened by the runes. Rollo let out a groaning sound while fluttering its wings. The attack was that powerful. But it was enough with this. The satisfied Tae Ho looked at the ground again. He saw Braque that was running to retrieve Garmar's soul fragment, Ragnar that had slain the giant, and the warriors of Thor's legion that were driving Tangjuster recklessly. That's why he could see it. Ragnar, that had slain the giant, opened his eyes widely and looked at the sky and then turned to look at Braque and yelled. Braque! Stop! How? Tae Ho also looked at the sky and could know then. A black calamity was approaching. Chapter 51. The giant of the night, Avalt, was inside the darkness. However, he could see several things at the same time. One of the 5 commanders of the Magician King, Utgard Loki. That name wasn't low at all. It was a place a normal giant couldn't climb to at all. Because of that, Avalt recognized his allies. Although each of them had their own defects, they were strong enough, even when taking those into account. The giant of strength, Harad, disliked Avalt. And it was the same for Avalt. However, just like it was said previously, they recognized each other and they had a comradeship, even though it was weak. Because of that, he was feeling regret. We were too rash. He knew what had caused that one big mistake. And the Magician King was not responding to it. It would be that he didn't tolerate 2 mistakes. He would have wanted to make some achievements, even when forcing it. Even though it was a compliment or a scolding, he must want the attention of the Magician King. The giant of strength, Harad, was strong. If an existence like him moved, Asgard wouldn't stay still. His existence could be felt from a distant place. So hurry up. Finish it quickly. Retrieve the fragment of soul and return. The giant of night, Avalt, spread the darkness. It hid the existence of the giant of strength when he descended to Asgard, even though it was by a small amount. Heda climbed to the chest of a giant and then looked at her surroundings. They had won the battle. She could arrive on time and defeat a giant, and the warriors of Valhalla defeated the monsters. Ciri had also performed well. After she had a short conversation with an inferior-ranked warrior of Thor's legion, she started to approach Heda. She already knew the general situation. It was because she had overheard the conversation Ciri and the inferior-ranked warrior had. The sensitive ears of a Valkyrie could differentiate several sounds ringing in the battlefield at the same time, one by one. And the place Tae Ho went to would also be fine. Based on the words of the inferior-ranked warrior, the best forces had been gathered there. In addition, Ragnar was with them. Although he had retired because of a fatal injury, he was still someone that had once climbed to the top rank. He would be able to crush down ordinary danger. That's why she was able to do it. She pressed down her anxiousness, and it wouldn't be too late if she flew again along with Ciri and the warriors. But it was at that moment that Heda raised her head and knew. That was why she was shocked. How? How did an existence of that caliber dash? Ciri became flustered at Heda's sudden change, but then she wore the same expression. It was because she could also feel it. Even if one wasn't a Valkyrie that gods were dependent on, the uneasy aura could still be felt. It felt like that strength was enough to cover the entire plains. The warriors of Thor's legion turned to look at the same direction at the same time. They could also feel it now. Even if one was dull enough, they couldn't not know about it. A storm was approaching. It could only be expressed that way. Tae Ho. Haida, who yelled like thunder, couldn't endure it anymore. She jumped up and transformed into a swan. Even before Siri could yell something towards her, she had already flown up high. Please, please, please. Don't let Tae Ho be at that place. Let him be at a distant place just like Siri and the others. Haida's wings started to move faster, and golden light started to shine on the tips. That had been a really sudden change. The sky had been dyed in black, as if an eclipse had occurred. The ground shook. The ground, which was already devastated, started to scream. He could see it, but he couldn't react. It seemed as if time had stopped. A black meteorite fell to the ground. It was just like looking at a star falling down. There was no sound, nor an explosion. It just existed there on the ground. Giant. The one that looked down at everything and the ones that were as proud as the sky. It was a black and red giant. It was really tall. It seemed to be the same size as the giant that had appeared in Black Fortress. However, they weren't the same. Different from the lowest-ranked giant, which seemed to have been made by gathering rocks, it couldn't be compared to the complete giant in front of them. It was a workpiece made to have a shape that could exert the most strength, and the most battling one. Its shoulders were broad and its arms were hard. The muscles that showed from beneath the black and red armor resembled metal. His eyes were burning from between the helmet, which had no decorations or symbol. The giant of strength, Harad. One of the fingers of the magician king. Thor's legion, that was running to that side, stopped in their tracks. They couldn't charge forward anymore. They could only stare, as if they were looking at a fierce storm. And that was lucky for them. Because they couldn't reach the battlefield. Because they could distance themselves a bit more from the giant. The giant swung his arm. It was a light movement. However, the ground and the sky shook with just that. What exactly it did couldn't be grasped, but the result was in front of them. Tangjastra disappeared. Precisely speaking, it broke into pieces and was scattered. The warriors riding it disappeared along with it without even being able to scream. Brackei couldn't breathe. He couldn't even feel that he was out of breath. Just what had happened? What was the existence in front of their eyes? The giant looked at Brackei and swung his arms again. Brackei couldn't move. It was the same for Rollo and Tae Ho. The battlefield had stopped excluding the giant. Brackei was fated to disappear just like the Tangjastra. If only he wasn't in this place. There was no sound. However, the ground split up. The strength of the arm that was swung by the giant got offset and was dispersed. When everyone had stopped, he moved. He stood in front of Brackei and swung his sword. The crack had been made like that. Brackei could finally breathe. Rollo, which was falling from the sky without strength, also got a hold of itself and started to flutter its wings. Tae Ho also breathed roughly and looked at the one that stood up against the giant. Ragnar Lodbrok. The giant of strength, Harad, spoke. Ragnar smiled faintly. You are crazy. For you to come here yourself. You have fallen down. The giant of strength recognized Ragnar. It was impossible to not recognize the top-ranked warrior that had battled in the Great War, and there was also his legend in his times as a Viking. That's why he couldn't act, even though time was precious right now. He put on a smile that had joy and compassion behind it. Ragnar Lodbrok had fallen. He was too weak. In addition, Tae Ho and Brackei didn't know, but Harad did. Ragnar was now at his limit. Even though he had merely faced inferior giants, he was already exhausted. He did have the strength, but he couldn't display it properly. That was the reason why Ragnar could only retire. There's no time. Ragnar and Harald thought the same thing. However, the meaning was different. Harald needed to hurry. And Ragnar had to extend this confrontation for as long as possible. The two exchanged glances. Ragnar and Harald laughed together and moved at the same time. Bang! Harald's fist hit down the hog, and the hog was extinguished at his attack. Its leather and muscles burnt down and Garm's soul fragment also disappeared, as if it had evaporated. The fragment that was stuck on its head rolled on the ground. Ragnar swung his sword. Although he was at a distance that wouldn't reach the giant, it did. The force, which could only be expressed as a sword slash, aimed for the arm of the giant and prevented him from picking up the fragment. Run! Ragnar smiled bitterly and said. Harald swung his fist once again as Bragi couldn't react. The ground exploded. The monsters near it got swept up with just the wind generated. Ragnar picked up Bragi, who was standing dumbfoundedly instead of resisting, and started to run. He entrusted his body to the wind. And the giant started to chase Ragnar. The chasing speed coming from its huge body was amazing. Ragnar Lodbrok. He had fallen. He had already retired. But his head still had value. The legendary head of the Viking king could become the best offering to the magician king. Harald's fist hit the air again. Bragi got a hold of himself at the feeling that a huge hail was approaching. Actually, Ragnar wasn't that different. However, he rolled his body instead of breaking down at the hail. He tried to create some distance while riding in the wind. Ragnar surged high into the sky. Harald glared at the sky, and the monsters that were unable to breathe properly fell to the ground. And Rollo fluttered its wings while it began to lose consciousness. Ragnar! It was Tae Ho. He controlled Rollo with the one that handles dragons. He made Rollo fly up forcefully and tried to grab Ragnar. Tae Ho extended his hand. Ragnar looked at his hand and then looked at Tae Ho's face. He was smirking, even though it was a serious situation. You really are extraordinary. At the very least, Sigurd. He wasn't someone that should die in this place. He couldn't die. Flee. Ragnar spoke again. He threw Bragi instead of grabbing his hand. Tae Ho stumbled while grabbing Bragi reflexively and then hit his chest lightly. Ragnar! Tae Ho yelled again. Ragnar smiled and turned back. He threw himself towards Harald, just like Tae Ho could do. He would save Tae Ho and Bragi. He would also stop the giant from taking the fragment of a soul. And he would buy as much time as he could. Harald swung his fist once again towards Ragnar. It was different from the ones until now. There was a strong force behind the wind. This time it could really be said that the hail could destroy everything. Ragnar breathed out. He swung his sword, trying to find an opening in the hail. And then he passed through it like a lie and landed on the ground as if he was dancing. How much could he endure? How many more breaths did he have? Harald used a greater strength. His underlings started to descend from the sky. Just what the hell was happening when he had just come to catch a griffin? Ragnar opened his lips and then whispered while storing the strength of magic. He told Tae Ho, who didn't flee even though he was told to do so. It was the first thing Tae Ho asked when they first started with the classes. If the intermediate rank is the stage where you handle the strength of a god, what did you do at the superior and top rank? It was still too early. Even more than he thought. But the situation was special. It wasn't the time to be saving it. I will teach you, the strength of a superior ranked warrior. The new boundary he would have to face then. Harald's strength had become the best. The fire that was covering his entire body made him look like a god of fire. And Ragnar raised his sword against Harald. He used the white strength of a god, the strength of the king of gods, Odin. The inferior rank is the process to reach the intermediate rank. It was also the same for the intermediate rank. It was all to reach the superior rank. It didn't only stop in inserting the strength of a god in your weapon. It even surpassed the level of holding it in your body. The origin of the strength of the warriors of Valhalla was their saga. They added the strength of a god to their stories, led their sagas to a higher place, passing through the anecdotes, surpassing the legend to finally reach the myth. Mythology ranked saga. King of Vikings, Ragnar Lodbrok. On top of the destroyed land, on the traces of the Great War, another myth began. He was an exalted king. He was a brave navigator that had sailed to seas no one had ever dared to, and had never been defeated once until Odin called him. People remembered him, and those people transmitted his name to the generation to come. The start of the Vikings. The king of all Vikings. He carried a big and round shield in his back, and held the Viking sword Ulfbert with a hand. The blue and red pigments painting his face made him look more flashy. Ragnar took a deep breath. The cold air reaching his lungs made his head clear. His eyes resembling a wolf that held mysteriousness and madness flashed. A face was drawn in his face. He the one that was an explorer, plunderer, warrior, king, navigator, farmer, and a strategist. The image people believed in, imagined and remembered became one and created the first and most powerful Viking. The current Ragnar was in existence like that. It has been a really long while. Nearly 100 years. It was the first time after the Great War. The giant of strength Harald shivered and then smiled. Although he had come to this battlefield as if being chased with anxiousness, he was still a warrior. Now that he was facing a great warrior, he had also become a great warrior. Red and black fire surged up from Harald's body. The hymn that was behind his fist was difficult to imagine. Damned! Ragnar cursed like a joke. It seemed like he looked at another place for a moment and then charged forward. Ragnar! Harald laughed freshly and punched. Ragnar also swung his sword. And at that moment Tae Ho could know why this battle had reached the boundary of mythology. Quagagagagang! An earthquake shook. The ground split tens and hundreds of times with the epicenter at the center. The monsters that were near it got swept up and got shredded. This wasn't a fight between individuals anymore. They would have to rewrite the map because of this one attack. The aftershock of the attack also affected the air. Rollo, that had lost consciousness for a moment, let out a cry but then regained consciousness. It got pushed back because of the rash wind. Ragnar cursed while being inside the big dust cloud that arose. The clash just now wasn't simply an exchange of a fist and a sword. It was a competition of complicated and mysterious techniques that had the essences of the both of them melted in it. Bang! 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 A loud sound exploded in consecution. The fist of the giant of strength were able to shake the ground and sky. Just looking at strength, he was the best among the 5 fingers of the magician king. Ragnar was small and he was big. However, this wasn't a problem anymore. Harald's fists were precise and Ragnar dodged Harald's attacks with his senses that were as sharp as a sword. He fended off his fists with the Viking sword and at the same time threw the axe he had taken out. It was small but strong. Not even Harald could see the meteor-like attack easily. The axe that had grazed Harald's waist split the ground with a white light. Smoke surged up from Harald's waist instead of blood. Nearly 10 seconds. However, after the battle that was enough to kill thousands of people, Ragnar let out a curse. He had already reached his limit. He didn't even have the strength to use the small stories inside the big ones. It was really awful. He just had to stall for time, but he couldn't even do that. The only way was to win with one attack. One sword. Ragnar distanced himself from Harad. It was a really short interval, but it was enough with that. Ragnar prepared the best attack he could execute now. But Harad also felt that. It was a terrifying thing. Even though he had fallen, he was still the Viking king. Even though the attack Ragnar was preparing wasn't executed, it still made Harad really nervous. Because of that, Harad moved faster. He remembered the fact that Ragnar wasn't a simple warrior but a king, and then attacked. What he fired was red and black fireballs. And the strong wind that was like a hail was added onto that. It wasn't towards Ragnar. Thor's legion. The small existences that were overwhelmed at the mythical scene that was occurring in front of them and at Harad's appearance. It was also a gamble for Harad. If Ragnar ignored his attack, he wouldn't be able to dodge a fatal wound because his defenses were low for having executed the earlier attack. Ragnar moved and Harad smiled. The black fireballs got cut off. The hail-like wind got split in two and scattered. The warriors of Thor's legion realized instinctively that death had just passed in front of their eyes. Ragnar was standing in front of them while holding the Viking sword Ulfbert. Ragnar couldn't ignore them. Because he was the Viking king. He was someone that led warriors. Ragnar closed his eyes and forced a laugh. His strength left his body. His mythical ranked saga was leaving his body. Damn it! He couldn't beat Harad. Although he had spent quite a lot of strength, that was all. If he had chosen to attack instead of defending. Ragnar threw away his regrets. He saw Harad that was rushing at him. He looked at him extending his fist while laughing and said as if lamenting, "I told you to flee." Ragnar's eyes moved to the sky. At that moment Harad could know. Harad's eyes moved upwards. It was also to the sky. He saw the thing that was falling down towards him from the sky. Harad swung his hands. The black fire became raging billows and covered the sky. However, the arrow coming from the sky didn't stop. Who? Ah! Who? Ah! Bragi breathed out weirdly. It was a method he had come up to not get buried by the myth in front of his eyes. The raging billow covered them. Just a normal billow was terrifying enough, but this one was made of fire. But they couldn't dodge it. They had to overcome it just like they did so for a storm. Saga, he's the son of a god. Saga, thunder gets immersed in his hammer. Bragi jumped down from Rollo. He charged into the raging billow and swung his hammer that had thunder in it. The thunder opened a path. Although it merely split it for a moment, it was enough with that. Go! Bragi fell and yelled. Rollo passed through the path of flames along with Tae Ho. Saga, charge of the dragon. Harad stopped his charge and stepped on the ground. And then he extended his fist. It was an attack that could split the sky in two. It was impossible to face him head-on. Just like I expected. Tae Ho jumped down from Rollo. Rollo drew a sharp trajectory like planned and moved to Ragnar, and Tae Ho twisted his body in the air. Chant! He fluttered his wings after having transformed into a hawk. He passed over Harad's fist that was covered in flames, and that made him think that he was riding on a wall. It was hot. No, he felt like dying. He felt like Tae Ho's existence was getting crushed just by being close to him. But he had to endure it. He activated the strength of a god. Idun's power covered Tae Ho's body. Hada's blessing that remained in his forehead protected him. Tae Ho fluttered his wings again and flew. Rollo was being controlled by Ragnar. Bragi fell to the ground after having become a mess, and then Tae Ho realized. They couldn't escape. Dodging Harad was impossible now. Harad had already pulled his fist back. Even if he flew up like this, he would only get crushed by his fist. Haida. He got some strength just by thinking of that name. Tae Ho cursed himself, saying that he was crazy, and charged forward. Whether he became porridge or rice, he could only attack now. Chant. He yelled and transformed to a human again. He could feel Harad's eyes chasing him back. Tae Ho ground his teeth and activated the strength of his saga. Saga, immortal warrior. Saga, the charge of a warrior is like a storm. He gripped the sword piece. He tried to kick the air while being followed by a thunderstorm. Right then, when he was about to yell Haida's name for the last time, "I will help you," Gi-Bulg's piece, that was in his waist, moved. It entered Tae Ho's hand by its own. It wasn't the time to understand it with his head. Tae Ho grabbed the piece of Gi-Bulg tightly. At that moment, white light started to be emanated from the piece. Shining spear. The incomplete thing was certainly Gi-Bulg. Tae Ho could feel Siu Chuluin. Perhaps it may only be playing his memories again. However, he could know what he had to do and how he should use Gi-Bulg. He kicked the air. He threw himself to the ground and fired Gi-Bulg with all his might. He felt like his left arm might explode. Gi-Bulg emanated a strong light. Bang! Gi-Bulg hit Harad's right shoulder. The strong force of destruction that was inserted by Skathak, the queen of the land of shadows, was activated. A white light started to shine in the shoulder that it had hit and gulped down the black fire. Ragnar opened his eyes widely. And Harad was also shocked. Tae Ho cheered in the middle of his pain. But it only lasted for a moment. Harad teared off his shoulder. He had cut it down with his left hand. He got rid of the force of destruction along with his right arm and then gritted his teeth and laughed. A fierce fire surged up. Tae Ho couldn't listen to the sound made when Harad's right arm fell. Ragnar's yell and Brake's despair also didn't reach him. Tae Ho, that got bounced back, rolled on the ground. The bones of all his body got crushed. He coughed out blood while laying on the ground. His left arm that he had used to throw Gi-Bulg didn't move, and he couldn't even feel it. Tae Ho rolled his eyes while being absent-minded. It seemed like veins had exploded, that his vision was red. He could see Harad approaching him. Haida. His lips didn't move. He felt like Idun's blessing was barely holding onto his life. It was the same as Black Fortress. No, it was worse than that. He didn't even have a piece of a golden apple now. Harad clenched his fist. Haida breathed roughly. Sweat flowed down like rain. Idun's blessing had activated from a place not that far away. There was only one person in this land that could activate Idun's blessing. No. It was the first time since that day. He couldn't repeat what happened on that day. Haida turned back to a Valkyrie from a swan. Rather than cursing at her immature self, she tried to bring out a greater strength. But right at that moment, Haida turned back reflexively. She started to let out tears of joy unconsciously. Ragnar ground his teeth. Even though it was hard to even stand, he was raising his sword. Because he couldn't let him die in this place. He wasn't someone to die here. He opened his mouth to try to get its attention for even a moment. He was even planning to tell him to kill him first. But then Ragnar saw. He laughed pleasingly with his mouth that was about to yell angrily. Harad, though, in the middle of his strong pain. He had to kill him. It wasn't because he had inflicted a wound as big as this. He didn't know into what he would turn. He didn't know how Gi-Bulg had appeared or how he could use it, but he had to finish him here. Perhaps it may be more important to do than killing the already broken Ragnar. The unknown warrior. He was covered in a golden light as he was dying. He was sure that the blessing of a god was holding on to his life. He would kill him. He would remove a root that would be a calamity in the future. But right before he swung his fist, Harad turned to look back. Tae Ho vomited black blood. Idun's blessing took care of him. Hada's blessing was trying to extend his life however it could. Saga, immortal warrior. Tae Ho opened his eyes again. His vision was still blurry. However, he could vaguely hear through his ears. Tae Ho understood why Harad hadn't finished him off, and why Braki was cheering like that. In a distant place, where Hada was supposed to be, the sound of thunder was approaching. Chapter 52. They could only stop. It was impossible to ignore the sound of the thunder regardless of what they were doing. It would be good to call it the instinct of the giant. Perhaps it was also a fear that was engraved in his soul. Because the thunder was like that. The giant of night of Alt let out an exclamation. Even though he was looking from a distant place, it still made his body turn stiff. Harad. They had wasted too much time. No, the opponents had reacted too fast. But it was meaningless whichever it was. Now wasn't the time to be thinking like that. Harad. Flee. A vault spread the darkness of the night. The giant of strength Harad looked backwards. He could hear the lightning flashing from inside the black clouds. Harad curled himself. He hurriedly turned his fist that was about to hit Tae Ho and defended. It was the right decision. Because lightning was always faster than thunder. Ba-bong. Thunder hit after the lightning. It crossed the cracked ground and blue thunder fell. Clouds were gathered in the sky. And he was standing in the middle of the rough wind. Hello. The greeting that seemed to be a mumble was heard too clearly. The god of thunder laughed like a man, suitable to be the strongest warrior in Asgard. He, that had already closed in Harad, swung Mjolnir. Short and fast. But like the beginning of the world. The strength behind Mjolnir hit Harad's domain. The ground exploded once more, and Harad's huge body got sent flying hundreds of meters. Quagagagagang. Thunder fell from the sky as if chasing Harad. A pure white light exploded and called for a thunder. Thor looked at Harad that was being pushed back. A curtain of the night appeared in the air and was covering Harad. It was the power of the giant of the night, of Alt. He wanted to make him return however he could. But Thor saw that and didn't let it go. Sparks appeared in his blue eyes. Then, blue thunder started to explode from his body. That was his strength. And also the strength Mjolnir had. Thor threw Mjolnir. The weapon that was made with the Uns was like a thunder of a god itself. Thunder fell down from the sky once more. It was just like declaring that all of this territory belonged to Thor. Bang! 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 The thunder pierced the curtain of night. It teared up the darkness. The giant of night of Alt cursed. He despaired at the strength of the really strong god of thunder. The giant of strength parried Mjolnir with all his strength. The sky and the ground cried in pain because of the aftershock generated by the clash between Mjolnir and Harad's fists. Harad roared and Mjolnir and Harad's fist bounced back at the same time. Mjolnir returned back to the hands of its owner. Black smoke surged up from Harad's fist, instead of red blood. Ah! Ah! Harad sighed and admired. He had determined himself. He would die by fighting. He wouldn't flee. How could a warrior flee from this place? He was the giant of strength. In the first place, fleeing didn't suit him at all. He couldn't imagine himself dying with his back turned. Everything was a mess. He couldn't retrieve the soul fragment. Couldn't kill Ragnar and also couldn't trample on the root of the future. It was a really grim failure. If it was the giant of night of Alt, he would be analyzing even in this moment. How did Thor arrive so fast? Was there no method to flee? A method to trick his eyes? He was someone he didn't want to see. He didn't suit with him, Harad, at all. However, just like Avalt did, Avalt also recognized him. Because of that, he requested in a low voice to give him strength. To let him fight on the last battlefield with all his strength. No, it wasn't the end. It wasn't the last. Because he would fight against the god of thunder with all his strength. Harad laughed. But the giant of the night didn't curse out. He just closed his eyes and moved his fingers. He controlled the threads that were on the tip of his fingers and retrieved the curtain of night that was meant to hide Harad. Instead, he gave more strength to Harad. The Black Knight took shape. It became the right arm of Harad. Through gripped Mjolnir. But he didn't charge towards him immediately. He was just glaring at him with his eyes covered in sparks. He was waiting for him. As expected of the god of battle of Asgard. The great warrior that leads Valhalla. Harad clenched his fist that had black smoke surging from it and then expressed his last manner to his lord. My king! Observe my last battle. He retrieved his fist that pierced through the sky and looked at the front. He created big black fire that resisted against the thunder. I'm going god of thunder. He could guess the reason why Thor had pushed him back with the first attack. It was to protect them by getting them far away. He wanted to match him. He wanted to the favor for having waited for him. But he couldn't. Because he was the giant of strength. He was a commander of the magician king, Utgard Loki. He would make an achievement. He would make a situation that was a little bit more favorable for his lord. He would sweep them all up with the aftershock of the fight. He would trample on the root of the future along with Ragnar. Harad charged forward. The body of the huge giant was enough to cross the plains in an instant. Thor read Harad's intentions. And because of that, he made thunder explode and charged towards him. His red cape fluttered. Quagagagagung. He covered the sky and the ground with thunder. It seemed like the white and blue light that exploded was enough to make you blind. Bragi looked at the thunder and lightning and cheered. The knocked out Rolla was luckily rolling in a far place. Ragnar spat saliva mixed with blood and woke up the warriors of Thor's legion. Although they had their hearts and souls taken by the mythological scene occurring in front of them, the voice of the Viking king Ragnar still worked. Thor was pushing back Harad. Ragnar spat out once and was about to go to Tae Ho. However, he stopped before he could take 2 steps. Although he was covered in thunder so you couldn't find him easily, he stopped because he saw a white swan covered in golden light descending towards the ground. Fall back. If you get swept, you will die. Ragnar urged the warriors of Thor's legion again, that were absent-minded. Before he returned, he looked at the place the swan descended once more. It seemed like he would go deaf because of the thunder. The red and dim vision became darker every time. He would die like this. Even if it was Idun's blessing, it still had its limits. However, Tae Ho didn't let go of the thread of consciousness he had left. Even though he knew that it wouldn't be painful anymore if he let it go and that it would be more comfortable, he didn't do so. It wasn't his strength alone. Hada's blessing that was added every night became an anchor for Tae Ho. He closed his eyes. He was losing the senses in not only his arm but his entire body. He couldn't hear the thunders anymore. But he heard another thing. Something soft touched his cheeks. Warmness spread at his senses that were numb. A moist aura of life passed from his dry lips. Hada. He could see Hada's face from beyond his dim vision. It seemed like she was crying and also angry. Don't die. Hada yelled sharply and hurriedly moved her hands. She sucked the coagulated blood in Tae Ho's mouth and then stole his lips. She placed her lips on Tae Ho's, that were a bit open, and gave him the best blessing. Tae Ho opened his eyes. However, they had lost focus. They were dark eyes that seemed like life was going to get turned off soon. Haida breathed. She extended her trembling hand and then took out a piece of a golden apple from her waist. She chewed it herself for Tae Ho, that didn't even have the strength to close his mandible, and kissed him again. She pushed the crushed apples with her tongue. Tae Ho gulped that down. It was really slow, but it passed through his throat. Vitality started to return in Tae Ho's eyes. Haida cried and smiled. She put the remaining piece of a golden apple in her mouth and delivered it to Tae Ho again. It would be different from that day. She wouldn't lose again like that day. Haida touched Tae Ho's face. She placed her lips again on his and started to cry golden tears. The sound of thunder was heard from far away. He could also hear warm whispers from far away. It seemed like everything was beyond a curtain. Haida. Tae Ho could somewhat guess what had happened. The best god of battle of Asgard he saw the first day he entered Valhalla, the god of thunder, Thor, had come. It seemed like Haida had also come. Although he didn't know what she did, he was sure that his body was recovering. They had come to catch a wild griffin, but what the hell was this? Tae Ho thought the same thing as Ragnar and dropped his shoulders. Because whatever the case, it seemed like it had been solved. I can just leave the giant to Thor. Although he was a bit worried about Ragnar and Braki, he felt like they would be fine if it was them. But rather, the one he was worried about was Rollo. Let's wake up. Maybe he had eaten a piece of a golden apple that his body was recovering quickly. He had to open his eyes quickly to make Haida relieved. However, he couldn't open his eyes. The sound of the thunder was too far. It seemed like Haida's breath and warmth was blocked with an unseeable wall that he couldn't reach it. How so? He got scared. What if he had brain paralysis? That his body was alive but his consciousness wasn't. No, there was no way. If that was the case, he wouldn't even be able to think right now. And in the first place, didn't the warriors of Valhalla go to Valhalla to become steel warriors when they died? How pretty. She is almost Master's equal. But of course, Master is much prettier. A voice was heard from behind. Only then did Tae Ho realize that he was standing inside the darkness. And he had certainly heard the voice that was heard behind him before. In the memory he saw through Gibalg. No, before he rolled on the ground, before he threw Gibalg to the giant of strength. I will help you. Tae Ho turned back. Just like he had expected, a handsome man was standing in the darkness. And it wasn't a darkness anymore. It was a green plains that was below a bright sky. The man that was standing in the middle of the plains was wearing white clothes. He was holding a white spear with one hand, and he was putting a charming smile while looking at Tae Ho. Nice to meet you. Aaron's successor that will receive everything from me. Sorry? As Tae Ho asked back at the nickname he hadn't even thought of, he slightly frowned. And then he mumbled in a low voice as if he didn't have any choices and said directly. I see you Chulain will become your teacher from now on, but... The Prince of Light, see you Chulain. The great warrior of the destroyed world, Aaron. He extended his hand towards Tae Ho. Chapter 53. Tae Ho frowned. And he thought about the situation and the place he was in right now. Is it something like a consciousness? Or a meeting or a conversation occurring in his heart, just like what commonly happened in mangas or novels? Gibalg had Siyu Chulin's soul in it, and that soul was talking with Tae Ho inside of his heart. Although it was all a guess, he could somewhat draw the situation in his head. In the other hand, Siyu Chulin frowned and looked at Tae Ho. Then he nodded as if he understood and put on a calm smile. Of course the current situation should be bewildering to you. Just the fact that you are facing none other than me, the Siu Chulatin of the Red Branch Knights. I understand that you aren't able to calm yourself. Tae Ho couldn't react at the misunderstanding. However, Siu Chulanin felt that it was also because of his nervousness that he continued speaking. But you should calm down and receive it. You are Aaron's successor that was selected by me, Siu Chulanin. Tae Ho thought what he should answer for a moment. Did he have to say that he didn't know him well just like what he did with Ragnar, or did he have to pretend? Wake up, please. He heard a voice at that moment. Tae Ho flinched and looked at his surroundings. He was sure it was Haida's voice, but it wasn't heard near them. From beyond the curtain. He was sure it came from outside. There was anxiousness mixed in Haida's voice. Do you not know about me? Siu Chulayan opened his eyes sharply and asked. It seemed like he was facing a person who couldn't believe what was happening. No, I do know you. Tae Ho answered and then bit his lips. Haida got on his nerves too much. He wanted to wake up a bit faster to put her on ease. But even so, he couldn't just ignore the man in front of him. Honestly speaking, he didn't know much about him. Because he had only heard the simple details from Ragnar. The strongest and greatest warrior of the destroyed world, Aaron. Although it was merely a sentence, the contents of it couldn't be ignored at all. Although he didn't know well, he was sure he was a hero comparable to Ragnar. And that great hero was telling him that he would become his master. In addition, he had said that Tae Ho was the successor that would succeed everything. I'm getting a feeling. With game terms, he had gotten a great hidden quest. So he had to continue speaking with him for now. I'm sorry, Haida. I will finish the fastest I can and return, so wait a bit more. Tae Ho that had decided his mind took a deep breath and faced Siu Chulanin. He was putting on a confused expression but then shook his head and fixed his posture when he saw Tae Ho's attitude change. Good, let's talk about me later. The time is limited. I will speak of something more important now. The distance between Tae Ho and him closed. The two of them were facing each other behind a big tree. They were 3 or 4 steps from each other. Siu Chulayan said with a serious face. Warrior of Valhalla. I'm already dead. The one in this place is the remnants of myself, that is inside of the fragment of Gibolg, you can call it as a soul fragment. Originally, I tried to leave all of my memories and consciousness behind, but Gibolg got destroyed in the last moment, so it turned out like it is now. Although Siu Chulanin was certainly a great warrior, he also had talent in magic that he had several mysterious magic. The reason he left behind his soul in Gibolg at the last moment wasn't because he was afraid of death. It was because of the responsibility resting in his shoulders. You have discovered a fragment of Gibolg. And Gibolg also recognized you. Because of that, it can be said that I also recognize you. He couldn't say that it was mere coincidence. If they weren't worthy at all, they wouldn't even have been able to discover Gibolg. I will become your teacher and transmit everything from Aaron. So, warrior of Valhalla, gather the remaining fragments of Gibolg from the traces of the Great War. The fragment that is with you will tell you the path. It wasn't only to return Gibolg to its original shape. There were the fragments of soul of Siu Chulayan in each fragment. Siu Chulayan was currently unstable. Just like it was a fragment, there were also defects in his memory. If he wanted to transmit everything about Aaron, he would have to regain his complete memories first. Siu Chulayan looked at Tae Ho's eyes and then the scene changed. It was a battlefield. There were black spots as if there were missing holes in his memory, but he could recognize the battlefield. The Great War. The only way to express the festival of gods. What Tae Ho witnessed was an explosion of a force. The great explosion didn't simply stop at destroying the geography. It didn't only destroy space but also twisted the world and made countless cracks. The battlefield that had turned to pieces followed the cracks that got made like that and scattered throughout the world. Tae Ho could realize why there was a trace of the Great War in the boundary between Asgard and Midgard, and not only in Svartalfheim. So that was why. The reason why he also discovered Garmar's soul fragment in Asgard. It was the same for the unknown sword piece in Gibolg. Their surroundings changed to a plane again. Siyu Chulin grabbed Tae Ho's shoulders. Complete Gibolg. And find my master, Scathach. At that moment, strong desire appeared in Siyu Chulin's two eyes. Tae Ho, that had seen part of his memories, could think of the cat-eyed lady with black hair. Siyu Chulin loved her. However, telling him to find her wasn't because of a love he couldn't fulfill. It was for a real completion. The day Eren got destroyed, many things got destroyed along it. Even the last survivor of the Red Branch Knights, Siyu Chulin, could be said as the successor of everything left. But he hadn't really received everything. Get the teachings of my teacher. Then you will be able to succeed my legions and Tuatha De Danann. My legions and Tuatha De Danann. It was the first time Tae Ho heard those words, but he could vaguely know what they were because of Siyu Chulin's memories. The race that could be called as the owners of the destroyed Eren, Tuatha De Danann and their gods. And the strong human race, the Milesians, that drove Tuatha De Danann to the underground. The only thing Siyu Chulin could transmit was the power of the Milesians. To receive the power of Tuatha De Danann he needed the assistance of the Queen of the Land of Darkness. Their surroundings changed again. It was the world filled with darkness. We don't have time anymore. I will wait for our next meeting. Siyu Chulin looked at the sky with dim eyes. Tae Ho could hear Haida's voice that was interrupted. But I can't just leave the successor I have just met empty-handed. Siyu Chulin laughed and then grabbed Tae Ho's hands. Tae Ho looked at him reflexively and flinched. It was because he had closed the distance in an instant and placed his lips on Tae Ho's forehead. It was certainly a blessing. No, it had to be. Siyu Chulin looked at Tae Ho that was bewildered and then smiled as if he was also bothered, so he let go of Tae Ho's hands. Eren's strength will accompany you. Siyu Chulin was covered in darkness. Tae Ho also closed his eyes. He could hear Haida's voice. Tae Ho! He opened his eyes. Then let out a breath. Haida was right in front of him. Even though she was crying, she was still pretty. Her golden eyes were brilliant but sad as the morning glory. Haida! He let out his voice. And then Haida's face distorted. He started to smile and then embraced Tae Ho's head strongly. It would have been nice if he felt something soft and warm, but it was hard because of the armor and it hurt. However, Tae Ho let out a small smile. Even though he didn't have strength and it hurt, he realized that he was alive. Looking that the senses were returning to his body, it seemed like Haida had given him a piece of a golden apple while he was speaking with Siyu Chulin. Wait, how did she feed me? He must have lost consciousness and wouldn't have been able to chew properly. There was something he remembered. Perhaps it may be his body remembering it. However, he couldn't remember how it felt. He just felt that it was unfortunate. Ba-bong. Right then the world got dyed in white along a thunder. The transparent barrier that was covering Haida and Tae Ho shook violently. Haida embraced Tae Ho even tighter and Tae Ho could somewhat realize the situation they were in while being pressed with the armor. The god of thunder, Thor. He was executing his last attack to the giant of strength Harad with the strongest weapon in Asgard, Mjolnir. The thunder ripped off the darkness and the fire. The sound of the thunder faded away. As the world found its light again, Haida slowly let Tae Ho go. She looked at a distant place and then put a bright smile. Thor will come. Ragnar is also safe. He wanted to ask about Brake but his lips didn't open. It seemed like he was really exhausted. Rollo should also be fine, right? Thinking about it, they had gotten swept by all of this when they had come to obtain Rollo. Tae Ho let out a sigh of relief. Although he felt sorry for Rollo, it meant that the situation was so chaotic it made him have such thoughts. The surroundings turned quiet. A thunder exploded out just like the storm after the calm, and then it seemed like even the wind was silent. However, that didn't last long. It was because the cheers of the warriors of Valhalla was heard. Thor. Thor. God of Thunder. Father. Looking at the last shout, it seemed like Braki was also fine. I'm glad. Really glad. Heda smiled brightly after speaking in a low voice and then placed her lips on his forehead again. It was to give him the blessing of a Valkyrie. But it was at that moment. The moment Heda placed her lips on his forehead, she flinched and trembled, and then blinked with a surprised face. It wasn't because she felt the scent of an unfamiliar man from Tae Ho's forehead. It was because he felt something strong that was added on top of the blessing of a Valkyrie. And Tae Ho could also know. What Siyu Chulian gave wasn't a simple blessing. Because I can't leave you empty-handed. The thing he left, what he transmitted to Tae Ho. Siyu Chulian didn't speak empty words. He really passed over Aaron's power to him. Yes. Aaron's power that was comparable to Asgard's power. Heda turned her head again. Ragnar and Thor were approaching. Chapter 54. Tae Ho. Heda. Ragnar. They were more glad to see Ragnar rather than the sense of incongruity towards Tae Ho that Heda smiled brightly and answered to his call. Ragnar was running towards them with a frowning face. It seemed like it was even hard to run like normal. Pant, I'm too decayed. Ragnar barely managed to reach them and cursed out. It was because Tae Ho was lying on Heda's lap. However, his eyes were laughing compared to his eyes. He clearly showed that he was happy that Tae Ho was alive. Ba-bong. Right then, thunder fell down. Heda and Ragnar turned their eyes hurriedly, and Tae Ho also turned his head with difficulty. That was the case? The policy of immediate destruction Odin laid down. Ragnar said in a low voice. The sound that was heard seemed to be made by destroying Garmar's soul fragment. Heda, Thor is coming. Ragnar added in a low voice and fixed his posture. Heda pressed Tae Ho's shoulders slightly as if it wasn't necessary to stand up and looked at Thor that was coming to them. Thor flew with his red cape fluttering and then landed a bit far away from them and started to walk towards them. He was certainly being considerate about the dust flying because of him. He's really delicate. Heda smirked and mumbled in a low voice. Thinking about it, Heda had said something similar the first time they met. He has a lot of affection and is a considerate man. And then Thor finally entered Tae Ho's eyes. He was a handsome beauty that had perfect muscles to the point you could call him a moving sculpture. He who had gold hair and beard was wearing silver and black armor and leather pants, but his arms that were like steel were showing up, so it took your attention away. So that is Mjolnir. A throwing hammer that had a short handle. The way it looked was really simple. It seemed like it was a rectangle with a handle in it. However, Tae Ho stopped breathing the moment he activated the eyes of the dragon. Thor and Mjolnir were both amazing. Mjolnir's letters were obviously rainbow-colored, but it was emitting a strong light, perhaps for having shown its strength recently. And Thor was more than that. He could see his name and the green color because he clearly knew that he was an ally, but that was all. Well, it's obvious. Because Thor wasn't a normal god. He was the god of thunder that stood on the peak along with Odin and was the best fighter. Heda. Thornim. As Thor greeted her with a smile, Heda slightly bowed and greeted back. Looking at Thor's expression, it seemed like they were quite friendly. I'm greeting Thornim. Ragnar Lodbrok. It's been a while. Ragnar hit his chest twice as if expressing his manners to Thor, that greeted in joy. And then Thor also hit his chest while laughing. Right, is this Idun's warrior that's rumored that you treasure him? When they finished the greetings, Thor looked at Tae Ho lying down in Heida's lap and asked, "What should I say? Did he have to stand up now?" But it was hard. Honestly speaking, he had barely managed to call Heida before. Perhaps Heida had felt Tae Ho's conflict that she pressed down his shoulder once again and then nodded with a flushed face. "You are still cute." Thor laughed and looked at Tae Ho again. "Idun's warrior, I heard that Ragnar is teaching you. This is a really rare case. I'm waiting for the day we stand on the same battlefield." His smiling face was really friendly. As Tae Ho expressed his thanks with his eyes, it seemed like Thor had understood that he made a light gesture with his hand and let him rest. Then he looked at Ragnar and Heida and said, "I want to have a deeper conversation with you, but I know there are more warriors that need help. Also, I will have to report what happened to Father the fastest I can. It's unfortunate, but we will leave it to another opportunity. Thank you for assisting us." As Ragnar expressed his manners again, Thor shook his hand as if that wasn't the case. "It was an obvious thing. I'm the one that should be thankful to you and Idun's warrior. Thank you for protecting my warriors from the giant of strength." Thor moved his eyes to look at Brachii and the warriors of Thor's legion and grabbed Mjolnir tightly. "Heida." Heida blinked her eyes as if she was surprised that she was called and then pulled herself a bit backwards and exposed Tae Ho. And then Thor lowered his posture next to Tae Ho and hit Tae Ho's shoulders lightly with Mjolnir. "Idun's warrior, my blessing shall accompany you." It was Thor's blessing. A spark and small blue thunder appeared in Tae Ho's shoulders. How glad. Tae Ho thought of Siyu Chulin's blessing and got relieved, and Thor seemed to have read that expression as thanks and laughed again. "Then, let's meet in another occasion." Thor finished saying his farewell and then walked a few steps and flew up. He raised Mjolnir and yelled, "My warriors! Let's meet in the residence again. For Asgard and the 9 planets. Thor! Thor! For Asgard and the 9 planets." The warriors of Thor's legion raised their weapons and cheered. Thor swung Mjolnir for those warriors and then turned his body and flew away. The sound of thunder getting farther away was really pleasing. "He's still the same." Ragnar, that was looking at Thor like a mountain getting farther away, smiled bitterly and said. Heida also smiled and then looked down at Tae Ho. "Now rest. Sleep well." Although he had regained consciousness, he was too tired. In addition, it seemed like it was thanks to Heida, but it was really comfortable and warm even though he was lying on the ground. But Tae Ho grabbed his consciousness, fading away forcefully. He still had something he had to do. Gi, Balg. Ragnar hurriedly understood his meaning as he mumbled in a low voice. "I will take it. I will be able to discern it even without your eyes of the dragon, as it had emitted a strength like that." Heida couldn't see how Tae Ho used Gi Balg. Heida opened her eyes widely at Ragnar's answer but didn't ask any questions. She caressed Tae Ho's head as if telling him to sleep. "Sleep." Ragnar also spoke, and then Tae Ho closed his eyes. He thought about Rollo briefly, but he really was at his limit. "Let's sleep." Tae Ho loosened his body. And Tae Ho had received a full-body anesthesia once. A surprising experience that he received the drug, lost consciousness, and when he woke up several hours had passed. It's the same. He slept really deeply to the point he didn't even dream. Tae Ho opened his eyes slowly and then put on a smile unconsciously. It was because he saw Heida falling asleep while sitting on the bedside. This scene made him happy just by watching that Tae Ho just stayed down. And after some seconds Heida raised her head, perhaps for having felt something. Heida wiped the saliva from her mouth as if she wasn't fully awake, and she stuttered for a moment and got aware of Tae Ho's gaze. If you woke up you should have told me." "Really?" It seemed like she was quite embarrassed that her stuttering was really cute. "I should have." Tae Ho answered shamelessly, and Heida flushed even more. It was really nice to see this scene, but compared to before, there was a voice cutting in. Do it in moderation. We are also here. Ragnar's voice was heard from behind Haida. Followed by that Ciri's voice was also heard. Tae Ho, drink some water. Ciri approached while laughing and gave Tae Ho a glass of water. Tae Ho got up without much difficulty for having slept deeply and then looked at his surroundings and received the glass. Thank you, Ciri. It seemed like they were at a hunter's hut or something of the sort. The group was gathered in a small wooden house that didn't have any separations. The fire burning in the stove made the air warm. I heard that it was a really big battle. I'm glad that you aren't safe, Bug. I'm glad that you are alive. Ciri retrieved the empty glass and smiled bitterly. And Tae Ho could also smile back. You too, Ciri. Because she had also been on the battlefield. Well, I feel like being alive. Tae Ho closed his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. After drinking cold water, he felt like his head had become more clear. Ragnar, what about Gi Bolg? I brought it. After he asked the most urgent thing, he lightly shook Gi Bolg's fragment. Even when he looked with his eyes of the dragon, there seemed to be nothing wrong. Phew. He was glad. He was worried about losing it because the ground was a mess after all those earthquakes, but it really was Ragnar. Ragnar placed down Gi Bolg's fragment in the table next to Tae Ho with a sound and then started to speak about other things. Garm's soul fragment was destroyed by Thor. The members of his legion returned back and the giant got taken care by Thor. What about Rollo? Rollo? The griffin we caught. You already gave it a name? Ragnar laughed as if it made no sense and Tae Ho quickly shook his head. No, it already had a name when I looked with the eyes of the dragon. The wyverns he had rode on the battlefield didn't have any names. Already having a name proved that Rollo was special. Anyways, the griffin is sleeping outside. It's really exhausted, but it isn't that hurt. I'm glad. Yeah. They had gone to that place to catch Rollo, but if it died it would have been for nothing. Tae Ho and Ragnar shared the same thought and smirked while looking at each other. This time Haida was the one that shook her head and then she grabbed Tae Ho's hands and said, Tae Ho, what about resting a bit more? I'm fine. Look at me. That's obvious because you ate a piece of a golden apple. Ragnar said once again with a taciturn voice. He had his doubts, but he had really eaten the piece. Thank you, Haida. Huh? Yeah. It was a normal thanks, but Haida flushed as if she was embarrassed. And she even dodged Tae Ho's eyes for some reason. So the maybe became a really. The way she fed him the piece. However, he couldn't remember clearly. Anyways, let us ask something as you are fine. Ragnar, that was sitting down, fixed his posture. And his eyes and his voice weren't joking like before. What happened since you were out? Haida looked at Tae Ho. Because she was the first to felt a sense of incongruity. Tae Ho touched his forehead before answering. He felt another force than Haida's blessing. Ragnar didn't urge Tae Ho. Haida also waited for Tae Ho while grabbing his hands. Tae Ho gulped dry saliva and looked at Ragnar's and Haida's eyes and spoke. I met the Prince of Light, Siu Chulain. Aaron's successor. Rhaegar said in a low voice after listening to Tae Ho. His voice was mixed with wonder and lamentation. In the other hand, Haida blinked with a really surprised face and then asked after approaching Tae Ho. Really? Siu Chulain really told you that? Yes, he also said that he would become my teacher. It was all true. In the first place, he didn't have a reason to lie to Haida and Ragnar. Ragnar. Haida turned to look at Ragnar. It seemed like she was asking what they should do. So that was why. Ragnar nodded slowly instead of answering and turned to look at Ciri. Ciri, what we spoke up to now is a secret belonging to Aiden's legion. Can you keep it? Yes, Ragnar Nim. Ciri nodded with a stiff expression. It wasn't that she would betray Uller's legion only for Ragnar. Each legion had secrets that couldn't be revealed to other legions. Keeping it should be something obvious for a warrior. Yes, thank you. Ragnar caressed Ciri's head once and then looked at Tae Ho again. I will first say the most urgent thing. It seems like you are aware of it, but Siu Chulanin left you a power. You are talking about the Geas, right? Right, it's Aaron's force that's comparable to the saga of our Valhalla. Ragnar spoke to that point and then paused. He smacked his lips as if wondering what he should say and then continued speaking. Tae Ho, do you remember my explanation about Geases? You said that it's a method that gives you strength instead of a restriction. It's just like you said. What Siu Chulanin left you is a sentence of a Geas. It's like an empty contract to make a new Geas. The saga was the life of a warrior. Because of that, every warrior had different sagas. And it was the same for the Geas. Because it was like a warrior's pledge. It wasn't something others could decide for you. I will tell you as your teacher. Seal the Geas for the moment. It's not something that should be used too hurriedly. I spoke about many things with Ragnar while you were asleep. I also think that it's still too early. Haida stepped up. Ragnar looked at Tae Ho's eyes fixedly and said, the Geas gives you a greater strength the stronger the restriction is. Because of that you can become strong quickly if you use a strong Geas. But it's too dangerous. Just like it's a strong restriction, it's also hard to keep it. In addition, the counter-reaction that happens when you don't keep a strong Geas is also big. I know a few warriors of Aaron that had perished because of the Geas. You could become strong quickly, but it was that much dangerous. Compared to that, the saga that was something you had to keep accumulating anecdotes was close to being progressive. Although your growth may be slow, the base it gave you was solid and the danger was also low. However, it's true that the Geas is a useful power. If you use it in a suitable level without being too greedy, it will be of great help to you. But just like I said at the start, it's too early for you. Tae Ho was a warrior of Valhalla. In addition, he had an unparalleled saga that was never heard of. It was true for him to prioritize the saga instead of the Geas. First, grow your strength as a warrior of Valhalla in your saga and the power of a god. Rather than using the Geas now, using it at a later time will be more effective. Do you understand? Yes. Tae Ho also understood what he was saying, that he simply nodded. And then, Ragnar turned to look at Ciri. Ciri should be fine because she's an exemplary student. Yes? As she asked back unconsciously, Ragnar softly caressed her hair and then asked Tae Ho. Right, what do you think about seeing a myth-ranked saga? It really seemed like mythology. A saga that was added the power of a god. The power that reached the boundary of mythology after having passed the normal legends. Right, but it's a boundary you should reach one day. You have to surpass it. Because it's the power of a superior ranked warrior. Then, the power of a top-ranked warrior is obviously a secret. Skipping the grades 2 times is enough. Ragnar shook his head bluntly and then smiled again. Now that it turned like this, I will train you with the myth-ranked saga as the objective. Use the Geas after you have reached the myth-ranked saga. I understand. The myth-ranked saga was the power of a superior ranked warrior. Although he would soon become intermediate ranked, it was a power the inferior ranked Tae Ho couldn't see lightly. But not even Tae Ho or Ragnar thought like that. Because he would surely reach it in no time. Explain it to Ciri too. We will talk about Gibalg and Siu Chulamin when we return to the residence. Even if that wasn't the case, Ciri, that was curious as to what they were talking about, flinched. Ragnar patted her head once again and stood up. Ragnar? I will take some air for a bit. Ragnar gestured with his hand to Heda and thought while getting out of the hut. Amazing. Although he had spoken calmly, each and every word was impressive. The Geas, that was the power of Eren. Siu Chulian, that was the strongest warrior of Eren. Skathak was alive. The weapon of the destroyed planet was waiting to be revived in Tae Ho's hands. In addition, what Siu Chulian had said with his own mouth. Eren's successor. The one that will inherit the power of the Milesians and Tuatha De Danann. And one more weapon that hadn't revealed its identity. I will go crazy. Just thinking about the myth-ranked saga that Tae Ho would reach someday made him excited. It would be good to call Tae Ho's saga as already being mythology itself. Then what would happen if that saga turned to become mythology ranked? And if Eren's power was added on top of that? It was night outside the hut. The cold night air was good to clear your head. What do you think will be the best? The words Heda had asked. Perhaps I may have to upgrade the adjustments a bit. A smile appeared in Ragnar's face. And the myth-ranked saga of Ragnar Nim. Ciri said in a low voice while breathing roughly. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were looking at a distant place. Ah! For his name itself to be a saga, how cool! She was completely dreaming. No, she was a girl that had fallen in love. Tae Ho looked at Ciri smiling merrily and asked Heda in a low voice. She is Captain Ciri, right? That seems to be the case. Heda laughed soundlessly. It was funny to look at Ciri's transformation. Cheer up, Rolf. Because Ciri's feelings towards Ragnar should only be admiration. That would probably be the case. Right, probably. Rolf? There's someone. My comrade that belongs to Uller's Legion. Tae Ho explained about Rolf in moderation and then checked on Ciri and looked at the sky. It was because he remembered something after thinking of them. Now that I see, Heda. What are our plans for tomorrow? Originally we were planning to stay here for a few more days and train, but we will return to the residence immediately. Although you look well because of the golden apple, you still need stabilization and rest. You are forbidden to train and everything for a moment. Looking for Gibalg also comes after you rest. You just have to rest for a few days, okay? Her last sentence and eyes were quite firm. However, Tae Ho grabbed her hands instead of answering and said something else. Then Heda, what about sightseeing with me now that we are resting? To Anaheim. The place Ciri had said to go with Rolf. If he would be resting anyways, it would be better to rest earnestly. Heda blinked with a surprised face at Tae Ho's request. And? Why are you that excited? I'm not. I'm not excited at all. Chapter 55. Why are you that excited? I'm not. I'm not excited at all. I'm not even going to make a lunchbox. Heda got serious and said. Ragnar thought of her as a thief that got caught herself and laughed and then lowered his posture and looked upwards. And of course, the thing he was looking at was Heda's face that was trying to look calm while hiding her embarrassment. Heda. In the end she broke down when he called her. She covered her face with her hands and Ragnar laughed and waited for her. Ahem. How many minutes had passed? By the time the air outside the hut started to feel cold, Heda lowered her hands. Although the tip of her ears were slightly red, she was putting on her usual expression. Ragnar, that still had the same posture, shook his head a few times and then touched her with his elbow. If you calm down, let's speak seriously. Although he hadn't brought it out in front of Ciri and Tae Ho, Gibalg and Siu Chulanin weren't the only important things. And Heda also knew that fact fully well. As Ragnar said in a low voice, the atmosphere around Heda turned stiff. I have already told you, but the giant of strength Harad appeared. Just like Harad knew Ragnar, Ragnar also knew Harad. The giant of strength Harad, one of the 5 fingers of the magician king Utgard Loki. The giant kings that existed in Jotunheim wasn't only the magician king. But because of that, it wasn't that Harald represented Jotunheim because he admired the magician king. But still, it wasn't that he was weak at all. To face the giant of strength Harald, you needed a warrior that was above the superior rank and had a lot of experience and was also strong. I don't know if it was an independent movement or he received orders, but whatever it is, it's certain that the giants care about Garmr's fragment too much. Last time, giants that had nearly reached the inferior rank had appeared. If they were meant to search a wide space, that was the most adequate. But Harald, that was said to be one of the strongest among the superior ranked giants, had appeared. It was enough to overturn the value Garmr's soul fragment had in an instant. In addition, Odin has ordered to destroy it immediately. If the enemy gathered something, then gathering something for themselves was the most normal thing. However, Odin had ordered to destroy it. There was a high probability that had done this, taking into account that it may be seized back by them. Heda let out a long sigh at Ragnar's gaze and then dropped her shoulders and said, "This is also like you have said before. I'm wondering if it's one of their plans to wake up Fenrir." The warriors of Valhalla heard that they were gathering Garmr's soul fragments to wake it up, but the Valkyries had heard more than that. Starting for now, searching won't be that easy. There were no intermediate ranked warriors among the warriors of Thor's legion that were searching. Most of them were lowest ranked warriors, and there were also some low ranked warriors. But they couldn't do that anymore. Now that Harald had appeared, a giant at the same level may appear at any time. That side could only increase the quality of their forces. It was a hard thing. It wasn't because both sides had stepped back from the front lines since it had begun adhering. It was because their strongest forces were glaring at each other while no one being able to move rashly. Taking out forces from the front lines to search wasn't easy. But even so, maintaining the same method they had used was also hard. Heda forced a smile and said, "But Ragnar, they overdid it too much, right?" "Right, that's what's fortunate. Even if it's the giants, they wouldn't be able to spend giants on the level of Harald that easily. Perhaps it was a timing game. And one that spent a lot of mental power at that." Ragnar also dropped his shoulders like Heda did. His mouth was biting a cigarette, who knows when he took it out. Heda looked at Ragnar's side look and then said something. "What do you think about Siu Chulain? You met him once, right?" Erin's destruction and the Great War were connected. Ragnar, that was a top-ranked warrior, stood on the same battlefield as Siu Chulain several times. He was an outstanding guy. When I met him, he had a really malicious air in him because of the situation, but he wasn't a bad guy. Even though he had an arrogant side, that was because he was Erin's greatest warrior. I think that much is obvious. The man that didn't only lose his lover, his family, and friends but also his world. Siu Chulain in Ragnar's memories was a lonely predator filled with malice. But even so, he had a cool head and leisure that was capable of thinking of his allies and read the flow of the battle. Erin's successor, Heda said in a low voice. There was excitement she couldn't hide in it. Ragnar placed his eyes on top of Heda's. It's still too early to get excited. I'm saying until gathering more pieces of Debog and obtaining more information. Those were calm words. Heda looked at Ragnar's hand that seemed to be covering hers and laughed lowly. It seems like those are empty words. Because there was also excitement in Ragnar's eyes which he couldn't hide. Ragnar laughed and fixed his cigarette. It's a surprising thing. It was a really amazing thing. He could vaguely grasp the reason why Siu Chulain chose Tae Ho. He probably didn't have an option. But even so, it wasn't that he chose anyone. Because there are no coincidences in the story of a warrior, Debog and Tae Ho would have been attracted to each other. The Geas wasn't Erin's only power. It didn't mean that even its legacies disappeared just because it got destroyed. Aaron's weapons, treasures, and the warriors of Aaron that were still alive. Ragnar closed his eyes. He pushed aside his thoughts about Aaron for a moment and then thought about Tae Ho. Marvelous guy. The talent was one thing, but his mentality was also strong. Ragnar? Haida moved her fingers and asked. Ragnar grabbed Haida's hand tightly like a joke and stood up. Well, let's go sleep. You have to depart early in the morning. Ragnar turned off the cigarette he hadn't smoked much. Haida just looked at him and then asked carefully. Ragnar, are you really alright? The last day of the Great War, Ragnar's body and soul was broken. He wasn't a top-ranked warrior anymore. But he had used a myth-grade saga. Although it was for a short time, he had fought with all his strength. Ragnar laughed soundlessly at Haida's question. He then turned back and patted her head with his big hand. Sleep. He left his last words that were more from a father rather than a friend and then entered the hut. And the next morning, the group that had gotten out of the hut moved to Valhalla hurriedly. Although the group got bigger thanks to the 2 female griffins he had caught along with Rollo, there was no big difference in their traveling speed. Rather, if it wasn't for Rollo's injuries, they would have reached Valhalla faster. It took 2 days to return, just like when they went to that place. They parted ways with Ciri in the hall of Valhalla, and when they returned to Idun's residence it was late in the afternoon. After the group finished a quick dinner, they decided a new nest for Rollo and the 2 griffins and then had a quick sleep. And the next morning. Haida, did you sleep well? Yeah. And you? I also slept well. You could clearly see that the both of them didn't have any sleep. First, the black spot below their eyes was the same. That's some bullshit you are saying. Ragnar clicked his tongue in unsatisfaction and said. And then Tae Ho got surprised and looked at him. Ragnar, you are also coming? Was he going to follow them? Ragnar faced the strong rejecting eyes and put on an even more unsatisfied face. I will only go to the entrance with you. If you really want to enjoy Anaheim, you have to go alone. The real Anaheim. However, Tae Ho didn't get extra ideas. He turned to look at Haida and said. Then, let's go. To Anaheim. Haida rowed the wooden boat to a different direction than usual. It was because they were moving to a completely opposite side to the Hall of Valhalla, that had the space doors installed in it. Ragnar acted like a spoiled father that was following the date of his daughter, but he disappeared as soon as they reached Anaheim. Thanks to that, Tae Ho could face the second group with a light heart. Tae Ho. Captain Ciri. Tae Ho discovered Ciri at the entrance of Anaheim and laughed. It was because none other than her was putting on a skirt. But of course, it wasn't a dress like what the Valkyries wore on the banquets. It certainly was quite pretty. Certainly, she's pretty even if she decorates herself a little. She was a real beauty, only that she didn't decorate herself. As Tae Ho was looking at her with admiring eyes, someone said with a regretful voice next to her. I'm also here, Rolf, that seemed to have been picked all night by the people that knew him, presented himself. It feels like it's been a really long while. I feel the same. While actually it has only been a week. Hey Denim. Ciri, that was laughing at Rolf's conversation with Tae Ho, expressed her manners to Haida that was standing without knowing what to do. She was always wearing armor and a head decoration that represented Valkyries. She was different today. Although she didn't particularly dress well, it seemed like her atmosphere had completely changed by not wearing armor. The warrior that came to play with a warrior. Rolf mumbled in a low voice as if he was surprised and then looked at Tae Ho with eyes filled with admiration. Anyways, let's depart. Captain Ciri and Haida have come to Anaheim already, right? Only once. I only know the market. What? You? A rough voice broke the sweet voices of Haida and Ciri that were filled with embarrassment. As he turned to look, he saw someone he was glad to see, but not today. Bjorn? In addition, he wasn't alone. The warrior that had a Valkyrie meet him. The warrior that rode on a Valkyrie. Pant. Is he the warrior that came to play with a Valkyrie? The warriors of Uller's legion and Thor's legion that he had seen the face of several times were looking at them and were shocked. Bjorn looked at Ciri and Heda alternatingly and then looked at Rolf and Tae Ho with cold eyes. So you even broke the promise of last time. There was a reason to it. From now on I won't be as tactless. Tae Ho, Rolf. His voice was so cold that others may think he was breaking off ties with them. Ah, no. Rolf mumbled in a low voice. It seemed like he still had many regrets towards the fun night with Bjorn. However, Bjorn turned back coldly and then crossed his arms in the shoulders of the other warriors and yelled. Now, let's go. To enjoy the real Anaheim. Oh. Bjorn and the other warriors ran towards the alleyway that seemed to be shining in red. Tae Ho looked at their back dumbfoundedly and said. Brackei was also there. Did he come out as soon as he returned? However, Ciri put on a disinterested and hard face just like the one she put on the battlefield and then hit Rolf's shoulder. Rolf, if you want to go you can, . No, I'm fine. I like being here much more. As Rolf smirked, Ciri also loosened her expression. Tae Ho grabbed Heda's hand instead of making fun of the two of them. Let's go. Half of Anaheim was an amusement center and the other half was an arena. Because of that, the place Tae Ho's group could go to was the market, that occupied 1/4 of the entire place. Ragnar sat in a wide and long chair and looked at a far place. The place his eyes reached at was Heda, that was laughing at trivial matters. It was a nice to see smile that used to put a mate up once since that day. They are playing well. How good to see. A voice was heard next to him. Ragnar stiffened unconsciously. It was because he hadn't felt anyone approach him. Stay still. There's no need to stand on ceremony, but. It was the voice of an old man. Ragnar breathed calmly and looked at his side. There was a one-eyed old man wearing a big gray cape. Ragnar Lodbrok meets the father of the sky. He hit his chest while being seated and expressed his manners. And then the old man, the king of gods Odin, frowned slightly. It's been a while. The black crow Munin was sitting on Odin's shoulder. Not only that, but there were several crows in the sky and the ground. There were dozens of them, but the people that passed by didn't seem to notice them. Just like the one that had 1,000 faces, he was now a benign old man. His voice and eyes were soft. Did you come to see Tae Ho? Ragnar asked carefully. Odin smiled faintly and then looked at Tae Ho and Heda and said, I came to visit as I also have other things to do at the same time. I was also curious as to what kind of person he was. There are times when I want to see the world by these old eyes of myself, and not by Hugin and Munin. How much did Odin know? Ragnar just kept silent instead of opening his mouth. Odin smiled again. Thor said that he seemed to be a warrior you treasured. I'm expecting as to what he will become. If you say so, that should be it. Odin didn't look at Tae Ho anymore. He was looking at a far place in the sky. A time where good warriors are needed is coming. I can smell the battlefield approaching already. The giants moving could also be one of the signs. 100 years had already passed from the Great War. You could already know it even without asking for the wisdom of Mimir's head or the three sisters. But we can't be in a rush. Everything has its order. Odin spoke up to there and then took a bite of a beef sandwich. It was a food sold frequently in Anaheim. This is really delicious. I will have to eat it again when I return. It seemed like he wasn't joking that he cleared the sandwich in 2 bites and then stood up. Ragnar followed and asked, Are you leaving? Having seen him from far away is enough. And didn't I say that I have something else to do at the same time? Odin could know why Ragnar was uneasy. He would have already been asked by Heda. Because of that, Odin said a few more words to the retired warrior. "There's one thing I learned by watching Zeus and his other friends of Olympus, the neighboring gods with Asgard." Odin thought of them for a moment and then smiled bitterly. Nothing good happened when gods interfered in the affairs of humans. It's better to leave them alone. Whether their will was good or bad, getting tied up with a god meant the ruin of the human. I will leave him to you for now. Let's meet at another day. Odin smiled pleasantly and then took out a hat from the air and wore it. Ragnar hit his chest first and expressed his manner. For Asgard and the 9 planets. For Asgard and the 9 planets. Odin waved lightly and disappeared just like when he appeared. Ragnar looked at his surroundings as if looking for the crows that appeared with them and then sat down in his place and looked at Tae Ho and Heda. They were enjoying themselves without knowing that Odin had appeared. Right, you should enjoy it when you can. Ragnar spoke in a low voice and bit a cigarette. He was sorry for Tae Ho, but it seemed like he would have to increase the level of his training. And the sun set and night came. Ragnar, that was waiting for the dusk, took Heda and Tae Ho as soon as the sun had set and brought them back to Idun's residence. However, Heda had a bright face as if having enjoyed her afternoon was enough, and looking at that Heda, Tae Ho could also smile back. And after 2 days Tae Ho resumed with his training. And even started to go out on expeditions a week later. 3 months like that. A short and long time passed quickly. Chapter 56. The land of the Dark Fairies, Svartalfheim, had several divisions. The shadows of the forest created by the branches covering the sky was the residence of the Dark Fairies. After leaving the forest, a wasteland covered in grey appeared, and if you went a bit more, a place called Nidavellir, that was the residence of the dwarves that were also called as Dvergs, showed up. Winter in Svartalfheim couldn't be compared to the one in Asgard or Midgard at all. The winter in the wastelands was especially harsh. The time the sun showed up was really short, and there were no walls to cover the winds. It was to the point that some may compare the wastelands at its coldest with Niflheim. However, there were some that were still fine in this harsh land. They really are amazing. Tae Ho, that was wearing the stealth cloak over the hawk wing coat, was looking at a far place while standing on a branch. It was the camp of the warriors of Valhalla that Tae Ho himself was at just a few minutes ago. The warriors of Hedmod's and Uller's legion set up a big fire and were in the middle of partying. As the search operation had no results for the past month, Valkyrie Gander had made a feast to raise their moods. Tae Ho opened his eyes sharply. His eyesight was really at the superhuman level now that he was at the level of an intermediate ranked warrior. Tae Ho looked at the warriors that weren't wearing any shirts, even though a sharp wind that could cut you was blowing, and felt cold instead of them. The past 3 months. Asgard discovered one more soul fragment of Garmr and succeeded in destroying it. You didn't know if it was lucky or unlucky that no soul fragments appeared in the expeditions Tae Ho participated in. Following Heda's words, it was estimated that there were from 12 to 14 fragments. As Asgard had already destroyed 3, there were about 10 more. How many fragments did the giants have from the remaining ones? And how many do you need to wake up the world wolf? What was fortunate was that both sides hadn't started searching for a long time. Although the giants were boldly searching for it everywhere in Asgard, they couldn't do so before Garmr's soul fragment appeared before the 100 days. As they had proceeded with caution to not let their intentions be shown, the search could only become slower. Because of that, even if the giants did have some fragments, there was a high probability for them to have few of them. That's one thing. Tae Ho took a deep breath and then looked down on the 2 objects hanging on his waist. Gi Bolg's fragment and the unknown sword piece. Based on Siyu Chulin's words, Gi Bolg was currently divided in 5. Although not even Siyu Chulinin could recognize the unknown sword piece, it was still useful like this. Because of that, Tae Ho decided to focus on Gi Bolg for now, and he could finally get some progress last night. I memorized the location of another fragment. He had met Siyu Chulian in his mind in the past month and said with a vague face. Although there were some cracks in his memories, he said that remembered something after coming to Svartalfheim and more precisely to the center of the wastelands. The temporary base of the Red Branch Knights. The Red Branch Knights that Siyu Chulian belonged in got destroyed along with Eren. However, there were some survivors. Siyu Chulian gathered them and built a temporary base for the Red Branch Knights in the harsh lands of Svartalfheim. I have engraved a returning magic in Gi-Bog in case of the worst. The fragment that has the magic letters engraved in it should have returned to the base. In addition, Siyu Chulian had said that there were relics, several weapons and treasures stored in the base of the knights. Tae Ho let out a sigh and touched his forehead after frowning. He could now feel Eren's power, perhaps for having gotten quite accustomed to the power of a god. Hey, I don't want to do this to a man either. Siyu Chulian had also frowned while giving a kiss blessing in his forehead. However, Tae Ho ended up smiling bitterly. Thanks to Siyu Chulian having blessed him in the forehead, Haida had changed places where she blessed him. He was thankful towards Siyu Chulian by many meanings. Is it regretful not being able to join the party? A voice was heard behind him. It was Siri. That was nice to see anytime, just like Haida. How can that be? Thank you for going with me, Captain Siri. That's your task. I also have to pay back the grace I received from Master. The Master Siri talked about was none other than Ragnar. He desired Siri's talent and character that much when they went to catch Rollo, but now he had taken her as his disciple. Thanks to that, Siri visited Aiden's Legion whenever she had time and received classes along with Tae Ho for the past 3 months. Anyways, why don't we prepare to depart? Siri said in a low voice and started to take off her clothes. As Tae Ho turned his head hurriedly, Siri let out a laugh and activated her Saga. Saga, the Wolf Witch. He had already seen Siri's Saga several times, but the result was different from before. It was the result of Siri's Saga having developed and had the power of a god added into it. The golden wolf standing below the blue moonlight was really beautiful. You would believe it if someone said that she was a mount of the god of hunting. Tae Ho. I will excuse myself. Tae Ho placed the beast's saddle on Siri, that had transformed into a wolf as big as a horse, and fixed his posture. As it was troublesome to fly in Svartalfheim, Tae Ho could only ask Siri instead of using Rollo. Grab on tightly, I will run a bit roughly. Siri also laughed this time and then started to run like a white silence. Different to her words, that had said that she would run roughly, she was charging softly and gently to the point no footsteps were left behind. Riding in the wasteland that was covered in white was like crossing a boundless ocean. But the closer they got to their destination, the fragment of Gi-Bog vibrated stronger and faster, so they didn't lose directions. It was when Siri rode almost for an hour with her quick feet. The vibration stopped. It wasn't because they got lost, but because they had arrived to their destination. Tae Ho got down of Siri and put away the beast's saddle. Siri removed her Saga and quickly wore some clothes. A rocky mountain was placed in front of her. Tae Ho could find the secret door easily after activating the eyes of the dragon. He placed his forehead, that had the blessing of Siyu Chulian, to the boulder and an entrance appeared with a clunking sound. It seemed to be a passage using the natural cave. When Eren got destroyed, Siyu Chulian had mixed emotions just like rage, hatred, sadness, and emptiness. The other survivors must have also felt the same, that it was kind of understandable that they built a base in this desolate place. Tae Ho made a light ball with the temporary engraving in his right hand. When the surroundings got lit up and entered tens of meters, a big cave appeared. Eren's Knights. Siri exclaimed in a low voice and looked at her surroundings. There were sculptures resembling the Knights of Eren and the gods. There were also sculptures that seemed to be gods of Tuatha De Danann. Tae Ho approached an altar that was at the opposite side of the entrance. If it was like Siyu Chulian had explained, Gi-Bog's fragment had to be on top of that. However, there was nothing on it. As Siri turned to look at her with a bewildered face, Tae Ho approached the altar even more instead of answering. Aaron's power. It was obvious. Even though it was temporary, this was still the base of the Red Branch Knights. But that wasn't all. Tae Ho felt a strong power from the altar. Gi Balg started to vibrate. No, Siyu Chulin's soul that was inside of it was trembling. Tae Ho placed his hand on the altar. Siyu Chulin's blessing that was inside of Tae Ho reacted with the power on the altar. A light exploded out. The cave that was filled with darkness got covered with a bright light. At the same time, Tae Ho and Haida could see. The shape of a woman made with the light that appeared from the altar was formed. Scat Hawk. Tae Ho reflexively called for her. The woman that had long and abundant black hair and cat-like eyes. The queen of the land of darkness that was located in the boundary of life and death. She, that was wearing the fur of a black beast, spoke up. It was a hologram that was recorded tens of years ago and not a real-time conversation. Siyu Chulian, my proud disciple. Her words were short and indifferent. The day Aaron got destroyed, the land of darkness also got destroyed. She, who was struggling to defend the land of darkness, fell in an ambiguous flow of time and in the end could arrive in Asgard. The first thing she did was to look for Siyu Chulian. She could discover the Red Branch Knights with her efforts, but it was only after Siyu Chulian and the warriors had gone to the Great War. Skathak retrieved the fragment of Gi Balg that was placed on the altar. It seemed like a joke of fate, but Siyu Chulin's soul almost didn't remain in it. If you return one day, come find me. I will be waiting for you just like I always did. Skathak's welcome ended with a sad smile. A sentence made with light and drawings appeared. Although he couldn't read Aaron's words, he felt like he knew what they meant. The map telling him where Skathak was. At that moment, Siyu Chulin's emotions bursted out. He laughed and cried. His emotions were so strong it even affected Tae Ho. Tae Ho cried a bit without him noticing. Because of that, Tae Ho and Siyu Chulian couldn't feel the change that occurred in their surroundings. But fortunately, the two of them weren't the only ones in this place. Who are you? Siri yelled sharply and turned back. Tae Ho got surprised and spread his senses. There were things that were moving in the darkness beyond the light that had started to disappear. Siyu Chulian inside of Tae Ho got enraged. Pham Hare. Aaron's old enemies that were also called as Phone Wars. They, that had harassed Aaron with countless invasion, hadn't disappeared even after Aaron got destroyed. No, in the first place they were the ones that had brought Aaron to destruction. The Phone Wars, that surged out from the seas, didn't have a predetermined shape. They were giants that looked atrocious, but there were some that didn't have a shape and some had beautiful looks of that of a god. The ones that had moved were the rock-like Phone Wars. They were waiting for someone to come to this place for tens of years. They were wondering if they could find a trace of Skathak, and they had finally succeeded. A part of the Phone Wars threw themselves to the outside. And the rest charged towards Siri and Tae Ho. It felt like the walls and ceilings were crumbling down and were pouring down. However, Tae Ho thought instead of fearing. He had to catch the ones that got outside. He had to find Skathak before the Phone Wars flocked onto her. So what he needed to do so. Tae Ho stopped breathing. He gripped the unknown sword piece and activated his strength. Saga, the Immortal Warrior. Synchro rate, 32%. The black storm that occurred from the tip of Tae Ho's hand swept up the Phone Wars. And Chapter 57. Tae Ho already had 3 masters. Haida that helped his growth in runes and magic. Ragnar that was in charge of the saga and the power of a god. Siyu Chulian that said that he would transmit the Geas and Aaron's power. There was no one that had taught him spearmanship. Tae Ho's sword was Kalsted's sword. His swordsmanship and fighting style was all based on Kalsted. Tae Ho had dug into Kalsted's sword the past 3 months. He worked hard to execute the several techniques in reality that Kalstead had used in the world of Dark Age. Ragnar and Heda helped him. Siu Chulian also grabbed some important points and advised him. Kalsted's sword that was completed inside the saga. He had vaguely followed up. The synchro rate had increased up to 32%. Saga, the warrior's equipment. What Tae Ho was grabbing was the sword of a winter wolf. It was a sword that had strong magic engraved in it, which he acquired after killing the 3 troll brothers and conquering Giant Hill. Tae Ho executed Kalsted's sword. Instead of slashing the fomors that were like rock with his sword, he aimed for the knots that connected the rocks. He slashed the fomors as quickly and naturally as water. His superhuman physique that had reached the intermediate level and the polished sword techniques of Kalstead made that capable. Bang! 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 The fomors fell to the ground and cried. The fomors couldn't catch up to Tae Ho that had become dull thanks to the snowstorm. They just got swept by the sword. Captain Siri. Siri was already getting out of the cave when he yelled. Catching the ones that had escaped was her role. Siri pulled out the big crossbow she was carrying on her back and fired quickly. The arrows that were added with the strength of the saga hit 100 out of 100 times, but there were too many fomors. Siri charged the 8th arrow after having killed 7 of the escaping fomors and perceived. The last one had already fled too far. Even if she hit it, there was a high possibility for the arrow to get bounced off. Ba-bong! A loud sound exploded in the cave. Siri ground her teeth and turned around. And just like expected, she saw Tae Ho that was breathing roughly. Siri opened her mouth that didn't want to open with a sorry face, and Tae Ho shook his head. Just looking at the 7 fomors that were on the floor, he could realize that it wasn't Siri's fault. It was unavoidable. Hurry up! Siu Chulian said in a low voice. He could feel that he was pressing down the uneasiness the most he could. Go to the treasury of the Red Branch Knights. There's an object suitable for transportation. You will be able to arrive faster than when riding on your ally. Tae Ho hurriedly made a hand gesture to Siri. After they returned to the cave again, he got led by Siu Chulian and opened the secret door of the treasury. Ha! Flashy and colorful words shined. The golden words especially blinded him because there were too much. As Tae Ho raised his hand to reflexively cover himself as if covering from the sunlight, Siri looked at him as if asking what he was doing. Tae Ho? There are a lot of treasures. Tae Ho evaded Siri's gaze that had turned a bit warm and then looked inside the treasury. There were many weapons, swords, spears and shields, but there were also several precious metals like pure gold and jewels. Because someday, Aaron was planning on making the second Ulster. Cuchulainn said in a bitter voice. He was filled with prostration as if he had thought about his allies of the Red Branch Knights. The thing you should take is the boat over there. Skabatoon. It was a long boat that didn't have a sail and was like a canoe. It didn't seem that different to the boat that was in Iden's Legion. It has no sail and oar, but it's a magical boat that moves automatically. It will be able to fly over the plains as if it's slipping. You can also regulate the size, so order it to get smaller. When he placed his hands on it like Cuchulainn had told him, the boat became small like a toy. It seemed to be similar to the magical boat Skidbladner that he had heard once from Iden. Iden took some more treasures that seemed useful and then left the treasury. He could always return at a later time, so he could retrieve the treasures at a later time. Hurry up! Cuchulainn said again. You could now feel anxiousness in him. Tae Ho hurried up and thought. He was sure that he would also be in a hurry if Heda was in a dangerous situation, but Skathak was none other than Cuchulainn's master. He was sure that she would be really powerful. That's not the case. Master is more of a teacher than a warrior. She's more specialized in teaching. Although she certainly had some strength, she wasn't that strong like Tae Ho had imagined her to be. Cuchulainn thought of the first time he met Scathach. It was a ridiculous first meeting that was about him sneaking into her bedroom and threatened her that he would kill her if she didn't teach him. Really? Cuchulainn shared his thoughts because he wasn't in a good condition, and Tae Ho asked unconsciously. They were lovers and other things, but their first meeting was that dramatic. I was small back then, Cuchulainn said with a bewildered voice. Although you couldn't forgive someone having threatened you after sneaking into your bedroom for being young, Tae Ho just nodded for now. Tae Ho? As Siri asked as if there was something wrong, Cuchulainn cleared his throat and begged him to keep quiet about this. And Tae Ho also promised to keep it a secret. Thanks to that, I was able to calm down. Cuchulainn became a bit calmer than before. Tae Ho placed down Skabatoon outside the cave and thought. Although he couldn't know for how long the Fomors were hiding in ambush, he could vaguely know how obsessed they were. They couldn't be in too much of a hurry, but it was certainly a situation they should hurry. Master is in Nidavellir. I will be the one to control it, so place Gibalg to Skabatoon. Tae Ho got on the boat and placed Gibalg at the front of the boat. Siri released a magical bird that was provided when you became an intermediate ranked warrior before getting on the boat. It was to notice Gander the news the fastest they could. Skabatoon departed. Their destination was Nidavellir, the world of the dwarves. And, just like the giants in Jotunheim, the Fomors also had several kings. The tyrant Brass, that was born between the Tuatha De Danann and a Fomor, opened its eye sharply and looked at a far place. It had already passed 100 years since Erin got destroyed. And in that time Bress and the Fomors had reduced in numbers. What the Fomors wanted wasn't the destruction of Erin. What they truly wanted was to take over Erin and rule it. However, it was too late. The king of Muspelheim, Surtur, destroyed Erin with his flames. Erin didn't exist anymore. Because of that, the Fomors got obsessed with the survivors of Erin, because they were the only ones that could fill their empty conquering greed. Scathach, the queen of the land of darkness. The witch that raised not only that exalted Cuchulainn but also several other heroes. A new flame surged up in Bress, that was almost cooling down and becoming ash. Nidavellir. Bress burst out of laughter. He expressed joy and amazement in the same time. It was good news that it was far away from Asgard for the Fomors. There were several of their race in that place that Scathach was said to be. She really was Scathach, the Shadow Witch. She had hidden really well. Bress rose his body from the throne made of rocks. And Skabatoon was really fast. After they passed the boundary connecting Svartalfheim and Nidavellir, the sky turned white from being black. Siri opened her eyes widely as if it was marvelous. It's a white night. Master's words were true. The snowstorm that was falling until now also stopped like a lie. It seemed like they would turn blind because of the white scenery. The dwarves of Nidavellir all lived underground. Because of that, you could say that the real Nidavellir was underground. However, Cuchulainn and Tae Ho had something to do above ground. We are almost there. We are not that far. Tae Ho. Cuchulainn and Siri spoke at the same time. Tae Ho looked at the location Siri pointed at and ground his teeth. Fomors of various shapes were flying in the sky. They were certainly moving in the same direction as Tae Ho's group. In addition, they weren't the only ones. After looking a bit farther, he could see Fomors that had already arrived. They were attacking the place that was in between the boundary of the White Night and Black Night. Cuchulainn thought of Scathach that was in the land of darkness. He was sure that the thing was similar to the fortress that was being protected by a wall you couldn't see. The Fomors were a bit faster. Just counting them roughly, they were more than 100. It wasn't a number Tae Ho and Siri could face alone. However, Skabatoon didn't stop. Siri looked at a far place with the eyes of a hunter as if looking for her prey. It was then. A huge existence crossed the white plains and appeared. The thing that had surged up by charging forward was really white and beautiful. Adenmaha! Cuchulainn said in shock. He could only do so. It wasn't only because Cuchulainn knew its name. It's the servant of the tyrant Bress. It's a strong sea dragon that can move freely anywhere that has water. The fact that Adenmaha had appeared meant that the army that was in front of them was sent by the tyrant Bress. However, Tae Ho paid attention to another thing. Dragon? You are talking about a dragon? Tae Ho and Siri said at the same time. The two of them looked at Gi Bog as if they were going to devour it, and Cuchulainn answered in his bewilderment. That's right. Precisely speaking, it's a sea serpent, but it does belong to the dragon category. That was enough. Tae Ho nodded and Siri transformed into a golden wolf after smiling sharply. Tae Ho rode on that Siri and activated the eyes of the dragon. It was just like Cuchulainn had said. The poor servant of the tyrant Bress. White Adenmaha. Sea serpent, dragon race. Why are they like that? Is it different if it's a dragon? It was obvious for Cuchulainn to not know. Because he hasn't always been with Tae Ho. He didn't know much about Tae Ho before they met. It is different. By a lot. Tae Ho and Siri said in consecution. Tae Ho glared at Adenmaha instead of explaining anymore and got ready. Saga, the hammer of the blacksmith doesn't slip off. The shining hunter's rope. The beast's saddle that covers you comfortably. The suppression reins that has the love of Iden. And the last one. Just like what happened with the Sword of the Warrior, the moment the synchro rate reached 32%, Tae Ho's Saga improved one more step. Saga, the one that controls dragons. Controlling instead of handling. Kalstad Saga that shows a particularly strong power when used against the dragon race. Siri, that had Tae Ho on her back, jumped down the boat. Tae Ho made Siri faster with the strength of his Saga. The Fomwars discovered Tae Ho and Siri. The Adenmaha, that was about to fire an ice breath towards the invisible barrier, also turned to look at Tae Ho and Siri. He saw one warrior riding a small but beautiful wolf. Compared to the Fomwars surrounding Skathaka's fortress, they were really unshapely. However, Adenmaha trembled unconsciously. The warrior and the wolf smiling while looking at it was really shivering. What was it? What do they want to do? Adenmaha breathed out for now. But it didn't work at all. Siri got accompanied with thunder and storm and charged over with an amazing speed and passed it from below. She kept running like that to jump over the Fomwars, and then she got on top of Adenmaha. At the same time, Tae Ho jumped down from Siri. Although it was huge, it was a normal sea serpent. He ran on the neck of the Adenmaha, that had a long neck, long body and long tail, and reached its head in an instant. Chant! Tae Ho transformed into a hawk. Adenmaha shook its head to try to shake off Tae Ho, but it got bewildered once more, and Tae Ho transformed into a human once again in the air and threw the white hunter's rope. Adenmaha's neck got caught in it. Tae Ho kicked the air to stick to its neck, and after taking out the beast's saddle, he activated the one that controls dragons. In addition, he threw the suppression reins he received from Iden in the last expedition. The magical reins got big by its own and hooked Adenmaha's neck. Tae Ho inserted more strength in the one that controls dragons once again. And then, something that shocked even Cuchulainn occurred. The really bewildered. The one that has changed owners. White Adenmaha. While Siri was smiling while growling, the ice breath of the Adenmaha fell down in the heads of the Fomwars. Chapter 58. Adenmaha's body length easily surpassed 20 meters. The head of the wild dragon was big, and the range of the breath that got out of its mouth in the shape of a fan was also wide. Wider. The moment Tae Ho ordered, the Adenmaha turned its head while still breathing out. The Fomwars that were close to the Adenmaha got covered by the breath and cried. The weak ones got frozen on the spot, and the ones that were a bit strong couldn't move properly. As almost 30 Fomwars got dealt with in an instant, the remaining foamwars that were surrounding the invisible barrier all turned to look at Tae Ho. Good, it seems like it's working well. Hand me over to your comrade. If it's me, I will be able to enter the Fortress of Master. In the first place, the reason they were fighting like this was to rescue Skathak. Rather than facing the foamwars that may bring who knows how many reinforcements, taking Skathak and escaping was the right choice. Captain Siri. When Tae Ho, that was on top of the Adenmaha, yelled, Siri raised her head. Tae Ho threw the fragment of Gibalg, without explaining anything, and Siri jumped up and caught it with her mouth. It seemed as if her instincts had taken over. Deo. Siri let out a strange sound because she was biting Gibalg, but she then jumped down from Adenmaha's back. It seemed like Cuchulainn had explained her himself now that they were in contact. Tae Ho looked at Siri's back that had taken a big turn around them, and then he looked at the front again. Although he had defeated more than 30 foamwars with the ice breath, there were still more than 200 of them. How many breaths can you fire? Will it also be strong physically? Although it was the first time he rode on a sea serpent, he felt like he had grasped how he should fight. Good. Let's go. Where do you dare? The moment Tae Ho pulled on the reins, a sharp and high-pitched voice penetrated his head. Tae Ho looked at the front without having to look at his surroundings. This one was the only one that could possibly talk to him. Were you a girl? How do you dare to put reins on a lady? It really was Adenmaha. Tae Ho gripped the reins tighter and nodded. That's why you were so pretty. Ugh, what? Adenmaha let out a bewildered voice. She was a really funny one to converse with, but he didn't have that much leisure right now. The foamwars that had curled themselves because of the ice breath were slowly starting to move towards them. Is it certainly of the dragon race? Rollo also seemed quite intelligent, but it was impossible to converse with it. Anyways, he could leave the conversation for later. As Tae Ho pulled on the reins and ordered it again, Adenmaha hurriedly yelled. Wait! Erase the slave seal first. If you don't, then the Geas will trigger a paradox. A blue light was shining from a scale on the place that was a bit above than the beast's saddle. As the blue light shone between the white scales, it was easily spottable. The paradox of a Geas? My Geas is, I will obey my master. I don't know how, but I currently have 2 masters. If I receive 2 opposite orders in this situation, the Geas will generate a paradox. Adenmaha spoke really quickly without even breathing once. He could feel that she felt frustrated because he didn't even know something like this. The paradox of the Geas. He felt like he could vaguely know. Because the original owner of Adenmaha, the tyrant Bress, and Tae Ho were enemies. If Bress and Tae Ho ordered attack Tae Ho and defend me, then the Geas, obey the master, would obviously generate a paradox. Although Tae Ho didn't know it because he hadn't experienced a Geas yet, the contradiction of a Geas should be what the user feared the most. You wouldn't be able to do anything, as if you were in a checkmate, and just had to face the paradox. Wasn't a Geas the power of Eren? Can foamwars also use Geases? I'm not a foamwar. Adenmaha spoke impolitely right away. It was the same for the Geas of obeying the owner that wasn't Bress, and he thought that he would listen to a heartbreaking story, but he didn't have time to listen to her. Tae Ho changed the sword piece to a beginner dagger and asked. So I just have to remove that blue scale, right? Wait? Adenmaha realized what Tae Ho was about to do next and yelled, but it was pointless. Tae Ho stood up, and after stabbing the dagger in between the scales, he forcefully removed the blue one. Kayak. The situation seemed similar to when a human had their nails removed forcefully, causing Adenmaha to let out a pained cry. Actually, it was more serious and hard thing. If Tae Ho wasn't Adenmaha's owner, then it wouldn't have ended with just pain. Tae Ho hurriedly executed the power of a god and healed the spot that didn't have a scale before gripping the reins. Don? Leave it, you bad owner. Adenmaha yelled fiercely and Tae Ho laughed refreshingly and ordered. Fine. Then let's fight again. Saga, the one that controls dragons. Maybe it was because they had removed the slave seal that the synchronization between Tae Ho and Adenmaha increased. Adenmaha yelled again. What is it? I feel strange. Entrust your body to me. Tae Ho concentrated and grabbed the reins. Then Adenmaha released a breath and after that she moved swiftly. She moved on top of the snowy fields as if slipping and swung her tail widely to sweep up the fulmars that were on the ground in an instant. Tae Ho grasped the number of the fulmars and how strong they were with the eyes of the dragon and asked Adenmaha. How many more fulmars will come? Is your past owner also going to come? I don't know about reinforcements. And Bress probably won't come. Adenmaha swung her tail roughly once again. The fulmars just threw rocks from far away or fired arrows instead of rushing towards her hastily. Tae Ho read Adenmaha's memories and emotions with the one that controls dragons. The tyrant Bress that Adenmaha thought of was cruel, merciless, and vulgar. He cared more about having no wounds inflicted on his body than about the hundreds of underlings dying before him. This showed that he only appeared in places that ensured either his safety or his victory. Nidavellir was quite far away from Asgard. However, it wasn't that it was completely off reach. Just like how it happened against the giant of strength Harad, if someone strong enough appeared, then it was possible for Thor or the other gods of Asgard to make their move. That was why there was no way for Bress, who cared about his life more than anything, to appear. Tae Ho asked another thing at Adenmaha's strong conviction. Then someone that may come? Even if he didn't come himself, he could always send an underling like he did just now. Kalga? Midak? Every time Adenmaha gave a name, Tae Ho could know a bit more about them. The two of them were human-shaped fulmars. Although he couldn't exactly know how strong they were, he did think that they were stronger than Adenmaha. But it's still doable. Tae Ho started to think after estimating how strong Adenmaha was, and she seemed to have read Tae Ho's thoughts because of the synchronization that she immediately spoke him politely again. I'm also quite strong. In the first place, I'm a sea serpent. What do you want me to do in a snowy field? She spoke like that and swung her tail again. If you measured her from her head up to her tail, she was as long as 30 meters. And she could sweep the entire battlefield with just that thanks to her big body. Adenmaha sent an emotion as if asking how that was. Tae Ho gave a suitable reply as her owner at her reaction that was more girly than ladylike. Use honorifics. I am strong? Adenmaha didn't stop and kept moving. It was because the fulmars had started to attack from a distance after having encircled her. As the fulmars kept distancing themselves, she couldn't sweep the battlefield anymore like she had been doing. In addition, the flying fulmars that were in the sky started to fall over to Adenmaha's head. Those things that looked like crows pecked on Adenmaha's body. There were some that released acid or fire and there were some that slammed against her. Adenmaha now had to concentrate on dodging. Tae Ho also attacked the fulmars in the sky with thunderbolt and yelled. You can't fly, right? How can a sea serpent fly? Adenmaha used honorifics forcefully and released a breath. It seemed like she was weakening, that the power in her breath had become weaker. Tae Ho looked at Skathaka's fortress. Actually, it was no different to the cave of the Red Branch Knights. What happened at Ceres and Cuchulain's side? Did they even meet Skathak? I can't hold on any longer. As he turned his head, he saw more fulmars charging towards them. Looking that the red letters formed a wave, it seemed like they easily amounted to 100. Tae Ho gulped some air. He controlled Adenmaha and moved her to the opposite side of the fortress. But he wasn't fleeing just like Adenmaha wanted. Right before they escaped the battlefield, she made Adenmaha stop and turn around. There were close to 200 fulmars in the sky and ground. And once again, there were 100 fulmars charging towards them from afar. Just like Adenmaha had said, no strong Fomor had appeared yet. But they couldn't escape. No, there was no need. Because green letters were also charging in as the red letters. The sound of a horn trumpet was heard from their back. The sound that spread to the high black and white sky made Tae Ho feel excited. For Asgard and the 9 planets. Tae Ho said in a low voice. And then, everyone's voice was heard from behind him as if they had heard him. For Asgard and the 9 planets. The 40-plus white silences charged without making any noise. Valkyrie Gander was riding at the front and the warriors of Hedmod's and Uller's legion followed her back. After the giant of strength Harad appeared, the Valkyries could unseal their battle seal on the searching tasks up to a certain extent through their own will. Even though she had summoned more than 40 white silences, no traces of exhaustion could be seen in Gander's face. Go! Warriors! Repel the enemies of Asgard. He was sure that they had ridden for more than 2 hours. However, the warriors of Valhalla didn't seem even a little bit tired. The enraged wave charged towards the Fomors. Shield wall. The warriors raised a wall of shields. They blocked the fire and arrows. No, it was more suitable to say that they had trampled on the long-ranged attacks. Adenmaha stared absent-mindedly. The warriors of Aran were also valiant, but there was no one that charged like the warriors of Valhalla. Tae Ho! Right at that moment, Ciri's voice was heard. Tae Ho hurriedly led Adenmaha to the direction the voice was heard. After he took a turn around the battlefield and approached the fortress, the golden-furred Ciri ran towards them. Go to Skathak Nim. It's impossible to escape. Before that, however, there's something I have to prepare. There was no time to explain in detail. Tae Ho just listened to the brief story and nodded. As soon as she returned the fragment of Gibolg, he grabbed Ciri that was trying to jump down again, and after he made her transform back into a human, he covered her with the stealth cloak and coat. I will entrust you. Ciri understood it immediately when she received Adenmaha's reins. She sat down on the beast's saddle and said with a pleasing and troubled voice, It seems like it should be nice to ride on one at times. Tae Ho listened to Adenmaha's complaints and jumped down. Adenmaha went to the battlefield again along with Ciri, and Tae Ho activated the charge of the warrior. Over there. Maybe it was because he had already met Skathak that even though it was an urgent situation, the uneasiness and anxiousness in Cuchulain's voice had disappeared. It seemed like his stiff way of talking had also returned to normal. Tae Ho passed the Fomors blocking his path without having to defeat them, and then threw himself inside the invisible barrier. The barrier that had recognized Gibolg let Tae Ho pass. Cuchulain showed him the path with showing him his memories instead of telling him himself. After running inside the cave, a big hall appeared just like the one in Red Branch Night. Blue fire was lighting up the surroundings, and the ceiling and the floor and even the walls were made of ice. At the end of the hall, there was a beautiful lady that was half laying down on the throne covered with a faint blue light. Skathak. She, who was covering herself with the black leather of a beast, was pale and didn't have energy in her eyes. Cuchulain had explained that it was she had just woken up from a long sleep to heal herself from the injuries. So you are Aran's successor. Skathak let out a low voice. Her voice was a beautiful one that charmed others even though it was weak. Iden's warrior greets Skathak. Tae Ho hit his chest twice and expressed his manners. Skathak wasn't simply a beautiful lady. She was still the queen of the land of darkness that had disappeared. The noble aura that was covering her like the light of the moon was proof of that. Come closer. Skathak put on a smile with difficulty. As Tae Ho got closer, she continued speaking. I have roughly heard the situation from Cuchulain. It has already passed 100 years since Aran got destroyed, but the Fomors don't show signs of changing at all. Skathak extended her white and soft hand. When Tae Ho grabbed her hand, information that couldn't be told with her mouth was transmitted to him. A strong Fomor is coming. Warriors of Valhalla are shedding their blood because of me, so I can't be the one to escape alone. Skathak was seated on a throne inside the fortress, but she knew everything that was happening outside. Just like she had said, a strong presence was approaching. He was sure it was an underling of the tyrant Brass that Adenmaha had spoken about. Warrior of Iden, I'm sorry for making your shoulders more heavy with the excuse that you are Aaron's successor. But please do understand me, as you are the only one I have to rely on. The situation was urgent. Skathak took out the fragment of Gibalg she was holding. Tae Ho seemed to have understood her gaze that he gave her the fragment he had. The two fragments became one if Skathak's hands. It was short as it was still 2 of 5, but at least it now looked like a white stick. I will entrust Gibalg to you. Although it's not complete, it's still the best weapon made in the Land of Shadow. Cuchulainn will help you bring out its power. Cuchulainn touched Gibalg as if she was caressing Cuchulainn's cheeks, and then she made a gesture with her eyes once again to Tae Ho. When he approached her, she rose up and placed her lips on Tae Ho's lips. Let the blessing of the Land of Shadow accompany you. Her lips were as hot as fire. Skathak smiled faintly and leaned on the throne again, and Tae Ho that received Gibalg turned around hurriedly and started to run. A strong Fomor was approaching. He wasn't bewildered at all at the fact that he was expecting her to kiss his forehead or cheeks. Cuchulainn feigned a laugh and mumbled. To think of another woman while having received a kiss from Master. Hook. You can also read my mind? No, I just guessed. But it's true that you thought of that Valkyrie. Cuchulainn laughed evilly. Tae Ho couldn't say anything, as he had indeed thought of Haida the moment she had kissed him, so he chose to run harder instead. He got out of the fortress. He saw a distant place beyond the invisible barrier and the warriors that were fighting against the Fomors. Adenmaha didn't lie. The Fomor that had started to appear from far away was strong. As this place in Asgard was far away, Thor wouldn't be able to arrive at the right time like before. Ragnar also wasn't with them. He felt like all the hair in his body was standing up. As he was much stronger now than 3 months ago, he could sense how strong his opponent was more clearly. Tae Ho took a deep breath. Cuchulainn said in a low voice. Don't fear. Did you forget what you are holding right now? Gibalg. Aaron's devil spear that was created in the Land of Shadows. Cuchulainn taught him the method. And the blessing of Skathak added more strength. Gibalg. The moment Tae Ho called the name, the white devil spear replied. Chapter 59. A long time ago, the Queen of the Land of Shadows had made a spear using the bones of a sea creature. Skathak looked at the spear, which was beautifully created, and felt that this would be the secret weapon that would protect the Land of Shadows. She, who had the power of foresight, made her words a prophecy. Skathak, who was covering herself with the leather of a wolf, walked her path alone. The road was too long and harsh. Skathak had overcome the trial that had lasted for 9 nights and placed her spear in the deepest part of the Land of Darkness. It was in order to absorb the strength of life and death into it. 9 nights passed once again. Skathak was on guard against the specters that were looking at her from beyond the boundary, and she became certain while looking at the white light that was emitted from the spear. It was just like she had planned. The strength of life dyed the spear in white, and the strength of death was placed deep in the spear and planted a strong curse. Skathak named the white evil spear Gibalg and used it in the most important battles, and the enemies of the Land of Darkness really feared the witch and the spear of death. However, Skathak couldn't keep Gibalg forever. It was because she had given it to her disciple, Siu Chulainn, who she loved and treasured very much. Although Siu Chulainn brought the weapon of his master everywhere with him, he didn't always use it. Just like Skathak had done, he only used it in the most important moments and brought out Gibalg's real strength. Gibalg was shining in white. The missing parts of the spear were complemented by the light. Don't waste your strength. You have to end it now. Gibalg's real worth is to use a definitive attack to kill your enemy. You shouldn't use it as you please. There was magic in Siyu Chulin's voice. Tae Ho understood how to use Gibolg, thanks to Siyu Chulin's transmission, and naturally wielded its strength. The white light which was shining dimmed like a lie, but Tae Ho could still feel its power. Tae Ho stayed at a distant place. He saw a huge pirate ship approaching while flying in the sky. When he used the Eye of the Dragon, he saw that several red letters surged up from the ship. Beast Ruler. Underling of the Tyrant Bress, Midak. It was the clearest and reddest letters. When Tae Ho read it out loud, Siyu Chulin said, "He's one of the underlings of Bress. He doesn't only have the strength to control countless beasts naturally, but he can also transform into a monster himself. It seems as if it had been planning to mate with the sea serpent." Siyu Chulin showed him some more memories. The shape of a big and imposing warrior wearing bear fur showed up. Just like Tae Ho's saga gave strength to the ones he was riding on, Midak could greatly strengthen the beasts he was controlling. Tae Ho looked at the approaching ship and thought. He had discovered them first. There was also the possibility that they weren't even aware of Tae Ho and Gibolg. The most suitable method was sniping them or making a surprise attack. Sniping them is impossible. Although Gibolg had the shape of a spear, there were many hardpoints to use it as a throwing spear. Because of that, Siyu Chulin only used Gibolg in a short distance, just like a harpoon. As a result, the option with the highest possibility was the surprise attack. Tae Ho rolled his fingers in the air. They moved quickly, like pressing on the keyboard, and formulated a strategy. There was one thing he had thought of. It was a strategy he had already used in Dark Age once and had succeeded. Although the pirate ship was flying in the sky quickly, there was still some time. Tae Ho hurriedly looked at everyone in the battlefield. He looked at Siri, fighting fiercely on top of a Denmaha, but it wouldn't be possible. To increase the success rate of his strategy, he needed something more than simply flying up and quickly. Tae Ho rolled his eyes again. He discovered someone suitable and ran hurriedly towards that person. Gander. Gander, who was fighting nearby while riding a white silence, turned her head at Tae Ho's call. And then she frowned and said, "What is it?" Those eyes are filled with desire as if the day had finally come. "When did I dash, dot?" As he refuted reflexively, Gander laughed evilly. She approached Tae Ho immediately, as if it had been only a joke from the start. "What's wrong? Is it related to the enemy that's approaching?" It really was Gander. It seemed like she had already realized Midak's existence. Tae Ho spoke quickly. "I will explain it to you while we go. First, transform please." His voice and eyes were dead serious. However, Gander flinched and trembled. Are you even aiming for me?" "Gander!" It wasn't the time to joke. Gander also stopped talking and then sat down and transformed with a chant. Just like a Valkyrie of the god of hunting, she didn't transform into a swan but into a big black hawk. Tae Ho hurriedly got on Gander and activated the one that controls dragons. At that moment, Gander let out an exclamation while trembling and then flew to the sky. The warrior that rode on a Valkyrie. Oh! Finally! The warriors that were near Gander yelled with shining eyes. Tae Ho proceeded to explain to Gander instead of answering them, and Gander, who had understood Tae Ho's tactic, activated Uller's blessing. At that moment, Gander disappeared from the air. Just like a Valkyrie that gods were dependent on, her stealth blessing was incomparable to the lowest-ranked warriors. But of course, some movements could still be grasped if they were checked thoroughly, but it was enough. Gander continued to increase her speed. It seemed as if her objective wasn't the pirate ship that was approaching the battlefield, but high in the sky. Finally, they even flew higher than the pirate ship. It seemed like they hadn't noticed Gander as planned, since they didn't change their trajectory. Gander, who flew as if she was going to charge at the sun, took a big turn at one point. Tae Ho grabbed onto Gander's neck tightly as she started to descend at an overwhelming speed and looked at the ship with the eyes of the dragon. He grasped Midak's location. At the prow, over the deck, where he could look down at the battlefield. Gander's flight was really precise. Without even needing the help of Tae Ho's saga, she received Midak's location and found the best route possible. They only had one opportunity. Tae Ho gulped air. She might get angry because he only found her at times like this, but he called Aiden's name. Aiden's power, which was filled with affection, covered Tae Ho's body. Gander spoke quickly and precisely. Now! Tae Ho jumped down off Gander's back. Gander got pushed back because of him and then turned her body and passed the pirate ship. Tae Ho kicked the air once again and descended to the destined place. He called Gi Balg's name once again. Bang! The rough landing created a loud sound. Only then did Midak notice Tae Ho, who had appeared in the air. Tae Ho stopped breathing. It was different to when he had been attacking the giant of strength, Harad. Back then, he had activated Gi Balg with Siyu Chulin's strength and not his own. But this time he had to do it with his own strength. He had to receive the least help he could from Siyu Chulin, who still hadn't completely recovered his strength since that attack. The eyes of the dragon told him the place he had to stab. White light surged up from Gi Balg and Skathaka's blessing gave strength to Tae Ho. Midak opened his mouth and then let out a strange sound. But he couldn't hear him. He had put all his concentration to stab that point. Something interfered in the trajectory. Precisely speaking, an invisible wall had appeared in front of the spear. He would stop the charge of the spear for just a moment. Then he would twist his body however he could and dodge the spear. If it was a Fomwar at the level of Midak, it was possible. In that short moment, Tae Ho and Midak exchanged glances. They could both feel it. If Midak's plans succeeded, Tae Ho would die. Gi Balg's one hit, one kill, required a lot of strength. The moment it missed, Tae Ho would become vulnerable. The tip of Gi Balg reached the invisible wall. However, at that moment, a new strength was added to Gi Balg. Saga, the Charge of the Dragon. Draconic Ballista. Originally it was a technique meant to be a lance charge. However, he carried the charging power on Gi Balg. Tae Ho's posture changed to that of throwing something. The invisible wall was torn off in an instant. Gi Balg's charge, which became faster than ever, pierced Midak's chest. A cry was heard. At the same time, Gi Balg, which had carved to a deep place in Midak's chest, showed its power. Hundreds of thorns surged up from the tip of the spear and tore up everything. The white light was too powerful. Tae Ho dropped his right hand. It seemed like his arm would get broken at any moment. But it wasn't the time to be resting. Tae Ho gripped the sword piece with his left hand. He swung the sword of the Winter Wolf towards Midak, who was struggling until the end, even though his body was breaking. Midak's head rolled onto the ground. Midak's body, which was covered with a strong death curse, couldn't endure anymore and was destroyed. White light exploded once again. At the same time, a huge amount of red runes went to Tae Ho. A shocking feeling shook his chest. Although it may have been a delusion, he thought he could hear Aiden's voice, which was filled with affection and gentleness. Tae Ho finally let out a sigh and turned around while dropping his right arm. Shock spread among Midak's underlings that were on top of the ship. Some of them seemed to not understand what had happened in front of their eyes. Finally, Tae Ho's help arrived. Gander had turned around the pirate ship once after putting down Tae Ho, and then she transformed into the shape of a human after returning and landed in front of Tae Ho. It was a really agile and elegant movement. You did it. Shall we flee right now? Gander looked at Tae Ho with admiring eyes and asked while laughing, and Tae Ho shook his head. Siyu Chulin also added. If you caught the captain you should take his ship. Although it was a really pirate-like phrase, it rather suited Siyu Chulin. In the first place, this is a treasure of Aaron. So it's right for you, the successor of Aaron, to have it. But to do that they needed to control the phone wars on the ship. Tae Ho spoke to Gander. Buy some time for me. Are you trying to recover? That's one thing, but I have something I should take. The thing Midak left wasn't only his body, which was broken thanks to the death curse. That's so like you. Gander laughed, and after that she summoned 2 white silences to her side and then glared at the Phonewars, while holding a big sword. The Phonewars couldn't even think of charging towards them, as they had suddenly lost their commander. Tae Ho entrusted his back to Gander and approached Midak's corpse. He put Ki-Bald back in An-Nur, and as he activated the eyes of the dragon he saw something that entered his eyesight. It wasn't rainbow-colored. It also wasn't white gold, but normal gold. But he got a feeling in an instant. Summoning rock. It was one of the reasons why Midak was described as the beast ruler. Tae Ho held the summoning rock high. Chapter 60. The summoning rock, which was a bit smaller than a baseball, wasn't the only one. There was one in each pocket that was hanging on a belt Midak was wearing, and they amounted to 5. Although they had some curves, the rocks, which were close to being a circle, had different symbols engraved in them. And seeing that the colors in the engravings were also different, it seemed as if they had a different meaning. When Tae Ho grabbed one of them and checked its Siyu Chula and said, "It seems like the magic was erased." Is it because the user, Midak, died? The magic was erased? There are cases like this on contract magic, which uses blood or incantations. The contract itself gets destroyed because the contractor died. Tae Ho flinched for a moment but then calmed himself. It was because the golden letters were still hovering above the stones. But it's still useful, right? Probably. But you will have to make a new contract. And you will also have to investigate what kind of item this is exactly. What Tae Ho knew right now was its name, the summoning rock. Inserting magic into a magic tool of an unknown identity was a really dangerous thing. I'm saying this just in case, but I will be able to know what it is with time. Ah, yes. Tae Ho aimlessly nodded without much meaning and agreed. In the first place, he had become convinced that he shouldn't handle it on his own before knowing what it was. Ragnar also used to say similar things. If I show it to Haida, she may know what it is, right? Or to Scathach. Haida specialized in rune magic, and Scathach was the one who had taught the Siyu Chulin himself. In addition, she was a witch that had some powers of the Tuatha De Danann. Tae Ho organized his thoughts moderately and then put back the summoning rock in the pocket and put on the belt. But it seemed as if Siyu Chulin had interpreted Tae Ho's short reply in another way, as he started to say things Tae Ho hadn't even asked. As I just checked it briefly, so I'm not certain, but there's a high probability that it's used to summon something. As Midak had the nickname of the beast ruler. Perhaps it may be a tool to summon a beast that you have made a contract with. Right. Maybe it makes sense that he had 5 of them. I think it really is a summoning tool. It seemed as if he was convincing himself, since the more he spoke, the more certain he got. It was something he had felt before, but Siyu Chulayan spoke quite a lot, excluding when he was serious. It wasn't that he was showing off, but it felt more like he didn't like people to ignore him even a little or treat him casually. However, Tae Ho didn't have any complaints with Siyu Chulin's personality. What's more, he was currently more interested in what he was saying currently. Isn't this a monster ball? He thought of the monster collecting game that caught monsters with a ball. But of course, the summoning rock didn't hold monsters or beasts inside of it like a monster ball, it summoned them, but anyways, it was true that it could call monsters without having to carry them. Tae Ho couldn't bring Rollo on this expedition. It was because food would only be wasted on him, as he couldn't even fly properly due to the branch ceilings of Svartalfheim. But if he could really use the summoning rock, like Siyu Chulayan had said, then the story changed. It wasn't just Rollo, but he would also be able to call the big Adenmaha every time he needed her. Rollo in the air, Adenmaha in the sea. If he had only caught a ground monster, then he would have all ground, air and water creatures. No, I can acquire even stronger forces. There was no way that it would end with just Rollo and Adenmaha, because Adenmaha was strong enough by herself. I have 5 summoning rocks. There were still 3 empty slots. Thinking about the main battle that would come soon, there were still many possibilities. Warrior Tae Ho, are you not ready yet? I think we should start fighting by now. Gander said in a low voice behind him. She glared at Midak's underlings, and the Fomors who were glared at couldn't even think of attacking and had been just looking at each other. Siu Chulian said quickly, don't overdo it. You just used Gibalg. You need plenty of rest. Gibalg was a strong evil spear, which was also one of the best in Aren. Tae Ho had gotten much stronger than before by rising to the intermediate rank, but he still couldn't use it freely. In the first place, not even Skathak, who was the one that had created Gibalg, could use it in consecution. The reason why she gave Gibalg to Siu Chulanin wasn't only because she loved and treasured him. It was because only the strongest warrior, Siu Chulanin, could handle it perfectly. Tae Ho also simply consented this time. He had already defeated the most difficult opponent, Midak, and the remaining underlings weren't a proper opponent for Gander. Gander, I will ask you. You really like to use the Valkyries. She did grumble, but there was a smile on her face. She took a deep breath and then charged towards the underlings along with the white silences. Then the Fomors started to run away from her, rather than facing them. Escape from her rather than facing them. It was appropriate to say that a wolf was let loose among a herd of sheep. Tae Ho was partially vigilant of his surroundings, in case someone attacked him, and then finished looking at the other items. Whip of abuse. Net of obedience. Coercion gag. Using Gander's way of expression, the names were all shady and dampish, but if the performance was good then it was enough. He could always put a new name to them. Most of them are blue. It was because he had seen several rainbow-colored items, but blue was also quite good. The hawk wing coat Tae Ho was using was also blue-colored. Midak's items were mostly meant to train or capture beasts. Now that he had obtained the summoning rocks, Tae Ho had decided to become a master of mounts, so these items were quite useful to him. I was lucky. If it hadn't been Midak that the tyrant Bress had sent, then he wouldn't have had this fortune for himself. That's an evil smile you have there. Siu Chulian clicked his tongue, and then Tae Ho took the things he needed and turned around. Gander, who had already gotten rid of the enemies in the ship, wiped her hands. Humph, cowards. Actually, almost half of them had fled without fighting her. But the Fomors that fought against her would have also chosen to flee if they could fly. You really are Gander. You are so cool. As Tae Ho praised her while raising a thumb, Gander snorted and said with sharp eyes, leave the compliments aside. First of all, are you prepared to take responsibility? Responsibility? As he blinked, as if asking what she was talking about, she gulped some air. She grabbed her own shoulders as if she had gotten hurt and said with a teary face, you tricked me with sweet words and wrote on me, and now you are playing dumb? They say that people gulp it if it's sweet and spit it if it's sour. You are too much. Although he was sure she was joking, it was strange to even answer with something. As Tae Ho was feeling troubled, Siu Chulanin spoke. Hey, say that you will take responsibility like a man. She's a beauty, like a Valkyrie should be, and even has a good body. It seems like she also has a good character. Tae Ho didn't know it well, but actually Siu Chulanin was a rumored playboy. It was to the point that he had collapsed more women in the bed than enemies in the battlefield. Tae Ho simply heard Siu Chulanin's words with one ear and proposed another thing. What about the beer that is sold in Anaheim? I would like 2 barrels. Gander smirked and then summoned back the white silences and approached Tae Ho. First of all, Tae Ho, do you know how to control this ship? I know. Place the fragment of Gibalg in the controlling device where Midak was standing. Siu Chulanin said immediately. Tae Ho nodded towards Gander and then walked towards the controlling device. As the flying ship got closer to the battlefield, the morale of the Fomors rose, but it only lasted for a moment. Some of them seemed to have realized that something was wrong and then started to flee. What an easy victory! While Gander was happy, Tae Ho waved his hand outside the ship. It was because Siri had approached them while riding on a denmaha. "Did you get rid of Midak?" "Sir?" a denmaha asked with a surprised voice. She was trying to speak as politely as possible because she seemed to want to be loyal to the Hayas. "You really did it." Compared to a denmaha, Siri spoke with a calm voice. Her voice and eyes were filled with trust towards him. "Rest for a moment. We will finish cleaning this place up." "You have done well, Gandernim." Siri spoke to Tae Ho and Gander and then pulled on the reins of a denmaha, while smiling. It seemed like she had become accustomed to controlling her. Tae Ho looked at Siri as she moved farther away and put on the same smile, and at that moment Gander let out a sigh. I'm worried that she may really move to Aiden's Legion like this." After she started receiving classes from Ragnar, excluding the time she went out on expeditions, Siri lived on the residence of Aiden's Legion. For Gander's situation, who really treasured Siri, it made her feel bitter. But contrary to Tae Ho, who would be glad if Siri really did move, smiled brightly and answered, "If it's Captain Siri, we will always welcome her. Should we also bring Rolf?" After he had returned to Anaheim, he hadn't been able to see Rolf's face. The moment Tae Ho mumbled Rolf's name in a low voice, Gander tilted her head. "Why Rolf?" "Ah. Siri does treat him like a little brother. She said that he looked similar to her dead brother, but..." After listening to her, Tae Ho seemed to recall something similar. TCH, a brother. What bad luck. While Siyu Chulian was deciding Rolf's fate on his own, Tae Ho thought about the dead people he had seen in Black Fortress. The ones who couldn't enter Valhalla. Hadn't Siri's brother also been among them? Then it was a really painful situation. First of all, the Queen of the Land of Darkness is in that fortress? Gander turned to look at the fortress and asked. The magic of the barrier around the fortress was disappearing, perhaps because the battle was almost ending. "Thank you, Gander." Tae Ho expressed his thanks to Gander, because this battle was meant to protect Skathak. Even though she had finished with her searching task, there was no need to help him like this. However, Gander shook her head. "Don't misunderstand. It's true that I treasure you and Siri, but I didn't bring reinforcements just because of the two of you. If that was the case, I would have come alone." There was no way she would mobilize an army for trivial matters just because she was a commander. The Fomors, who are allies with the giants of Jotunheim, are the enemies of our Valhalla. In addition, we have a debt to repay to Skathak. "A debt?" At Tae Ho's question, Gander nodded heavily. "Our warriors of Valhalla weren't the only ones that shed blood in the Great War. Countless heroes of Eren also shed their blood. And among them, there were several disciples of Skathak. Just like that great Prince of Light, Siyu Chulin, The moment his name was called, Siyu Chulin cleared his throat as if it was embarrassing, but Tae Ho could feel his ears peaking up. Gander continued speaking. "And this is a bit different, but I'm also quite interested in her. She is a really outstanding teacher. I would like to at least learn most of the basics of how she taught her disciples. There really were good warriors among her disciples." Gander started naming the heroes with high names one by one. Every time Siyu Chulin's juniors and seniors were named, he smiled and said to Tae Ho, "I really like her. Why don't you hand over Gibold to her for a moment?" It was obviously a joke. Ragnar and Siyu Chulin himself had decided that they shouldn't divulge the fact that Siyu Chulin's soul, which was capable of conversation, still remained in Gibolg. Only Siri was an exemption. "I would like to invite her to Aller's Legion, but she would probably go to Aiden's Legion, right?" "Probably? You really are hateful." But compared to how she spoke, she smiled and then looked at how the warriors finished up the battle. Although she was a bit ill-natured, looking at her as a Valkyrie of a legion, she was really outstanding and capable. The barrier has almost completely disappeared. Let's return to Master. The appearance of Valhalla's reinforcement, Adenmaha switching sides, and Midak's death were all misfortunes for Bress. Now that he had wasted quite a lot of time there, the probabilities of him sending more forces was low. He would aim for another chance. Tae Ho listened to Siyu Chulin's words and then waited for Siri to return along with Adenmaha. If it was this ship, then he thought that it would be possible to return with Adenmaha, the warrior that rode on a Valkyrie. To ride on Gandernim. You are too much. Too much. But I'm still jealous. The warriors that had finished the fight looked at Tae Ho and raised their voices. It seemed as if they were cheering for victory. Tae Ho laughed with everybody and then got down off the flying pirate ship and went to Skathaka's fortress. However, he couldn't not think back. See you, Chulian, don't you think we are forgetting something? Now that you mention it. It wasn't particularly important, but even so, it was something they shouldn't have forgotten about. Tae Ho and Siyu Chulian raised their voices almost at the same time. Skabatoon. The magic boat they had rowed on from the treasury of the Red Branch Knights. Tae Ho turned around and then ran towards Skabatoon, which had been left alone at the end of the battlefield. And will he be late today? Haida stood on the wooden dock and frowned. She had thought about going out to meet him as she had some time, but something unexpected had happened and it had become late. Compared to the Valkyries of the other legions, Haida didn't spend much time outside of Asgard. If it wasn't for a particular case, she had to return to Asgard before the day changed. The place Tae Ho was at currently, so to say, Svartalfheim, was really far from the space door. If she departed now, there was a high probability that she wouldn't even be able to see his face. Let's just return today. Nothing would happen in a few days. He was also with Siyu Chulian. Let's give Rollo and the Griffins some food. Haida calmed herself and then walked towards the wooden dock again. It was when she was tying off the rope she had tied up that it happened. It's been a while. The voice of the woman that was heard above her head made Haida raise her head. She opened her eyes wide unconsciously and called the name of the woman. Chapter 61. Skald Nim. Haida. The woman that spoke while facing Haida had the appearance of a girl. However, she was someone that had lived far longer than Haida. She, who was special even among the three sisters, was the youngest and was in charge of the future among the past, present and future. Untying the knots of fat that Verdandi and Ald worked hard to make was her role. Skuld was also at the same time a Valkyrie. Because of that, she wore feather decorations like Haida, Raskrid, or the other Valkyries and armor that covered her arms, chest and shoulders. As the Valkyries of Valhalla were all mature or beautiful women, the girlish-looking Valkyrie was really eye-catching. But marvelously enough, there was no one who could see Skuld standing on the wooden dock. It was because of the future attributes she possessed. Compared to the past or present, the future, which was said to be covered in mist, was something not just anyone could see through. Haida hurriedly stood up. Then Skuld waved her long hair, which reached her waist, and grabbed Haida's hand. Shall we walk for a moment? That's fine, right? Of course. The one who had trained Haida as a Valkyrie was none other than Skuld. In Haida's position, she was meeting her teacher for the first in a really long while. Although they had met a few times after that day, this was the first time they had spoken alone since then. However, even if that hadn't been the case, Haida and Skuld didn't bring out a serious topic. They only asked trivial things like how they have been, the weather, etc. After walking around the hall, Skuld finally said her farewell. It's really good, meeting in a long while. Let's meet again at another opportunity. Yes, Skuld Nim. I also had a good time. As Haida hit her chest as if expressing her manners, Skuld opened her two arms widely. Heda understood the meaning behind that and then embraced Skuld while wearing a small smile. The one that was embraced was Heda, but because of the difference in height, it seemed as if Skuld was the one being embraced. But Skuld still caressed Heda's head and then whispered in her ear. "And this is a secret, but you should have some determination." "Determination? You will know in about 2 days." When Skuld laughed playfully, Heda made an uneasy face but then also smiled brightly. In the first place, there was no way Skuld would laugh and tell her this if it was something serious. The wooden boat departed from the dock of Idun's Legion. Skuld, who was seeing off Heda with a valiant face, could feel that much time had passed. Before that happened on that day, the ship of Idun's Legion wasn't that small. They had a big ship, just like the other legions. In the end, I wasn't able to say it. Skuld mumbled while waving her hand at Heda. The reason she had come to meet Heda wasn't to share her thoughts. Although she had warned her about a small thing, that really was closer to a prank. After Ragnarok had started, Skuld and her other sisters had to remain in their seats in order to respond to Odin's requests. But the reason why she had still come out like this was because of a strong impulse. The thread of fate was touching Idun's Legion. The three sisters didn't tie personal fates together. What they did tie was the fate of the world. There had also been a time in the past when the thread of fate had touched Idun's Legion. And that day had come. It would be the most miserable day for Heda. But still, saying that the thread of fate had touched somewhere didn't always mean something negative. It merely meant that it was related to the fate of the world. Because of that, rather than being a misfortune, it could also be a great one. Heda wasn't visible anymore because of the fog that was there. However, Skuld still remained in the same place and looked at the place she had left from. Although she was in charge of the future, she couldn't see through it clearly. There were also unknown territories in the future for her. "Let blessings accompany you." Skuld gave her a small blessing and slowly turned around. And Skuldnim's words were right. 2 days later, Heda stood on the wooden dock of Idun's Legion while crossing her arms and with sharp eyes. Next to her were Rollo and the female griffins, lying on their stomachs and looking at them. Heda! She hadn't even gone to bring him back, but Tae Ho had appeared in a big, outstanding ship which was comparable to the ones in the other legions with a bright smile. However, the things inside the ship were a bit strange. "This is the home I will be staying at? As I'm a sea serpent, I prefer the sea rather than a lake or river." Speaking politely. A sea serpent that was so big it made one wonder how the ship could sail was on top of it, and inside of it there was a woman so beautiful even Heda was surprised. The woman, who had abundant black hair, was covered by the leather of a black beast and she emanated a really weak aura. It was because of her white face, which was close to being pale, and her 2 eyes, which were so deep it made one think of an abyss. He returned after a long while and only brought a lot of women. Ragnar said righteously and Heda nodded unconsciously. Even Ciri, who could now be described as an honorary member of Idun's Legion, was wearing a bitter smile, and that made Heda feel uneasy. However, she ended up smiling. It was because Tae Ho's healthy appearance made her feel at ease. Tae Ho jumped down from the ship and made the sea serpent get in the lake and then waved towards the beautiful woman. Then the small boat that the woman was in moved on its own and reached the dock. "She's Skathaknim, the queen of the land of darkness." Tae Ho hurriedly presented Skathak. Then the faces of Ragnar and Heda changed. Ragnar put on the same dignified face he wore in front of the warriors of Valhalla and then hit his chest twice and expressed his manners. "It's an honor to be able to meet the beautiful and wise queen of the land of darkness. I'm Ragnar Lodbrok." The face of Skathak didn't change that greatly, because she had already known that Ragnar was in that place. Then she placed her right hand on her left shoulder and bowed slightly. It was the etiquette of the land of darkness. "I'm glad to be able to meet the king of the exalted Vikings. I'm Skathak." She, who treated even Gander inhospitably, treated Ragnar politely. As Ragnar also treated everyone excluding gods inhospitably, it could be said that it was an honorable treatment between kings. I'm Heda, the Valkyrie of Idun's legion. Heda also hit her chest and expressed her manners. And then Skathak blinked a few times and started to laugh. I have heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you. Just what did she hear about her? And why was she laughing? There was a possibility that it didn't mean anything, but she started to worry about that. No, it was obvious to do so. When Heda turned to look at Tae Ho, he pointed at Adenmaha, seemingly as if he didn't know how Heda was feeling. Heda, Ragnar. This is Adenmaha. She's a sea serpent from Erin. Nice to meet you. Politely. Adenmaha lowered her neck to be at the same height as everyone. It seemed as if it was Adenmaha's way of showing her sincerity. It seemed as if that worked well, as Heda's expression became softer. Ragnar also seemed to find her cute. The names of Rollo's wives, who are over there, are Portia and Benz, but Tae Ho pointed at Rollo and his wives, who were looking at her with cautious eyes. Adenmaha snorted at their gazes and then said with an offensive voice, "Their names are a bit weird." Politely. She didn't know about Rollo, but the names of the other two were certainly weird. But Tae Ho paid no attention to that and said, "They are your comrades, so get along well." She was a bit displeased to be treated as being the same rank with beasts that couldn't speak properly, but she nodded for now. Obeying the words of her master was her Heia's. It has become a complete zoo. What is next, a lion or an elephant? Ragnar mumbled, as if it was absurd. Heda got a hold of herself and then spoke towards Skathak. Skathak Nim. Let's go inside. Sorry Adenmaha, but can you stay there for a bit? I will give you a place to rest soon. The Valkyrie of a legion was also a landlady. She couldn't keep a guest waiting forever. Over here. Ragnar escorted Skathak. Heda glared at Tae Ho for a moment and then hurried her steps. What can I say? Her eyes are those of a wife that's glaring at her husband for having brought his friends to his house without giving advice or prior notice. How much time had passed after Siu Chulanen had left that life metaphor? As Ragnar and Skathak started to speak between them, Heda treated her with snacks and then left the house and approached Tae Ho. How did it turn out like this? Perhaps it was because of Siu Chulan's metaphor, but Heda seemed scarier than usual. No, her eyes were actually scary. No, Tae Ho explained the things that had happened 2 days before very briefly. Heda, who had finished listening to everything, nodded. So it really was unavoidable. And looking at the big picture was a gain for you. Skathak was Erin's celebrity. In addition, just as Gander desired her, she was an outstanding teacher. If she chose to stay in Idun's legion among the several legions, then it wouldn't only help the reputation of the legion, but it would also be a great help for Tae Ho. In addition, didn't they obtain a flying pirate ship and the magic boat, Skabatoon? However, the only thing she was worried about was that they had gotten involved with the tyrant Bress, because his obstination and stubbornness was so great, it was even famous in Asgard. Although he was still their enemy, it wasn't that good to think about it. Tae Ho smiled brightly, oblivious to Heda's worry, and then pointed at the pocket he was carrying at his waist. And I also obtained this. A magic tool from Erin? Tae Ho hurriedly took out a rock from a pocket and gave it to Heda. It's something called a summoning rock, and you are able to summon a subject you have made a contract with. The farther the distance, the more magic power is spent, and the summoning time is also short, but it's useful in many ways, right? It was a story that made one nod on its own. Because Tae Ho had gotten stronger when he rode on something, it made sense that he had brought Adenmaha to Idun's legion. Then you don't need to ride on Ciri or the other Valkyries anymore, right? Probably? As Heda asked with a gentle voice, Tae Ho answered with a bewildered voice. Then, the silent Siu Chulayan raised his voice. That's impossible. Impossible. He even rode on Gander in this expedition. He was in a really good mood, saying that he added one more trophy to his shelf. Even though they were inside of Idun's legion, which amplified one's power, he was certain that he was concealing the fact that he could emit his voice outside of Gibalg. When did I? Tae Ho hurriedly denied the fact, but his voice trembled, because he did feel a bit proud, just as a collector did, when he gathered the blessings of the Valkyries. Using game terms, it felt as if he was doing a challenge. So you did that. You rode on a Valkyrie again. You raised your name of the warrior that rode on a Valkyrie once again. Haida spoke with a voice that had no intonation. When Tae Ho flinched, she started to laugh like a child. It's a joke, a joke. I'm happy with you having returned safely. His opponent was an underling of the tyrant Bress. Tae Ho, who had faced a strong opponent, just did his best as always. Haida grabbed Tae Ho's hands gently and then closed the distance to him. Then, Tae Ho also lowered his body towards Haida. It was to receive the blessing he was now accustomed to. Haida had changed the place in which she gave her blessing to him when Siyu Chulian had started to bless Tae Ho on his forehead. Tae Ho had recently gotten taller, maybe because the sync rate had increased, since Haida had to stand on her toes to bless him. But it was when she was about to place her lips on his cheek that it happened. Ha! Haida's nose moved. She smelled the scent of an unfamiliar woman, no, a woman she had seen once, close to his lips. Tae Ho? Haida asked, and Tae Ho just rolled his eyes. And the lands that were directly connected to the mortal world, Midgard, were only two. The land of gods, Asgard, and the land of the dead, Niflheim. But of course that was only a normal connector. If you wanted to invade it, you could always open a door connecting to Midgard forcefully, just like what was done in Erin. But that couldn't happen. Because it would make a big noise. Everyone would be aware of what had happened. Loki, the god of fire and lies, stood in Asgard. He crossed the land he couldn't return to since the Great War and walked towards the Rainbow Stairs, Bifrost. Loki, that was hidden in the shadow of the night, walked towards Asgard's castle. He reached the fortress that Heimdall was guarding by hiding his existence with skills that were so impressive even the god of magic, Freya, got amazed at. The sincere Heimdall couldn't see Loki. The darkness that completely filled the night made even the Rainbow Stairs to turn dark. Because of that, even if someone used Bifrost in the deep night, you wouldn't be able to notice the existence of a human in it. Loki walked towards Midgard. He was holding several fragments of Garmar's soul. Odin. And Thor. Loki put a faint smile after calling the names of the ones he grieved. He gulped cold air above the land of Midgard that he had reached. He felt like he could feel the gaze of the giant of night, a vault. But what if he was watching him? Loki hid himself once again in the curtain of darkness and walked. He scattered Garmar's soul fragments to create a big ruckus. Let everything happen as the king wishes. Loki smiled like a theater actor and turned around. And the next morning, the planned chaos started to burn down Midgard. Chapter 62. Midgard, the land of humans, was really vast. In that land, which was even bigger than the land of the gods, Asgard, countless humans and races and species of plants and beasts lived. Not even the gods who were able to look down on Midgard were able to know everything about it. In the first place, the fact that there were that many crows in several parts of the world to check on it was proof that denied the omnipotence of the gods. The humans weren't that different either. The humans had received Midgard from the gods of Asgard and became its owners, but the humans didn't know everything about it. For them, Midgard was a land that was filled with marvelousness, fear, countless opportunities, and danger. That was why the humans didn't know. Nor were the gods aware of it. The seeds of chaos Loki had spread in every part of Midgard had started to bloom. Each one of them could be described as a disaster, but it wasn't seen that easily because of the fog, the unknown. A country island that was covered by the ocean and had a deep forest and a small village in it. The first one that had realized it was this island. The ships that left the dock didn't return. If one or two ships had left at the same time or the same day, they would have thought that they must have encountered a terrible storm. No, they wanted to think that was the case at first. But after 1 day, 2 days, the more time passed, the number of ships that didn't return increased. When 1 week passed, the entire country fell into a state of fear. What was the reason the ships couldn't return? Were the gods of Asgard angered? Was there a storm that didn't know when to stop? No. There were no storms. If it was a storm that could annihilate an entire fleet, they would have noticed it from on the island. The island wasn't small. They were able to self-suffice economically, even if they didn't interact with a continent. But knowing that the only thing that connected them to outside was cut off was enough to make the people feel choked. King Sven, who was the king of all fishermen, warriors and farmers, stood on the dock and looked at the ocean. It had merely been a week since the route for the ships had been cut off, but he could already smell the stench of death. It was an obvious thing. Being self-sufficient was possible only if you looked at the entire country. A port that was cut off of its routes could only dry off and die. Not being able to go out to the sea was more than trades having stopped. The fishermen that couldn't go to the sea couldn't catch fish, and the people of the country touched the empty nets and became impoverished. We have to go out to the sea and find the cause. We also have to investigate if all the routes have been cut off. The aide and advisor of King Sven, Ub, was a wise and realistic man. His words saying that they had to first find the cause were proper. However, King Sven couldn't lay down a decision easily. The number of ships and crews he had lost was already large. In addition, to check all the routes he had to mobilize several big ships at once because it wasn't possible to cross the sea with a small wooden boat. King Sven left the side of his advisor and went to find a prophet who was at a remote land. The prophet, who predicted the future with the bones and blood of animals, noticed the king having visited, even though she couldn't see. She gave an answer even before the king asked anything. You should make a grand ritual. We have to give offerings to the gods and ask for assistance. King Sven didn't really like the prophet. The prophet, who had been in the kingdom even before King Sven had been born, was that old. Her skin was pale because she didn't meet the sunlight, and her eyes, which were completely white, were scary. Even though she never had a straight posture, she was big and had a big build, so that made her resemble a coiled snake. The voice of the prophet was low, rough, and creepy. But her voice today seemed to be really proper and sweet. King Sven immediately prepared to do a ritual. The people of the country agreed with the decision of the king. It was good to try to do something rather than wait for death. In addition, wasn't this an offering for the gods? If this was caused by the anger of the gods, they would relieve their anger, and if it was a disaster, the gods would solve it. Offerings were gathered from several places of the island. They gathered 9 animals from 9 species, just like goats and pigs. A huge ritual was made at the 9th day since the routes had been cut off. They made a big fire, cut off the necks of the animals, and offered their blood to the gods. Sven, who cut off the necks of the offerings with a knife, prayed towards the gods. And someone listened to his voice. And Heimdall, who was protecting the fortress built on top of the Bifrost, twitched his only ear. The pleas reached his ear, which could even hear the hair of the goats grow. Heimdall didn't think of it too seriously. It wasn't something that he should use Gyllerhorn, the horn trumpet that was used to inform the start of Ragnarok, for, but it also wasn't something he should just ignore. His senses were telling him that I should let Odin know. At Heimdall's decision, the warriors of Heimdall's legion that were protecting the fortress stirred. Even the Valkyrie who was going to Valhalla that had Odin's temple, couldn't hide her excitement. It wasn't because they were so degraded to the point they enjoyed the misfortune of the humans. It was because they knew that when something similar had happened had been because the humans had given offerings and their petition had reached Heimdall's ears, and Heimdall had judged that it was worth it to send that message to Odin. A part of the excited warriors went to Anaheim. The warriors of the other legions looked at them, who were more excited than usual, and became curious, and the warriors of Heimdall's legion got more excited because of this and led the warriors to a dark and shady alley or a corner of a bar and opened their mouths carefully. This is still a secret, so keep it for yourself. You can't go telling this to others, understand? Of course. Just trust me. You know how heavy my mouth is. The warriors looked at each other and said, and the next morning, something everyone expected happened. It was that the rumor had spread to all of Valhalla through their light mouths. And that rumor even reached a legion which was at the most remote place. And Skathak fell into a deep sleep after choosing Idun's legion as her residence. It was a magic consciousness, meant to heal all of the wounds she had suffered in the land of darkness. What was fortunate was that it was almost finished. Although her consciousness was almost cut off because of a sudden attack, as she was already at her limit, she would at most wake up in a few months. That was Siu Chulin's guess. Tae Ho left the fragment of Gi Balg in the consciousness room because Siu Chulin liked to see the sleeping Skathak, and then Tae Ho passed the days like usual. He took classes from Siri and Ragnar and trained in several fields. Good. I like your expression more nowadays. Ragnar said with a satisfied expression and looked at Siri and Tae Ho. To be more exact, he looked at Tae Ho. Tae Ho could guess why Ragnar was saying those words. It was because he hadn't been able to receive a blessing from Heda since Skathak had come. When Tae Ho looked at him with a lukewarm expression, Ragnar laughed as if he enjoyed it even more, and Adenmaha, who had been watching the training by only poking her head out from the river, also laughed soundlessly. Cheer up, Tae Ho. She will start blessing you soon. Although Siri, who could be said to be on his side, patted his shoulders, Tae Ho felt even stranger. Ragnar burst out into laughter once again at that look, and then he shook his head a few times and sat on the ground. That's the fruits you reaped from your actions. Anyways, I will tell you something to cheer up my student, who's as dispirited as his teacher. What is it? When Tae Ho asked while pouting, Ragnar looked at Siri once and then started to speak. Midgard has given a big offering, asking for help from Asgard. Actually, those kind of offerings happen frequently, but it's different this time. Heimdall has judged that it's worthy to listen to. Heimdallnim said so? As Siri replied with a surprised face, Ragnar nodded immediately. Right, so it seems that the Valkyrie of Heimdall's legion went to meet Odin. As the rumors spread yesterday night, a decision should be made by tomorrow. That's why all of the warriors are excited. Ullr's legion should also be in a commotion. Siri hadn't been able to return to Ullr's legion because she had been practically living in Idun's legion now. However, she nodded with an absent-minded face, as if she could imagine it. But compared to the two of them, Tae Ho had to tilt his head. Just how was the warriors getting excited related to the mortal world sending an offering? Perhaps? The gods had judged that it was worthy to help them after listening to their request? Then what would happen? It seems like you noticed. Right, the warriors of Valhalla will be dispatched to Midgard. Ragnar smirked and Tae Ho also nodded with a smile. Although it was easy to forget when living in Valhalla, the warriors of Valhalla had all lost their lives once in the mortal world. That meant that they were already dead. If Valhalla was the afterworld, then Midgard was the original one. It was obvious for the warriors to become excited. They will be able to meet the ones that are alive. They could meet their friends and families. They would be able to step on their homeland again. Tae Ho turned to look at Siri reflexively. Siri had treated Rolf well, saying that he resembled her younger brother. He was sure she had strong feelings towards her family. Siri was wearing a dim and dark expression at the same time. Perhaps she was worried about her family that was in the mortal world. Siri seemed to have realized Tae Ho's gaze, as she flinched, but then fixed her expression to her usual one. Ragnar pretended to not have seen her and asked Tae Ho, "Do you get what it is about?" Yes, it's understandable to get excited. Although it was a little, the last part of his sentence trembled. It was because he had remembered the things he tried to forget. His parents and friends. His pro-gaming comrades and coach. When Tae Ho's eyes started to fill with melancholy, Ragnar started to click his tongue, compared to Siri. It seems like you thought of a different reason. That is true, but that's not the only reason why the warriors are excited. No, honestly speaking, there are more guys that think differently because most of them died without regrets. It was because the warriors of Midgard desired to go to Valhalla. In addition, there were some of them that had been dead for a long time. If they met their descendants, who were like strangers, or looked at their hometown, which had completely changed, they would feel complicated feelings. The real reason the warriors of Valhalla had gotten excited was because of another thing. Ragnar didn't give an easy answer this time either. He turned to look at Siri, but she just smiled faintly. It seemed as if she was going to copy Ragnar. What is it? The benefit that would show when a warrior of Valhalla went to Midgard. Tae Ho took one step backwards and looked around. If the warriors were looked at from one side, they were just the dumb brothers of a town, but it wasn't the case when seen from afar. They were all valiant and great warriors of gods that protected the world after receiving a call from a god. The warriors that received the order of a god and went to the mortal world. Their actions were sure to become a story. And not a normal one at that. It wasn't an anecdote that got made in one of the several battlefields and disappeared, but a legend that would be remembered and transmitted for a long time, perhaps a story that might become a myth. The birth of a new saga. The origin of the strength of the warriors of Valhalla. A strength that the warriors, who wished to become stronger, desired. Right, that's it. The warriors of Valhalla could make a saga even in Asgard. If they accomplished a great task or did something everyone could remember, then the story itself would get strength and evolve to become a saga. But that wasn't an easy thing. Accomplishing a task great enough that was able to become a saga in Valhalla, where everyone was a hero, was a really difficult thing. But the story changed if it was in the mortal world. In addition, there was a high possibility for a story made in the mortal world to become a strong saga in an instant. Because countless people would believe and remember their stories. Just which legion would be dispatched? How many? It was understandable for Valhalla to get excited. And that's not the only thing. Ragnar smirked. His green eyes, which resembled those of a wolf, were filled with playfulness. What was it? What benefit was there aside from that you could make a new saga? When Tae Ho fell into his thoughts again, Siri glanced at Ragnar. Ragnar nodded and Siri gave a hint to Tae Ho after smiling. Tae Ho, think about your first day in Valhalla. Especially the first night banquet you had. Lowest ranked warriors. The night banquet, which was filled with warriors who had entered Valhalla for the first time. The most important thing that should happen on that day. Assignment of a legion. Actually, the legion they would be assigned to was already decided. The only reason Tae Ho had come to Idun's legion was because he didn't have a god he believed in, compared to the other warriors in the mortal world. Haida, who had become surprised when she saw Tae Ho. She had said that it had been a really long while since a new warrior had entered. What would happen if Tae Ho performed greatly in Midgard? Just like what happened in Valhalla, if the warriors cheered Idun's name, if Tae Ho himself yelled Idun's name earnestly, if there was a warrior that would want to follow Idun from the bottom of their heart. And if they fought well and faced a glorious end? Wow! Tae Ho opened his eyes widely and turned to look at Siri, and she smiled and nodded. Ragnar laughed and said, right, you will get a junior. A new warrior that would enter the legion. A fire was lit up inside of Tae Ho, just like the other warriors. Chapter 63. I had my doubts, but for it to be true. Ragnar received the information from a crow that flew over Idun's legion and smirked. It was because Tae Ho was among the warriors that would get dispatched to Midgard. Actually, he had been expecting this to a certain extent. Because the warriors that would get sent were mostly intermediate rank warriors, and on top of that warriors that just got promoted. In addition, Asgard was pouring a lot of strength and looking for Garmar's soul fragments. The place a big army should head to wasn't to Midgard but to the traces of the Great War. Adding several more conditions, Tae Ho was almost the first candidate. It seems like they were a bit considerate for Ciri. Did Idun or Ullrnim put a hand in it? The warriors that would get sent to Midgard were composed by one warrior picked from each legion. As the situation turned that they couldn't send warriors that were from the same legion, it seemed like they went with picking one warrior to be the most fair. The representative of Ullr's legion was Ciri. She had also just reached the intermediate rank and had even proved her worth several times. In addition, she had really good teamwork with Tae Ho from Idun's legion. Midgard. Ciri put on a really troubled expression. Her eyes were mixed with happiness, sadness, joy, and hesitation. However, it seemed like she noticed Ragnar's gaze, that she tried to act more positive, and she then fixed her expression and congratulated Tae Ho. You will be departing in 1 hour. It seems like you are roasting beans with lightning. Get ready to depart. Yes, master. Yep. Ciri and Tae Ho answered and then moved to their lodgings and started to prepare a soldier's kit. Although the word soldier's kit was used, the only thing they did was to put clothes to change inside of An-Nur. Tae Ho finished his preparations and then walked towards the shrine. It was to say his farewell to Idun. Actually, one wasn't able to meet Idun whenever they wanted just because you went to the shrine. When he returned to the Legion, he was almost always able to meet Idun, but when he stayed on the residence, it was really a normal shrine that was a bit decorated. But even so, it was still a shrine. In addition, as today was a special day, he could meet Idun even without Heida's lead. Idun, that was beautiful and benevolent as always, seemed to have known that Tae Ho was going to visit her, that as soon as he finished greeting she took out the main topic. My warrior Tae Ho, it's good to spread your name but don't overdo it. Understood? I understand. Right, I believe in you. Idun lowered her posture and blessed Tae Ho. Expressing etiquette after this and finishing their business was how it should usually work. But it was different this time. Also, Idun put on a vague smile. When you go out, go behind the shrine. Behind the shrine? Right, without anyone knowing. Idun said with a playful tone and turned around. Although the method was different than usual, Tae Ho realized that their meeting had ended. And after he closed and opened his eyes once, the dark insides of the shrine appeared before his eyes instead of a green plains that had an apple tree growing in it. Behind the temple. Tae Ho took in a deep breath under the expectation and then went behind the shrine where he would normally never go to. When he opened the door carefully, he saw Heida in a corner as if she was hiding. Did the meeting finish well? Yes. As Heida asked with a low voice, Tae Ho also lowered his voice. Heida looked at another place for a moment and then said casually, It's hard to go meet you to Midgard. Because you needed the permission of Heimdall to cross the rainbow stairs, Bifrost. Heida, that was leaning on the wall, fixed Tae Ho's clothes and said, Be careful, don't overdo it. You too. It was the same exchange as always. But something was different. Tae Ho felt that, and that's why he didn't leave. Heida let out a long sigh and then grabbed Tae Ho's hands. She then pulled him to her side and got on her toes like usual. But the place her lips touched was different. Let Idun's blessing be with you. Let Idun's blessing be with you. Heida finished giving him the blessing and turned her eyes, and Tae Ho smirked. It was at that moment Tae Ho realized that there was a pair of eyes looking at them. It was Rollo, that was lying below the shade of a tree. Rollo made eye contact with Tae Ho and then smirked and turned its body around. His attitude acting as if it didn't see anything was arrogant, but Tae Ho didn't dislike it. And how much time had passed? Tae Ho and Ciri got escorted by Heida and Ragnar and got on the flying pirate ship. And King Sven looked at the sky with an anxious face. It had already been 3 days since they started giving offerings, but there were no news. Someone claimed that the sky got enraged because it wasn't sincere enough, and someone else blamed King Sven, saying that he was unworthy. The advisor Ube said that they had to look for the cause as they weren't late. King Sven, that was anxious, started to think that Ube knew it would turn out this way, and that's why he didn't oppose to the ritual on purpose. In the middle of this, the prophet that had started all of this just kept giving offerings with a calm face. The people of the island just blamed King Sven, they didn't curse the prophet. And that truth made King Sven feel bitter. It had been 4 days since they started with the offerings. The complaints of the citizens that weren't able to go out to the sea just spread like fire. In addition, they needed someone to blame. King Sven could read the panic in the eyes of his people. There had to be any result at all. King Sven cursed at his past self that had decided to give offerings and prayed more earnestly. It was when the sun had moved and was at its peak. Rain started to pour down the sky. It was only for a moment, but the amount was so great it seemed like a hole was made in the sky. King Sven, that had become a wet rat, couldn't endure it anymore. He was about to curse in front of the offerings that was now lit off. But it was then. A rainbow appeared. It seemed like the rain that poured down was for the rainbow to spread from the sky to the ground. King Sven opened his mouth that he was about to curse with even wider. The citizens kneeled down in the mud and claimed the names of the gods. There was no one living in the island that hadn't seen a rainbow before. However, this was the first time they had seen one this close. In addition, the rainbow in front of them didn't seem normal. Light started to shine in the end that connected with the sky. There were people coming down the rainbow. Odin. Thor. The gloomy atmosphere that was pressing down the surrounding just a moment ago disappeared completely. It seemed like the cheer of the citizens covered the entire world. Ube got perplexed and the prophet just put a calm smile. And the warriors coming down from the sky finally landed on the ground. A big ship that seemed like it was riding the rainbow stairs stopped above the offerings. Warriors of Valhalla were standing on top of it. Warriors of Valhalla. Oh. Odin. In the eyes of the people of Midgard, it looked like the warriors of Valhalla were covered in light. King Sven, humans of Midgard, I'm Valkyrie Ingrid. I received an order from the gods and brought some warriors of Valhalla. She was one of the 3 Valkyries that was in the expedition of Black Fortress. Although her voice was heard like usual for Tae Ho's group, it was heard differently for the people of Midgard. It was as if she was speaking directly to their minds. Canut's son, Sven, greets the warriors of the gods. King Sven kneeled in the ground and lowered his head. The prophet bowed down and Ube, that was putting an absent-minded expression, lied down on the ground. Ingrid looked down at King Sven with her business expression. In her position, she was just looking down on him without thinking much, but it was different for him. It was just like the gaze of the sky telling him to realize the difference between them. The warriors of Valhalla got down the ship in the middle of this. Tae Ho, that was the first one to get down, approached King Sven and made him stand up. I'm Idun's warrior. He put a friendly smile and said gently. And then King Sven asked with a surprised expression. Are you talking about Idun, the goddess of youth? That's right. That flying ship also belongs to Idun. Idun has sent me. I, the warrior of Idun. Tae Ho emphasized the name of Idun several times. Although it may look awkward, that wasn't the case for King Sven. He nodded several times and repeated the name of Idun. The other warriors of Valhalla looked at that Tae Ho and clicked their tongues or laughed. Their eyes were saying that he was willing to go to such extent. Even when Siri was laughing at him, one of the warriors jumped down from the ship. Everyone started to talk among themselves at the appearance of the warrior that was several times bigger than Tae Ho. The giant human laughed at the gazes directed at him and yelled. I'm Thor's warrior, Brake. I have come to rescue you. It was Brackei that had barely gotten promoted to the intermediate rank. King Sven, that was repeating his name, was at a loss for words at his appearance. Shock that was different from the ones until now swept their surroundings. Brackei? Is it that Brackei? Of the Skald Knights? Skald? The one that died not too long ago? That's right. I'm that one, the son of a god, Brackei. Brackei yelled once again. And then the people started to look at each other and then yelled. Thor. Thor. Uaaaa. Thor. Brackei was famous. He was an invincible warrior that had spread his name throughout Midgard. Brackei's death happened nearly a few months ago. But that warrior of a god had become Thor's warrior and returned. Although they had already experienced the miracle of meeting a warrior from Valhalla, the feeling could only be different. They were the ones that got excited instead of the warriors. At the sudden change in the atmosphere, the warriors in the ship started to whisper among themselves. They seemed to be thinking if they had to yell the name of their god after getting down. But it was then. The sound of the sharp horn trumpet pierced the cheers that filled the surroundings. It had come from the port. It's the signal of a ship approaching. The advisor Ube yelled hurriedly. But there wasn't only one signal. The sound of drums stating that it was an emergency was also heard. Just what had happened? While everyone was perplexed, Valkyrie Ingrid raised her voice. In the first place, the reason why the gods chose the noon was because they had expected this to happen. Go to the port. King Sven and his people flocked over to the port. Tae Ho and Brackei got on the ship again and then went towards the port. The sky was clear without any clouds. Because of that, they could see the ship approaching from a distance. It wasn't a ship that had departed from this place, but was a big merchant ship that visited this place a lot, coming from the continent. And everyone got to know the reason why all the ships that departed from the port disappeared. Big tentacles surged up from the sea and started to wrap and crush the ship. It didn't stop at being torn to pieces, but it was also being dragged to the sea. It was a really scary scene. One tentacle was bigger than the mast of a ship and much thicker. Kraken. Valkyrie Ingrid opened her eyes sharply and mumbled in a low voice. A sea monster that had that many tentacles and was as big as that was limited. We will depart immediately. We will defeat the sea monster and rescue the people. Ingrid spoke briefly and quickly. As the owner of the ship, Tae Ho, nodded. Ingrid turned to look at Sven once again. King Sven, son of Canute. How about going with us? King Sven was scared silly after seeing the sea monster, but he nodded. He couldn't step back here. The flying pirate ship flew up the sky after boarding King Sven. The warriors of Valhalla took out their weapons and prepared to fight. Ciri also took out her big crossbow. The color of the deep sea was dense. The huge sea creature that was in a place you couldn't see with your eyes was a terrifying thing by itself. But the warriors of Valhalla weren't dispirited at all. Although they were only 8, all of them were intermediate ranked. Tae Ho made a quick judgment. Getting in the sea directly to fight against a sea creature that was tens of meters big was scary enough, but he still had to do it. In addition, the only one that could do that among this group was only Tae Ho. Captain Ciri. Tae Ho called Ciri. The two of them could now understand each other with just the light in their eyes. Ciri nodded and Tae Ho entrusted her with rescuing the people and controlling the ship, and after that he took a deep breath. He smirked once for himself and jumped down the ship. King Sven got surprised and let out a shocked exclamation. The warriors of Valhalla also looked at him with surprised faces. Ciri was the only one to put a smile. It was because she knew what he was about to do. Tae Ho kicked the air once and then took out a summoning rock from his pocket. He pointed the summoning rock, that was filled with Hada's magic, towards the sea and yelled, Adenmaha! I choose you! although it wasn't necessary to yell that he still did it. And then a surprising thing happened. A space opened up along a bright light. And a beautiful and white sea serpent appeared in that space. I was eating. You really? Politely. Adenmaha let out complaints but realized the situation in an instant. As soon as she touched the sea, she dropped her neck long so that Tae Ho could ride on her easily. Tae Ho placed the beast's saddle on her and then put Idun's reins. The warriors of Valhalla that looked at him raised their voices. The warrior that rode on a Valkyrie. A Valkyrie? The last voice came from King Sven. He turned to look at Brachii that was standing nearby and asked. Then is that sea serpent a Valkyrie? That's right. It's a really famous story among us. Idun's warrior that rode on several Valkyries many times. That is that guy. Oh. King Sven started to send gazes of respect as if he sincerely admired him. Ciri smiled bitterly and Ingrid put on lukewarm eyes. And Adenmaha, that heard the fuss in the ship, mumbled in a low voice. I'm not a Valkyrie. Politely. Tae Ho also knew it, but he didn't deny the fact. It was because he didn't have the time to do so, but also because he thought that it would be a benefit if he just left it alone. Okay, let's go. Adenmaha. As Tae Ho pulled on the reins, Adenmaha also started to move quickly. The kraken, that was destroying the ship, seemed to have felt threatened by Adenmaha's existence, that it started to throw debris towards Adenmaha. Tae Ho lowered his posture. Adenmaha also moved quickly like a fish that had met water. For Idun. Tae Ho yelled in a loud voice and activated the warrior's equipment. The sword of the winter wolf cut down one of the kraken's tentacles. Chapter 64. There were several kinds of sea creatures. Big fish, sharks, sea snakes, squids, octopus, etc. But if they had a point in common, it was that they were huge, to the point of surpassing the imagination. The sea creatures, which received the help of buoyancy from the sea, found it easier to maintain their bodies compared to the land creatures, which were impeded by the gravity. Just looking at the kraken, which was making a mess out of things in front of Tae Ho, it couldn't be imagined how big it would be. The tentacle he had cut down was like a log. It's a fortress. It looks like it's at least 40 meters long. Siyu Chulayan said in a low voice. He had caught several sea creatures when learning in the Land of Darkness. It looks like a really rough guy. Adenmaha complained, yelling, and moved quickly. She couldn't even go underwater as Tae Ho was riding on her, but she wasn't a sea serpent for nothing, as she showed movements completely different to the ones she had shown on the grassland. She completely dodged the tentacles that attacked them from the sides and the tentacles that emerged from the water. Adenmaha. A bit to the left. We have to bait it. That's easy to say. However, Adenmaha still did as she was told. Maybe it was to keep the Hayas obey your master, but her hard work was really commendable. Adenmaha breathed out icy breaths while dodging the tentacles and made the water freeze for a moment. That ice became a foothold and at times a shield which blocked the tentacles. You fight well, Dot. I told you I was strong. She grumbled a bit but also showed that she was proud of herself. It would have been dangerous if Scathach had retired to the sea, because he wouldn't even have been able to ride on her. You thought of something weird, right? No, I never did that. Tae Ho refuted strongly and swung his sword. Tae Ho couldn't be playing when Adenmaha was fighting like this. Instead of the sword of the winter wolf, which was comparatively short, he wielded the giant's sword that the eldest brother of the three troll brothers had used. As it was meant to be used by trolls, it was much longer and heavier than a two-handed sword, but that wasn't the case for Tae Ho. You rat, Dot. After showing the strength of an intermediate-ranked warrior, he could handle the huge sword as if it was a theater item made of styrofoam. Tae Ho swung the giant's sword and cut down the tentacles. It seems like it's regenerating its tentacles. After you distance yourself from it, aim for its legs then. Siyu Chulanin advised him again. The kraken, which could be described as a giant squid, had 10 legs and close to 20 tentacles. It wasn't that hard to differentiate the tentacles from the legs, because in the first place, their sizes were different. However, Tae Ho's primary objective was to lead the kraken away from the accident place. Because of that, he focused on surrounding it and getting on its nerves. Tae Ho cut down one more tentacle and looked at the direction he had come from. The warriors of Valhalla were rescuing the survivors from the flying ship. Just as Siyu Chulayan had said, now that he had distanced himself from it, he would be able to start the real fight. But now that he tried to do so, he couldn't think of any particular method. Siyu Chulayan spoke again. I don't recommend using Gi Balg. Its body is under the sea, so if you hit one of its legs, you would have wasted Gi Balg for cutting down one of its legs. Tae Ho had faced a similar thing with the giant of strength, Harad. He had ripped off his own shoulder and limited Gi Balg's curse to only his right arm. In addition, Gi Balg isn't completely charged yet. As you don't have teacher's blessing either, you can't finish him off by using Gi Balg from start to end. Gi Balg, which had only 2 of the 5 fragments, wasn't complete. As he had operated its power by borrowing Skathaka's power, he had been able to use it for merely 10 days, so it was obvious that he wasn't able to use it properly. Tae Ho took a deep breath in the tense situation. He pushed aside the thought of using Gi Balg for now and thought of the things he could do right then. I will first aim for its legs. Even though it had dozens of tentacles, it only had 10 legs. No, in the first place, the number of tentacles was also limited. If he kept cutting them down, the one that would feel more stifled would be the kraken. Tae Ho, Siri's voice was heard from beyond the wave that the kraken had made. Tae Ho hurriedly turned to look and saw Siri and the warriors of Valhalla riding on Squabchuan. As they had more or less finished with rescuing, they had entrusted Ingrid with the flying ship and came to help him. They would have charged towards the kraken and slashed its tentacles if they were on land, but they couldn't do much on the sea. Although there were 8 warriors, they only had 1 boat. But even so, they were reliable, because it was still better than fighting alone with a Denmaha. It was then Siyu Chulayan said something weird. Why don't you start fighting with all your strength, a Denmaha? If it's Tae Ho, he's a good owner, isn't he? He had used magic to make a Denmaha hear him. Tae Ho blinked unconsciously. Fighting with all her strength? Wasn't she already doing that? A Denmaha's movements, which passed through the tentacles, were really fast. Her skills using the ice breath while moving were close to being marvelous. However, Siyu Chulayan had said that she wasn't using all her strength. A Denmaha just groaned. She didn't reply. It seemed as if she was really hiding something. Tae Ho thought of a Denmaha's heias. Obey your master. It wasn't a light heias in the end. No, it could be said that it had a really big restriction. The bigger the restriction was, the bigger the price of the heias. Perhaps a Denmaha's real strength might be even greater than now. Tae Ho looked at a Denmaha. As he was riding on her neck, he obviously couldn't see her face. Tae Ho placed his hand on top of the scales on her neck. Actually, it was simple to make her fight with all her strength. Because a Denmaha had the heias obey your master. He could just order her to do it. However, Tae Ho didn't. Whatever their first meeting was, he didn't want to use a Denmaha, whom he could communicate with, as a slave. That's why he said it as a request. A Denmaha. A Denmaha didn't answer immediately. She just closed her eyes and yelled sharply, "Ah, really? I dislike obvious tricks like this." He should just order her directly. So she could hate him more. Well, it's true that he's a better master than Bress. A Denmaha mumbled as if talking to herself and then fell back and said, I can only exert my full power for a moment. And it also spends a lot of magical power, so you have to take care of me after that, okay? Polite and impolite words were mixed in her words. She didn't particularly say what she was going to do, but Tae Ho decided to believe in her. He looked towards Squabchuan and yelled, "Captain Siri! Brackay! Get ready!" "All right. Tae Ho?" Brackay wielded the hammer roughly, and Siri, who was controlling the boat, wore a confused face. However, she was the one that had been in the most battlefields with Tae Ho. She had already thrown away her questions and was raising her crossbow to aim for an opening. It was true that the most troublesome point was that it was hiding its body under the sea. If they could only bring out its body outside of the water, the warriors of Valhalla would be able to combine all of their attacks and finish it in an instant. Adenmaha passed the foremost tentacle and then turned again to the center and took a deep breath. She yelled towards Tae Ho for the last time, before showing her strength. "Grab tightly." Tae Ho grabbed onto Adenmaha's neck reflexively. At that moment, Adenmaha showed the power she was hiding. White light exploded from Adenmaha's body. The ones that were on the port raised their voices when they saw the white light, which resembled a sunrise. The warriors that were riding on Squabchuan and the ones that were on the flying pirate ship, Ingrid, King Sven, and the rescued ones, all turned to look at Tae Ho. It was the full power Adenmaha had spoken of. That wasn't all. The light was just the preparation phase. When the light that had dyed the world in white disappeared, the warriors raised their voices even more. That. There was a beautiful woman with long white hair instead of Adenmaha. As she had a saddle on her back, reins on her neck, and also the surprised Tae Ho on her back, it looked a bit shapeless, but Adenmaha was as beautiful as a goddess. Well, that's obvious, she's a real goddess. Siu Chulian laughed and said, "The Tuatha De Danann was a race of gods." As there were too many gods, excluding some of them, they were close to being superhumans rather than gods because they actually had a lower status compared to the gods of Asgard and Olympus, but even so they didn't stop being gods because of that. Adenmaha, one of the goddesses of Tuatha De Danann. The reason Siu Chulian remembered her name was because she was a goddess who had surrendered herself to Breast to protect the things she treasured. Power of the sea. Adenmaha clenched her fingers and yelled. The strength of the Hayas amplified her power. The strength she had accumulated because of not using it after having become an underling of the tyrant Breast burst out in an instant. The sea split in two. It made the kraken, which was hidden inside the sea, show up. The surprising thing didn't end there. Just as Siu Chulian had said, the huge kraken, which was close to being 50 meters, surged into the air a little bit. It was understandable for everyone to feel shocked. King Sven and the humans of Midgard couldn't utter a single word. She really was a Valkyrie? Brackay said a weird thing. And at that moment, the warriors of Valhalla yelled in joy. The warrior that rode on a Valkyrie. Everyone got a hold of themselves at that yell. Even Valkyrie Ingrid muttered the words, "It was real?" And at that moment, it was. I'm dying. Adenmaha barely managed to say. It seemed like she really was going to die. Brackay! Tae Ho yelled urgently. Then Brackay turned to look at Siri. Siri. It seemed as if she had already received the request, as Siri hurriedly fired her crossbow. Steel rods started to hit the middle of the kraken's head. I'm going. Saga, thunder enters his hammer. Brackay swung his hammer widely and then lightning fell down from the clear sky. It hit the head of the kraken, with the steel rods acting as a conductor. Ba-bong! A late thunder was heard and the sea gathered once again. Adenmaha also returned to being a sea serpent. But there was one thing that didn't return to normal. The kraken, which had lost consciousness after being struck by lightning, floated in the water. This was the opportunity. Sorry. She had even said to take care of her. Tae Ho yelled shortly and then jumped from the saddle. Adenmaha had known, with a bit of resentment, that this would happen, but she also knew that this was the only opportunity, so she did the only thing she could: cheer for him. Go, please. Quickly. Saga, the charge of a warrior is like a storm. He kicked in the air consecutively. It didn't stop creating thunder and storm, but he compressed them by running. Let's go too. Oh. Brake yelled and the warriors of Valhalla answered. Siri turned Squabchuan towards the kraken and charged towards it. Brake burst one of the huge eyes of the kraken with his hammer, and the warriors of Valhalla cut down the legs of the kraken with their respective weapons and sagas mercilessly. Then Tae Ho arrived. He threw the thunder he had compressed towards the steel rods Siri had fired. Babon. An explosion burst out again. The kraken, which had regained consciousness after having one of its eyes crushed, let out a terrible cry. But they didn't think of stopping there. Brake swung his hammer to wedge the steel rods even deeper, and Tae Ho stabbed deeply with the giant's sword, right next to him. The blade of the giant's sword was 3 meters long. Although the kraken was huge, it wasn't a length it could ignore. In addition, the place Tae Ho had aimed for after looking with the eyes of the dragon was the spot that contained the core. Tae Ho stabbed until it reached the hilt and then transformed the giant's sword into the sword of the winter wolf. He filled the wound created with the giant's sword with ice. It was a terrible ice attack. The kraken struggled as the insides of its head started to freeze. Waves were created and the sea undulated, as if a storm was falling. However, the warriors of Valhalla had already stabbed the kraken on several places of its body with their weapons and had activated their sagas. As the kraken became perplexed, it lost the opportunity to dive deeply and they started to pour lethal attacks on it. King Sven couldn't shut his mouth. It wasn't because of the flashy attacks occurring in front of him. It was because he had realized how they managed to become the warriors of gods. 8 warriors slaughtering a kraken was like a scene from a mythology. And Tae Ho decorated that scene. Gi Balg. Just like Siyu Chulayan had said, Gi Balg was incomplete right now. The power of the curse wasn't as strong as when he had used it on Hadar and Midak. It wouldn't be excessive to say that the kraken was already half dead. As he poured the curse of death directly into its core, it couldn't endure it anymore. Its legs and tentacles dropped lifelessly. The waves that the kraken was making disappeared, like a lie, and the sea became calm once again. The defeated kraken. The red letters turned white, as if proving its death. The bloody red runes surged to the sky and became sucked into the bodies of Tae Ho and the warriors. Synchro rate, 35%. It was obvious, as he had defeated strong opponents like Midak and the kraken. But something he hadn't expected happened. The empty slot of the saga, which was lined up below the immortal warrior and the other lower sagas, was filled up. Until now it had been something he was accustomed to, because it meant that a new saga was created. But that saga was too different to the ones until now. It wasn't a saga that had been derived from the Dragon Knight Kalstead, but a completely new one. Are you kidding me? It was the thing he had been wondering but now could only accept. And now, it would be good to say that it was his nickname. Saga, the warrior that rode on a Valkyrie. Just what was its effect? Tae Ho burst into laughter unconsciously. Chapter 65. It is indeed bewildering. For the thing he was thinking of a joke to really turn into a saga. But it wasn't an impossible thing. It has already been a few months since the nickname, deeply engraved into the heads of the warriors of Valhalla, was called. There was a high probability that it got created in this place because King Sven and his people had witnessed a Denmaha's transformation followed by the shock of the warriors. Although it's embarrassing to show it to others. You could somewhat hide your saga if you didn't want to show it to others. But of course, it was unknown if there was someone other than Tae Ho that could see the sagas of others. Anyways, he was curious as to what effects it had. Honestly speaking, it was more because he couldn't grasp what it was just by looking at its name. The contents of the saga is as I expect, that it was something he would believe if someone like Rolf or Braki used. But it was when Tae Ho was still reviewing his saga. The warriors of Valhalla debating whether they should grill or boil the kraken meat. Braki, that was chewing a sashimi piece of the kraken as a test, was putting on sharp eyes. They had defeated the kraken. King Sven and the people were happy on the flying ship, and the sea and sky had turned calm. But the warriors felt something they couldn't see. Ciri sniffed. It was because she felt something aside of the sea and the kraken. The scent of danger. The scent only a veteran hunter could feel. Ciri frowned unconsciously. It was only for a moment, but she even doubted her hunter side. The kraken wasn't a hunter. It was a bait. It was an impossible thing. If that huge kraken wasn't the hunter, then what was the real hunter? Ciri stood up. She hurriedly looked below her feet, and Braki and the other warriors also did the same thing, although with a bit of delay. My God! Master! Adenmaha yelled quickly. The moment Tae Ho heard her urgent yell, he also yelled towards Ciri. They are coming! Pop a pack! Explosions occurred inside the sea. No, precisely speaking, it was the aftershock generated by something surging up the water. It wasn't one but several. The current of water started to flow backwards with the kraken in the center, and drops of water scattered to the surroundings. At the same time, a black and huge shadow covered the warriors. When the warriors looked up to see what had covered them, they could identify the shadow. Huge sharks. No, sea monsters you couldn't even call as sharks. Saying that they had surged up wasn't an exaggeration. Some of them bit down the corpse of the kraken, and some others threw themselves again towards the warriors. Ciri moved quickly to dodge the attacks of the sharks. They were huge enough to be able to bite down her slim waist in one bite, no, were able to gulp her down entirely. Braki didn't dodge them and chose to swing his hammer. Although he was on top of the unstable and slippery corpse of the kraken, he had achieved hitting the side of a shark and push it back with his overwhelming strength. It was similar for the other warriors. Most of them chose to evade them like Ciri, but some of them pushed them back with their shields or split their stomachs with their swords. The group of sharks also appeared in the side of the flying ship. King Sven and the people couldn't even scream because they were frightened out of their wits. But fortunately Ingrid was the one on the flying pirate ship. She maintained her businesslike expression and fired a harpoon to pierce the head of a shark, and then increased the height and prevented the sharks from attacking her. Meanwhile, Tae Ho jumped down the sea. What he was looking at was the strengthless Adenmaha. Adenmaha! Return! When he yelled by extending the summoning rock that was almost out of magic power, white light started to cover Adenmaha. She fired an ice breath towards the sharks that tried to attack her and yelled, "Be careful!" Adenmaha disappeared. The frozen shark hit the surface and created a big wave, and Tae Ho kicked in the air and surged up. Adenmaha's last warning was to warn him about the shark that would attack him from below. Chant! Tae Ho twisted his body in the air and transformed into a hawk. The shark that had surged up only bit down the air, and Tae Ho flew over that shark. Retreat for now and reorganize yourself. The ones on the flying ship are a hinder. Cuchulainn spoke quickly. Although those were harsh words, he was speaking the truth. Now that there were several enemies, it was better the more boats they had. Tae Ho! Ciri jumped into Squabchuan and yelled. Braki and the other warriors also got on the boat, and Tae Ho looked at Ingrid. She seemed to have made the same decision as Cuchulainn, that she yelled in a loud voice. We are retreating. Protecting the humans is our priority. They weren't escaping. Actually, there was no need to intentionally emphasize that, but Ingrid had specifically chosen those words because there was King Sven and the humans. The flying ship turned around first. Squabchuan followed its back, and Tae Ho flew up once again and looked at the corpse of the kraken again. Although the herd of sharks that appeared suddenly were strong, he felt that there was something else. And his prediction wasn't wrong. Siri held her breath while controlling Squabchuan and realized whose scent was the scent of the hunter. Brackey opened his eyes widely and cursed. Ba-bong! An explosion that seemed to be a thunder burst out. It was because an existence that couldn't be compared to the sharks at all had appeared. Something similar to a shark landed on top of the kraken. A monster that was much bigger than all the sharks that had appeared until now stood on its 4 legs and glared at Squabchuan. It had big and sharp horns on its head. Small sparks got created and exploded from its horns as if warning of a big thunder beforehand. It was the leader that led the herd of sharks. It was the one that had made the kraken escape to the surface. The real cause that had destroyed the ships. It roared loudly as if declaring war. Different to the roar of normal beasts, the strong roar that resembled a shockwave spread widely on the sea. Ingrid opened her eyes sharply and glared at it. However, she didn't turn around the ship. The flying ship flew towards the port in Squabchuan, that was controlled by Siri, followed back with great speed. Tae Ho, that was left last, glared at it from the sky. It also seemed to have realized Tae Ho's gaze that it raised its head. It had blue and black eyes that resembled the sea. "Let's go," Cuchulain said. Tae Ho fluttered his wings once more and moved towards Siri and her group. And as the warriors of Valhalla started to return to the port, the people of the port started to cheer passionately. They had witnessed the warriors defeat the kraken, but they didn't fear anything. What should they be scared of when they had the warriors of the gods? After King Sven also got a hold of himself to a certain extent, he expressed his thanks to the warriors. Although they did retreat, it wasn't that they had escaped after fighting. Their retreat had a meaning behind it. In addition, King Sven had witnessed the mythological fight of the warriors himself. The battle that split the sea and called thunders. As they had defeated the 50 meters big kraken and had even rescued his people, he couldn't have any complaints. They would also defeat the herd of sharks soon. They will open a path for the ships. The advisor Ube expressed a bit of concern, but King Sven ignored him. He opened a big banquet for the warriors of Valhalla that had died and returned. It was then the warrior that rode on a Valkyrie. King Sven started to relate what had happened today with an excited face and voice. He was already repeating the same thing for the 7th time, but no one seemed to be tired of listening to him. Tae Ho approached that Sven and said silently, "I'm Iden's warrior." Iden's warrior. Ah, yes. Of course. Iden's warrior. The warrior of the beautiful goddess of youth. The ship also belongs to Idennim. Oh. The ship that can fly on air. Idennim's treasure. As the people of Midgard started to claim her name, Tae Ho put on a satisfied face and returned to the place he originally was. Siri, that was leaning back on a window and drinking alcohol, laughed. "You are working hard. You have to when you can. Actually, Tae Ho felt more confused when he saw that the other warriors weren't as earnest at him on promoting his legion. No, is it the leisure the big legions have? Because they would still get newcomers even if they stayed still. Tae Ho looked towards the warriors of Valhalla. Although the excited warriors were speaking with the beautiful ladies, they weren't particularly emphasizing the name of their gods like Tae Ho did. Siri laughed once again and then looked at Tae Ho. Although she stayed silent because Tae Ho's action seemed cute, but she also wanted to tease him. Because you had to first die to enter Valhalla. How long would the people that had started to believe in Iden after listening to Tae Ho need to enter Valhalla? There may be battles any time, so it could be faster than what he thought, but having faith in Iden wasn't something that could be achieved in mere months. Why are you laughing like that? It's funny. Siri laughed once again and then patted on the shoulder of Tae Ho that seemed like he didn't understand, and then said while looking at the warriors. I heard that we look different for the people of Midgard. Just like we are covered in light. Should I say that it's a glory? It seems like we become much pretty, handsome, cool, flashy. So anyways, it seems like we get beautified. Siri was laughing more than usual, perhaps because of the alcohol. She laughed once more and then pointed at the women next to Bracky with her eyes. It seemed like they had completely fallen for Bracky, that they were putting embarrassed faces while flushing. So that was the reason. It was kind of weird. Then I will also be going. I will cheer for you. Siri seemed like she wasn't planning on intervening, that she just slightly raised her cup. Tae Ho toasted with her and then started his promotion again. And after listening to the stories of the epidemic that had started to spread in the continent and how the routes of the ships got blocked, the night had soon deepened. Bracky and the warriors wanted to have a close time with the women, but Ingrid didn't permit them. As they had enjoyed themselves, it was time to prepare for tomorrow. Although they had enjoyed the banquet for a few hours, the warriors of Valhalla were all clear-headed. When they gathered on the room King Sven had prepared, Ingrid started their strategy meeting. The real cause that blocked the route of the ships was the herd of sharks. Their objective wasn't the annihilation of the herd. The first thing they had to aim for was the leader. If they just removed him, the herd would break down naturally. In the first place, the sharks weren't monsters that formed a group like this. As they were a kind of sea monster, if they just removed their leader that was the center of the group, there was a high possibility for them to go their own paths. The problem is how we should fight. The warriors of Valhalla were proficient in operating a ship, but using a normal ship in fight was like committing suicide. With one body slam of the monsters, the ship would turn to pieces. Although they were big, they weren't as big as the Kraken, so it was impossible to fight on top of them. Then how should they fight? There's a method if we get the preparations, Ingrid said in a low voice. Some of them had curious faces and the others seemed to know what it was. One of the warriors that was on the ladder laughed and said, Ingrid Nim is the Valkyrie of Njord's Legion. Oh. Indeed. The warriors understood immediately and exclaimed. But Tae Ho was the only one that didn't understand and asked by whispering Siri. Captain Siri, who is Njord Nim, Cuchulainn started to laugh at Tae Ho's question as if he was flustered, and Siri just blinked as if she was bewildered and then pulled on Tae Ho's ears and answered in a low voice. The god of sea. The father of Freya and Freyr, Njord. Ingrid proposed a method to fight in the sea. And the night passed and morning came. The warriors of Valhalla had a solid breakfast and finished their preparations and then went to the port that was looking at the noon. The countless people wanted to go together with the warriors of Valhalla, but honestly speaking they would only be a baggage to them. Ingrid only allowed King Sven to accompany them. They will also be thinking of battling. Having appeared that confidently is proof of that. Ingrid and Cuchulainn thought similarly. So they would be able to allure them with some kind of momentum. So, this is how it turned out? Adenmaha, that got called back again in one day, grumbled. The flying ship, that was carrying Squawchuan, was so high you couldn't even see it. The only ones floating in the sea were Adenmaha and Tae Ho. Because I believe in you. Tae Ho caressed Adenmaha's scales and then she snorted as if telling him not to spout nonsense. There was a lot of blood of cows and pigs spread near Adenmaha. It was to lead the sharks that were sensitive to the smell of blood. I really do believe in you. I'm really thankful for yesterday. You were really pretty. No, really beautiful. Lou, leave it. Do you think I'm a kid? Adenmaha grumbled, but Tae Ho could read her emotions because of the one that controls dragons. She was actually really happy because of the compliment she hadn't heard in a long while. Now that he thought about it, just what had happened? He had only heard the general outline from Cuchulainn. She was one of the goddesses that had submitted herself to protect their loved ones. What kind of story was there? And what was the reason she chose the Geas obey your master? I think they came. Adenmaha, that was forcing back her smile, said with a sharp voice. Tae Ho, that was sharing his senses with her, could also feel it. The second wave in the sea, and perhaps the real game by now. Tae Ho took a breath once and activated the warrior that rode on a Valkyrie. This saga affected the one he was being accompanied just like the one that controls dragons. Ha? Adenmaha got surprised, blinked and then realized what had happened to her. Valkyrie? Granting the strength of a Valkyrie to the one that had let him ride on. A feather decoration made of light appeared in Adenmaha's head. Her body, that was strengthened by the one that handles dragons, was strengthened once again. And it didn't stop there. Idun's blessing spread over Adenmaha's body. Idun's Valkyrie, temporary. Adenmaha. What would happen if he used it on Rollo? Tae Ho smiled bitterly and erased his idle thoughts. He focused his consciousness on feeling the enemy that was approaching him from below. Chapter 66. The sea is a scary place. There were hundreds of meters below your feet and it was impossible to see what was below you from the surface of the water. The unknown meant fear, even if it was Adenmaha that had lived in the sea. She couldn't avoid to feel uneasy when creatures that emanated killing intent approached her from a place she couldn't see. Adenmaha could feel the slight changes in the ripples of the water. The monsters had gathered after feeling the scent of blood. Adenmaha wanted to flee immediately. She just wanted to get out of this place. However, Tae Ho didn't allow her. He placed his hands on the scale of her neck as if telling her to calm down. Adenmaha could feel about 5 monsters with her senses. She felt like there were more farther away, but it seemed like they were trying to see the situation. There was a need to draw them in more aggressively. Adenmaha, let's lead them. It's good if you go underwater. Under the water? Adenmaha asked as if he was out of his mind. And then Tae Ho nodded quickly and said, Ingrid Nim helped me out. It's fine. Tae Ho's neck was filled with the temporary rune carving Ingrid had set up. It was the rune magic that was characteristic of Njor's Legion that let you breathe underwater. Fine. I will show you my real skills. Because she couldn't swim properly because she had to take care of Tae Ho that was riding on her. Adenmaha took a deep breath and said with an enjoying voice. Tae Ho also took a breath and stuck closely to Adenmaha, and she twisted her body for a moment and then dove underwater. Kuhak? Master? As soon as they entered the water, Tae Ho let out a sound as if he was short of breath. As the surprised Adenmaha tried to go out the surface again, Tae Ho hurriedly transmitted his thoughts. I'm fine. He had just drank a bit of water because he wasn't accustomed to breathing underwater. As Tae Ho transmitted his will through the one that controls dragons, Adenmaha put on doubtful eyes but then nodded. I will go then. Adenmaha started to swim earnestly. And Tae Ho understood why Adenmaha was a sea serpent. She was fast and free. She was above Siri, that rode on the plains, or Rollo that flew on the sky. Adenmaha reached a deep place in an instant and then shook her tail as if seducing the herd of sharks and started to swim away again. The 6 sharks that had gathered after feeling the smell of blood started to chase Adenmaha closely. Adenmaha moved really simply. It wasn't that she was stupid or she was fleeing from the sharks. She, that was also a goddess of Tuatha De Danann, was really wise and knew well about sharks. Certainly. As she simplified her path, the other sharks that were checking on the situation blocked her path and encircled her. There were 12 monster sharks that had gathered. It was enough with this number. Surge up. With your fastest speed and the highest possible. Tae Ho ordered. He transmitted more of his thoughts with the one that controls dragons. Adenmaha changed her direction in an instant with a rough movement and then started to swim towards the surface quickly. It was just like a water missile. The herd of sharks chased Adenmaha. They also surged up and Adenmaha got out of the surface before them. Papong. A great amount of water splashed. Adenmaha twisted her body after jumping close to 40 meters, and the sharks that jumped much lower than her only bit the water. Transform. Take responsibility. Adenmaha transformed into the shape of a woman. There was a feather decoration in her head that characterized a valkyrie in her long white hair. Tae Ho got down of the beast's saddle that was placed in Adenmaha's thin waist and then kicked the air. He grabbed Adenmaha's neck with one hand and then threw her high. Kayak? Adenmaha yelled. She told him to take responsibility, so what was this treatment? However, Tae Ho had his own thoughts. He checked Adenmaha's location in the air and recited a chant. Chant. He transformed into a big hawk and caught Adenmaha in the air. Precisely speaking, he made her ride on him. Adenmaha just blinked and twisted her body at the thing that happened suddenly, but then fixed her posture solidly. And it was when she loosened up the reins she had on herself and tried to put it on Tae Ho. Hey! Even if it's for a moment, I have to ride on you properly. At her yell that was an obvious revenge, Tae Ho started to do a stunt flying. Adenmaha yelled again and grabbed on Tae Ho's neck more tightly. You really are bad. Leave it. Tae Ho looked at the sky. While he was bickering with Adenmaha, the warriors of Valhalla were doing what they had to. The flying pirate ship charged towards the surface. They intersected with Tae Ho that was flying up, and Siri, that was at the front, took a deep breath. Siri wasn't standing alone. The warrior Haribal, of Njor's legion, was standing behind her as if grabbing her. And once again, warrior Not-Ung of Heimdall's legion was behind him. Saga, the arrows of a witch never misses its target. Saga, 1 harpoon pierces 10. Saga, not seeing with your eye but with your heart. 3 sagas got activated at the same time. Siri was holding a huge crossbow that had 10 harpoons that were linked with a steel chain loaded to it, and Haribal placed his hand on Siri's. Not-Ung just grabbed Siri and Haribal at the same time. Fire! Valkyrie Ingrid ordered. Notung's saga grasped the location of the 10 sharks that were closest to the surface, and Haribal's saga sent strength to the 10 arrows. Quagagaguk! Siri pulled on the trigger. The 10 harpoons, that was good to call it as thunder, split up and they hit the monster sharks with the help of Siri's saga. And this wasn't all. Ingrid made the flying ship surge to the sky once again. As the warriors pulled on the steel chains, the monster sharks rose up as if they were fishes caught in a fishing rod. The smallest one was 5 meters long and the biggest one seemed to be 10 meters. But even so, the moment they got out of the water, it was the end for them. The warriors riding on Squabshuan threw spears and finished them off. My God! Adenmaha said with a tired expression. The warriors had instantly dropped the number of the monster sharks to half in an instant. But it was then. Adenmaha looked at the surface and yelled towards Tae Ho. It's coming! Tae Ho also felt it. He fluttered his wings reflexively and then turned his body and yelled towards the flying ship. Dodge! But it was impossible to do so. They were currently hanging on 10 monster sharks. In addition, they had already changed directions hurriedly once, so they could merely twist it a bit. Bang! The surface exploded. A splash bigger than when Adenmaha had surged up occurred. A monster that had big horns in it surged up like a rocket. There was only one place its horns aimed at. Quagagang. The monster that flew on the sky slammed the ship and the ship got destroyed at his overwhelming charge. Grab on tightly. The ship that was flying up shook greatly. The monster didn't get satisfied with that and grabbed on the ship tightly with 2 of his feet. It then split the deck with its horn. King Sven screamed. Ingrid grabbed that Sven with one of her arms and worked hard to control the flying ship. The warriors that were riding on Squabshuan threw spears, but it wasn't enough. Most of them bounced back without being able to pierce it. They got closer to the surface. The monster writhed and then started to gather strength in its horn. It started to spark and then transformed into a strong thunder. It spread thunder on the deck, and at that moment Bragi threw his body and activated his saga. Saga, a thunderbolt enters his hammer. The thunder the monster fired gathered in Bragi's hammer. It was just like a conductor gathering the thunder. Oh! Bragi stuck his fist in the deck to get some balance and then flung his hammer to spread the lightning. Ba-bong! Thunder was heard. The warriors on top of the deck held her posture and started to attack the horned monster. And then, it emanated a roar with ultrasonic sounds and twisted its body. It was to get out of the deck and return to the sea. The flying ship shook greatly. It threw its body to the air and Hannibal grabbed on Ciri's waist tightly. Nadung threw a new crossbow to Ciri. Saga, the arrows of the witch never misses its target. Saga, the arrows of the witch is like a curse. Ciri hurriedly pulled on the trigger. The harpoon that was connected with steel chains flew at an overwhelming speed. It was the effect of having developed a new saga through the classes with Ragnar. In addition, Ciri once more proved that she was a veteran hunter. Even though it was a short time, she exactly grasped the place she had to aim for. Cock! The monster that was hit in its gills cried. Bang! When it entered the sea, the water splashed once more. Ingrid lined the deck of the flying ship horizontally and Hannibal and not ungrabbed on the chains that was connected to the harpoon. As they pulled on it, they could slow down its movements a little bit. Tae Ho, dot. Ciri yelled and Tae Ho could know what she was requesting him to do. Let's go, Tae Ho said to Adenmaha. Even though he hadn't activated the one that controls dragons, she understood what Tae Ho wanted to do. She let go of her hammers, grabbing onto his neck, and threw herself. Get on! Adenmaha transformed into a sea serpent. Tae Ho rode on her neck and activated sagas in consecution. Saga, the one that controls dragons. Saga, the warrior that rode on a Valkyrie. Saga, the charge of a warrior is just like a storm. Saga, the eyes of the dragon sees through everything. Sea monster. Karagul, that can fire torpedoes. He could see red letters. And it was really slow, as if it had soon entered deep in the sea. The storm generated by the charge of the warrior split the surface. Compared to Karagul, Adenmaha dove in swiftly and increased her speed. It wasn't the sky, nor the ground. At this moment Tae Ho only thought of one thing. Saga, the warrior's equipment. Light started to get emanated in the unknown sword piece. Burst lance appeared in the hands of Tae Ho, that was one stage higher than the heavy lance. Adenmaha also knew Tae Ho's thoughts clearly. She followed the will of her master even though she was cursing. She charged towards Karagul with all her strength. Saga, Dragon's Charge. Draconic Ballista. Thunder also fell underwater. You could only express it that way. The burst lance pierced the head of the surprised Karagul. It let out a soundless cry. But Tae Ho hadn't finished. He still had one more thing. Full burst, dot. A strong magic exploded from the blade of the burst lance. Just like the snow that got created from the sword of the winter wolf, it was an innate strength the burst lance had. Tae Ho dispersed the burst lance. And then, an overwhelming amount of blood started to flood out from the wound. As its insides had become a mess because of the explosion, pieces of his intestines and bones also came out. Defeated. Karagul. The red words transformed to white. Tae Ho laughed and Adenmaha let out a crying sound. My neck hurts. Because he had executed the lance charging in her neck. It was fortunate that her neck didn't break. I will get you a pain-killing patch later. What's that? Adenmaha let out a crying sound once again at Tae Ho's words. He thought of her as being cute even though she was a sea serpent, perhaps because he knew how she looked when she had a human form. But it was then. A red word appeared from below the white words. It wasn't a monster that was near them. Garmr's soul fragment. A huge image surged up from the fragment that was deep in the body of Karagul. It thrust its rough teeth towards Tae Ho and Adenmaha. Adenmaha! He yelled, but it was late. It was too close to them. Adenmaha yelled. The teeth of Garm roughly bit Adenmaha's neck. Chapter 67. The cry of Adenmaha, that was transmitted by sharing their senses, was heard too clearly. Adenmaha's flesh got torn off and red blood flowed like smoke and dyed their surroundings in red. Garmr's soul opened its mouth again. It looked like it was coming out of the head, neck and shoulders of Karagul's corpse. It aimed for Adenmaha again. Tae Ho charged through the red curtain made with Adenmaha's blood in an instant. He wanted to turn around and check on Adenmaha's wounds immediately, but what he had to do now was to stop the additional attacks. Burst lance took shape again from the unknown swordpiece. Tae Ho stabbed on the forehead of Garmr with his spear covered with the strength of a god. This time Garmr was the one to let out a cry. Garmr's body, that was just a materialization, broke down and scattered instead of spilling blood, but it was still only its forehead. O power of the sea! Adenmaha's voice was heard right then. She had barely managed to say those words while crying in pain. Currents of water started to surround Garmr and then they crushed it down from the sides. Tae Ho wanted to look behind. But now wasn't the time yet. Monster sharks had appeared after smelling the blood of Karagul and Adenmaha. Saga, the charge of a warrior is like a storm. He only originated thunder and scattered it to his surroundings. And then, the sharks that are sensitive towards current, got surprised and fell back reflexively. Tae Ho! Tae Ho raised his head. He thought he had heard Siri's voice. It was obvious it couldn't reach him because he was under the sea, but he still heard it. Perhaps it may be something like a mental interaction. Pong! 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 Siri and the warriors of Valhalla entered the sea with their bare bodies. Although they were in the water that they weren't able to move freely, they still charged towards the monster sharks valiantly and stabbed them with their harpoons. Warrior Tae Ho! A clear voice was heard following Siri's. It was Valkyrie Ingrid this time. Tae Ho saw her holding a trident, turned his body looking down the sea while holding the burst lance. Ingrid saw Tae Ho looking the opposite side and then threw the trident she was holding with the power of a god behind it. Garmr let out a cry again. It struggled while still being trapped in the current created by Adenmaha. Full burst. At that moment Tae Ho made his magic power explode. Garmr's manifestation, that was breaking down due to the strength of a god, scattered by more than a half. Tae Ho released the burst lance and then swam towards Karagul's corpse hurriedly. He heard Adenmaha's pained voice one more time behind him and then the currents of water disappeared. He was sure that she had dispersed it for Tae Ho not to get swept by them. Adenmaha! He pressed down his anxiousness forcefully and then Tae Ho forced his hand, that was enforced by the strength of a god, through Garmr's soul fragment. After searching the insides of Karagul, he finally found the canine tooth that was as sharp as a blade. Oh, Aiden! After plucking the tooth in one try after exerting all his strength, Tae Ho amplified the power of a god even more. He covered the tooth with the power of a god as if sealing it. And then, the manifestation of Garmr let out a pained expression and scattered like that. Warrior Tae Ho! Are you all right? Ingrid extended her hand towards Tae Ho. Tae Ho hurriedly approached her and gave her the canine tooth covered with the power of a god and turned towards Adenmaha. She had the shape of a woman and was pressing down the big wound in her neck. It hurts. Hurts. I want to pass out because it hurts too much, but I can't. It hurt, but she had a clear head. And that was why she could feel the pain more clearly. And Tae Ho knew the reason for that better than anyone. Aiden's blessing. Right now she was a temporary Valkyrie of Aiden. Tae Ho hurriedly swam towards Adenmaha and unfolded the power of a god. Although he was at his limit mentally for having sealed Garmar's soul fragment, he was also a warrior of Aiden. He wanted to pass out too, but Aiden's blessing didn't allow him. Sob, sob. It hurts. Adenmaha's crying sound became a bit lower. Maybe it was thanks to Tae Ho pouring Aiden's divine power, that had a healing property, that no more blood was flowing out from her wounds. Tae Ho felt like he had sweating cold sweat even though he was underwater. He caressed Adenmaha's head and cheeks a few times and then expressed that he was tired with his face. Adenmaha, return for now. And receive treatment as soon as you go, do you understand? It was also like this yesterday. You are always this way, Adat. Because looking at it, he had made her fight to the point she became a mess and made her return. However, Tae Ho put a small smile. Even though she had received a fatal wound, he had treated himself and then Adenmaha. She was still looking at him with resentful eyes, but there was a bit of worry in her eyes. Be careful. Right. After activating the summoning rock, Adenmaha disappeared. He didn't know if Haida would be at the residence, but at least Ragnar would be. Ha! Tae Ho let out a sigh and then looked at Ingrid. She was holding Garmar's soul fragment that was sealed with Aiden's and Jord's powers. Let's return to the surface for now. Ingrid's voice was heard clearly even though they were underwater, as if she had a special method. As Tae Ho nodded, she took out the harpoon she was carrying in her back to throw it towards Caragul's corpse and then swam towards the surface. Caragul's corpse, that was connected with the harpoon, followed her to the surface. Ciri and the warriors of Valhalla finished the monster sharks they were facing and gathered towards Tae Ho. Tae Ho slowly surged to the surface and extended his hand at Caragul's corpse. As the other warriors also did the same thing, the runes got distributed depending on their contribution. Ha! Even though he had Ingrid's temporary carving magic, breathing real oxygen outside the water was different. Tae Ho breathed out some air and then pulled back his wet hair and looked towards Ingrid. She was looking at Garmar's soul fragment with a serious face. She wasn't worried that Garmar's manifestation may take shape again. Just how had Garmar's soul fragment appeared in this place? Was there also a trace of the Great War here in Midgard? Or you could discover soul fragments in places that weren't in the traces of the Great War? She couldn't come with an answer easily. Because there was a high possibility that monsters that had turned evil because of Garmar's soul fragment had come from a far place. Right then Ingrid raised their head. She, who was putting on a bewildered face, released Njord's power that was covering the soul fragment. Black smoke that was estimated to be Garmar's manifestation surged up. But instead of taking shape and attacking Ingrid and Tae Ho, it just surged towards a certain direction. It seemed as if it was pointing to that place. Ingrid and Tae Ho looked at the direction the smoke was heading to. It was to the continent that was beyond the sea. And the night in the port was splendid. It was because King Sven, that was saving food after locking up the doors of the supply storage, had opened a bigger and more magnificent banquet than the one he had made last night. Caragul's corpse and the corpses of the monster sharks were in the middle of the plaza, that was lit up with many small and big fires and made it seem like it was the afternoon. The people in the island looked at the corpses of the huge monsters and exclaimed in surprise and claimed the warriors of Valhalla that had defeated those monsters. Brachii and the warriors gathered told the story of today's fight to the people gathered. Not only the little girls listened to their stories with shining eyes, but so did the adult warriors, and the young and beautiful ladies looked at the warriors with flushed cheeks as if they were enchanted by them. Ciri lightly passed the gazes of the men, and rather than talking about herself she focused on gathering information. The other warriors were telling her performance anyways, so there was no need to say it directly. The people that got rescued yesterday started to explain about the situation in the continent and the heat and the castle. The diseases that started from the west was spreading to the east, but it seemed like the speed was way beyond what they could imagine. Ingrid was holding a ceremony herself. It was to notify what had happened to the gods and to report about Garmar's soul fragment. The people in the island looked at the ceremony that was being held by a Valkyrie and got moved and exclaimed. Everyone claimed the name of Njord. Tae Ho, that was listening to the things related to the continent next to Siri, stood up from his place. He had heard the story to a certain degree, so now it was time to concentrate on what he could do right now. Siri looked at Tae Ho as if telling him to do his best, but she then tilted her head. It was because he had went with King Sven instead of going with Braki and the other warriors. Is he planning to win over the king just like yesterday? It wasn't a bad thought, but she shook her head. Because the stories didn't always spread from top to bottom. It was also important to spread it widely from below through the normal citizens. Looking at the situation like that, what Braki and the others were doing was much more effective. But of course, it was something Tae Ho also knew. The reason why he approached King Sven was for another reason. O warrior of Iden. As Tae Ho approached him, King Sven smiled and faced him. As he had seen his fight, differently from the others, he knew Tae Ho's achievements more than anyone else. Tae Ho paused for a moment and waited for the eyes of the ones surrounding to gather on them. After gathering enough eyes to watch them and judging that he had made King Sven impatient enough, Tae Ho took out a bar of gold from Anur and gave it to Sven. King Sven, this is gold from Valhalla. Oh Valhalla! Valhalla! King Sven opened his eyes roundly. The ones that were near them also got excited. A golden bar from Valhalla. Wasn't that an object from the realm of the gods? Tae Ho got satisfied at the reaction he had expected and then forced to put on a serious expression and said, I will give this to you, so build a shrine for Iden. Oh. King Sven received the gold with a moved face. The ones that were near them sent gazes filled with envy. I will definitely do that. Right. Tae Ho answered shortly and then approached the advisor Ube, that was standing on a corner of the room. Although their force had weakened, he was still the second most powerful man in the island, no matter what anyone said. He would surely regain the influence he had in the past with time. Tae Ho, that had already investigated about him in the last banquet, also gave him a bar of gold. Support the king well. It's a gift coming from Idanim. Ube put on a more moved expression than King Sven. How could he have known that he would also receive a golden bar? In addition, for Idanim to recognize of his efforts. People would get more moved when they hadn't even expected it to happen. Tae Ho patted his shoulders and then also gave the prophet a bar of gold. Although he didn't show that he was as moved as King Sven or Ube, you could know how he was feeling just by looking at his lips that were curled. Good, perfect. A little storytelling is fine, but the shrine is a must. Because if it gets away from your eyes, it will also get away from your heart. If you kept looking at it, won't interest appear in you? In addition, it was the place to leave behind the legend of the warrior of Iden. Perhaps they made pilgrimage in the distant future. As Tae Ho returned with a proud face, Siri burst out of laughter. As Braki and the others were told that they should use all of their rewards in Anaheim when they received it, they couldn't do anything at those gazes filled with expectation. Amazing! To come up with a method she hadn't thought about. As Tae Ho shrugged his shoulders and sat next to her, Siri served him a cup and asked, How much did you bring? How much do you think it gets in Anur? Tae Ho lightly patted the magic pocket and Siri ended up laughing unconsciously. Are you planning on cultivating a great army of 1,000,000? That's also good. Although it was just a feeling, he felt like there was a high probability that the expedition won't end here. They would probably cross the sea tomorrow or the day after and go to the direction Garmer's soul fragment pointed. He couldn't get satisfied with just leaving stories and legends in all the places he went to. He would leave a shrine and a sculpture of Iden. You really match 100 men. I think that Iden has a really good warrior. Siri giggled and offered a toast. Tae Ho hit his cup with Siri's and then looked at the sky. Is that an Amaha fine? He could still remember her crying in sorrow saying that it hurt. After each expedition Heyday came to meet me. Midgard wouldn't be possible. She herself had said that it would be hard. The night deepened while he was thinking of this. And the curtain of the night was thick. Rather than saying that it was dawn, it was really early in the morning. As soon as the banquet had ended, a clear voice was heard in Tae Ho's ear, that had gone off to sleep. "Warrior Tae Ho, it's a meeting." He opened his eyes reflexively. However, he still wasn't well aware of what was happening as he wasn't fully awake. A meeting. It really was a meeting. Then would he also get the saga, the warrior that had a Valkyrie, visit him? It was only for a moment, but Tae Ho, that was thinking of such things, got a hold of himself. And then realized that the voice that had called out to him didn't belong to Ingrid. In addition, the place he was lying at wasn't the bed King Sven had prepared. The wide and green plains that had a golden apple tree. Iden Nim? Iden, that had whispered in Tae Ho's ear, giggled just like Siri. "Right, my warrior Tae Ho. It's me." Should he call it a divine message as it was a meeting in his dreams? The meeting with the goddess started. Chapter 68. Is this for real? Tae Ho looked at his surroundings and asked. The scenery was the same he saw in Iden's shrine. Iden laughed soundlessly and then stood at a distance that was nice to speak. Precisely speaking, it's inside your dream. But it will be so real there will be almost no differences. It's true. Tae Ho nodded after pinching his cheek once. The pain and the feeling of his skin was too real. Iden looked at that Tae Ho and touched her hands. As Tae Ho blinked at her slightly relieved look, she hid her hands behind her back and said, "It's a method the gods of Olympus like to use, so I imitated them, as I won't be able to go to Midgard directly, or send someone to meet you. The gods of Asgard preferred to descend directly. Even Odin preferred to send an order himself when the other party was awake so he could welcome them himself rather than talk in sleeps." Tae Ho listened to Iden's explanation attentively. He had also heard from Heda that it would be difficult to come meet him in Midgard. It seems like Midgard is a bit special, right? In Tae Ho's eyes, Svartalfheim and Midgard were in the end outside of Asgard. But compared to Svartalfheim, where he could come and go as he pleased through the space door, you could only go down to Midgard through Bifrost that was protected by Heimdall. There was obviously a difference between the two. That's right. My warrior Tae Ho. Do you know that Asgard and the 9 planets are called by each mythology? Yes. He had heard it from Heda before. Each planet, including the mortal world, had several lands in it, but they were generally called with the mythological name. Just like Olympus, Erin, the palace. Midgard is the biggest land in Asgard and also the most important for it. Because the strength of the gods is partially originated by the faith of the humans. If there are many people that believe, the strength of a god becomes stronger. The more loyal your faith is, the more strength you could send to your god. Just like Iden had said, the faith was merely one of the factors, but still it wasn't to the point you could ignore it. It's similar to the sagas. Right, perhaps Freya may have taken the idea from it. Because the stories in transmission was the same. If there were more people that believed and transmitted it, the saga would become stronger. Actually, that's only one reason from many. There are many more reasons why Midgard is important, and we have to control who can enter and leave it. But unfortunately I can't tell everything to you, Tae Ho. Can you understand me? Yes, it's fine. He was rather thankful that she told him at least one reason. Just like Gander had said at some point, he could clearly feel how much Iden treasured him. Right, thank you. Iden put on a bright smile and then said with a stiff posture. My warrior Tae Ho, I heard that the battle in the mortal world isn't easy. Heda was really worried because Adenmaha returned greatly injured. Is Adenmaha fine? Tae Ho raised his voice unconsciously. It may seem as a rude attitude, but Iden didn't seem to mind and answered him quickly. Heda healed her well. Although she did cry a lot, she's fine. There are also no scars. Only. Only? Tae Ho gulped dry saliva. Was there another problem? Aiden didn't answer quickly and paused for a moment and then looked at Tae Ho with sharp eyes. There was an unexpected reason in why Adenmaha was safe. That. Aiden's blessing that had fallen on Adenmaha. Aiden's smile. It's fine. Isn't that better? Because of that we could heal Adenmaha more easily. Thank you. Only. The only came out again. As Tae Ho flinched again, Aiden said with a casual voice. Haida said. Just what do you have to do to create a saga like that? Actually, even I am surprised. It was understandable. Because even Tae Ho himself got surprised at the moment. But the problem was Haida rather than Aiden. So that happened. He must have enjoyed it. I should now ask Ingrid. Ciri will also become a Valkyrie, that's what she said. Aiden imitated Haida. It was surprising enough that a goddess had imitated a Valkyrie, but her voice and tone were exactly the same. It felt like Haida was in front of his eyes. He imagined Haida's cold eyes, and then Aiden giggled and said, Don't worry, she's not angry. At least that seemed to be the case for me. Aiden spoke up to that point and then glanced at the sky and turned to look at Tae Ho again. Time is limited, so I will now have to bring out a heavy topic. Tae Ho fixed his posture. He could barely guess what Aiden was going to say. Odin has received the report from Ingrid. Many gods are surprised that Garmar's soul fragment was discovered in Midgard. Are there no traces of the Great War in Midgard? No, there certainly are. Although there are a few of them, we thought that they wouldn't get discovered because they are a bit special. Although she didn't specifically say what was special, looking at how she spoke you could say that she was almost sure. Tomorrow Ingrid will probably say it, but Tae Ho, the expedition you are in will get a bit longer. It's a task to cross to the continent and search for Garmar's soul fragment. It was as he expected. As there were 8 intermediate warriors gathered, it was enough to make a searching team. Compared to before, you will travel while holding Garmar's soul fragment. You should always be careful and do your best. Yes, Aiden. As Tae Ho answered bravely as if telling her not to worry, she smiled brightly and looked up the sky again. There's a bit of time. Then, let's keep talking about the fun things. Yes? As Tae Ho asked back unconsciously, Aiden giggled and then asked after approaching him. It's really surprising. It's barely been 2 days, but there are much more humans calling my name. In addition, there are even some with strong faith in me. Just what magic did you perform? There was no way Aiden could know what Tae Ho had done specifically. Tae Ho smirked once and then started to tell his story of the past 2 days briefly. Shrines? Yes, they will probably get built in a short time. Tae Ho said confidently. The ones with strong faith in her Aiden had spoken about should be King Sven, Ube and the Prophet. As all of the ones that had the greatest power got united in mind, the construction of a shrine was only a matter of time. Aiden dropped her shoulders as if it was absurd and said, Perhaps I will have to pick Hades Jr. Because the warriors may increase exponentially. I will work a bit harder. To get new Valkyries? That's Aiden. I'm joking. Joking. Aiden laughed merrily and then asked with a concerned voice. I'm saying this just in case, but don't spread that much gold. It's not permitted for items of the mythological world to circulate in the mortal world, but also it's your expense in the end. Looking at her tone, it seemed like she emphasized the latter. When you return from this expedition, you can expect it. I will prepare a cool reward. Aiden said as if assuring it herself. In Tae Ho's position, she really was worthy for him to serve. I'm always thankful. And you should also expect for it. I still have trump more card to spread your name. Tae Ho's eyes shone. Although Aiden's face was covered in light, he felt like he could see her blinking. "I have a really good warrior," Aiden exclaimed shortly and then kissed Tae Ho in his forehead after fixing her posture. It was because it was time to end the meeting. "Let my blessing accompany you." The world changed and Tae Ho woke up from his dream. "And why is your face that bright? Did you dream of something erotic while sleeping?" It was Cuchulain, that was like the bully of the town when he wasn't fighting. Tae Ho just shook his head as he didn't feel the need to answer him and then asked another thing. "Before that, Cuchulain, will the flying ship be fine?" "It will be fine only if you gathered the good materials just like I said yesterday." The flying pirate ship had gotten partially destroyed because of Karagul's body slam. Although it could somehow return to the port, it was only to that point. While Ingrid was worried that she would have to ask the humans to repair it, Cuchulain came out with a solution. If they cut down good timber and placed it on the damaged places, the ship would repair by itself. And actually the ship did start to repair a little bit, although it was a little slow. It was just like adding clay to a ceramic ware and they start to become one. It really is a magical ship. It's Aaron's treasure. Ingrid started to tell the story to the warriors in a little more detailed way. It seems like Garmar's soul fragment is in the continent. It was the first place Garmar's soul fragment pointed a certain direction, so they should take extra precaution. There was an opinion that the reason Garmar's soul fragment reacted in a different way this time was because the soul fragment was at a close place, but it seemed like there was no clear reason that has been revealed. A day passed once again. The warriors of Valhalla, that were waiting for the ship to repair itself, left the port when the sun reached its peak. For Aiden. 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 It seemed like the propaganda he had done the past 3 days had some effect, that there were many that called Aiden's name among the one that came to see them off. As Tae Ho waved his hand with a satisfied face, Braki raised his hammer. Saga, a thunderbolt enters his hammer. Thunder fell from the clear sky. And then, the name of the god the people called, changed. Thor. Oh. Thor. Thor. Son of a god, Brake. He's a strong contendant. Siri laughed lowly and said. Tae Ho wanted to say that he was interfering in his business, but he just shrugged his shoulders. In the first place, the warriors of Valhalla didn't envy or hate themselves. For Asgard and the 9 planets. Tae Ho looked at the people and said. And then Braki swung his hammer once more and smiled. Siri and the other warriors also yelled. Because the definite reason they fought was that. For Asgard and the 9 planets. The flying pirate ship left the port. And time flowed quickly. When dusk was approaching, they started to finally see land. The warriors of Valhalla, that were strong warriors and outstanding seamen, liked the land they were facing a lot. All of them hung on the sides of the ship and looked at the land they would land on. But something didn't feel right. Close to 100 people were running towards the port, that was blocked with a fortress. It felt like they were escaping from something. Tae Ho looked a bit farther. And then a scene he only saw in movies entered his eyes. Hundreds of corpses were chasing the people that were alive. They said that there was a disease spreading. So are they the evacuees? Nadun, of Heimdall's legion, frowned and said. The other warriors also put on expressions and voices as if they had seen something gruesome but didn't feel doubts at this situation. There's a kind of disease that moves the ones that had died by it. It's the most terrible type of disease. Siri explained lowly and fast. She said that cremation was one of the reasons it got developed in Midgard. Whatever the case, it wasn't the time to just be watching. Valkyrie Ingrid increased the speed of the flying ship. The warriors also took battle stances. Tae Ho took out a summoning rock and called Rollo. It seemed like it was also in the middle of its meal, like a denmaha that had bit the air when it appeared. Tae Ho placed the beast's saddle on the back of Rollo and took out the things he had stored in Unur. It was Aiden's battle flag that had the symbol of a golden apple in it. Let's go. Tae Ho got out of the flying ship. Siri and the warriors looked at the waving flag and put on absurd faces. For Aiden, Tae Ho said in a low voice and charged towards the group of zombies. Chapter 69. Katrin, which was the name of the first port in Kalak, had been attacked several times by those that sought its fortune and its flourishments. Every time it was attacked, Katrin's defenses became sturdier, and they even built a fortress in all the land. Bloten, who was the son of Eric the defense commander of Katrin, looked down the fortress with a stiff expression. The evacuees that had flocked over there were shouting, telling them to open the gates. The walls of Katrin, which were 10 meters high, were hard for the invaders to cross. The evacuees, who couldn't even take care of their own bodies, must have felt that they were facing a cliff. The number of evacuees was 1,000. In addition, there were a lot of women, children, and elders among them. However, Bloten didn't order the gates to be opened. The rookie soldiers looked at the evacuees and Bloten alternatingly while not being able to stay calm, and the veteran soldiers just closed their mouths and forced themselves to look in the distance instead of below the fortress. The dead ones were approaching. It was certain that they had died with Hela's curse, which was the most terrifying among the epidemics. He couldn't open the gates easily. The evacuees that weren't controlled were a calamity themselves. The dead ones would surely reach the evacuees, even before they could accommodate them, and if even one of them entered the fortress, then hell would unleash in Katrin. And there could already be some infected people among the evacuees. The ones that had died by the ones that died through Hela's curse would also fall under the same curse. As the speed it spread, it was really like thunder. If they made a mistake, they would be accommodating 1,000 dead people instead of 1,000 evacuees. There were tens of thousands living in Katrin. In addition, Bloten was the defense commander of Katrin. Go to another place. We can't open the gates. Katrin himself knew that what he was saying was absurd. Where would they go to when the dead ones were right behind them? The evacuees that heard those words, as if telling them to die, shouted even fiercer. Some of them ran towards the sea, as if there was no answer. It seemed like they were planning to enter Katrin, even if they had to swim. Right, that would be better. That was because the dead ones weren't able to swim. They would have more chances to survive then. But it wasn't easy. Now was when the sea was at its coldest. In addition, there were many that were accompanied by babies and children. It was doubtful if small kids would be able to endure the swim. Prepare to fight. Bloten ordered the warriors. They weren't attacking the evacuees. The dead ones were flocking over. The evacuees hit the gates, and there were some that tried to climb it. The cries of the kids shook their heads. But it was then that it happened. A light shone in the sky, and everyone turned to look at it reflexively. The evacuees that were crying in tears all shut their mouths, like a lie. It was a beautiful swan, covered in blue light. The swan, that seemed more valiant than graceful, turned its body in the sky. Then it transformed into a beautiful woman and stood in the sky with dignity. Valkyrie! It's a Valkyrie! The people that were above and below the fortress all yelled. The Valkyrie, Ingrid, who was still covered in blue light, looked down at Bloten. I'm Valkyrie Ingrid. What's your name? I'm Bloten, son of Eric. Bloten looked up at Ingrid and said with a hardened expression. Bloten faced the businesslike and cold face of Ingrid, and then she said with a hard tone, Bloten, son of Eric, Valkyrie Ingrid orders you. Open the gates and receive the evacuees. Oh! Oh! The evacuees cheered. And some of the soldiers that were on the fortress also raised their voices unconsciously. Boo, but! Bloten yelled hurriedly. Even if it was the order of a Valkyrie, there were orders which he should and should not follow. The most important thing for Bloten was the safety and the lives of the people residing in Katrin. Some soldiers expressed concern at Bloten's resistance and some of the evacuees started to criticize Bloten. However, Ingrid was different. She showed a faint smile that hadn't been seen until then. "Bloten, son of Eric, you are a brave one." The evacuees got bewildered and put on a difficult face. Ingrid was speaking sincerely. It wasn't easy to deny the orders of a Valkyrie in this world where everyone knew that gods and Valhalla existed. However, he wasn't acting that way out of selfish desire. That was why Ingrid didn't dislike Bloten. She said with an eased voice as if comforting him, "Open the gates. The thing you are worried about won't happen." Ingrid turned to look at the evacuees. She put on the dignified face again and yelled, "Humans of Midgard! Don't fear. Keep in line calmly. The warriors of Valhalla have come to protect you." Everyone turned their eyes. Then they saw a big flying ship crossing through the dead ones. They all held their breaths at the grand appearance of the flying ship. "Open the gates, Bloten, son of Eric," Ingrid said lastly, and Bloten didn't resist any further. He opened the gates of Katrin himself. "Valhalla! Valhalla! Oh, Odin!" The evacuees yelled and entered the fortress. It seemed like it was because they had witnessed the miracle of the Valkyrie and the warriors of Valhalla, as no one was fighting to get inside first. So there was obviously no one that got crushed to death. Ingrid let out a sigh of relief and then turned to look at the battlefield and ended up smiling unconsciously. "It's really eye-catching." It was because it was the combination of a coolly armed griffin and a big army flag. Ingrid mistook it as being a sacrifice for the goddess, instead of being a struggle to get more newcomers, and smiled. Looking at how hard he was working, she also got the heart to help others as the one that served a god. "Look! The one at the front is the warrior of Idun." "Idun? The goddess of youth? Idun Nim also had warriors?" The evacuees and the soldiers all became confused and looked at the direction Ingrid pointed at. The ones that had good eyesight could recognize that the army flag had a golden apple engraved in it. This much should be enough. Was it pushing his back a bit? Ingrid looked at Tae Ho's back along with the 1,000 evacuees. And Tae Ho didn't fight randomly, but checked the terrain. At first glance it seemed like a wide plain, but that wasn't the case. There were several obstacles like small forests, rivers, etc., that impeded your movement. What Tae Ho had to do now was to protect. It was to not let the dead ones reach the evacuees. The faintly burning morning Runefang. Tae Ho took out Runefang for the first in a really long time. It was because the fire was more effective against dead monsters. "Let's go, Rollo!" Rollo, which got dragged while eating, fought roughly, as if wanting to take it onto the dead ones. Although he didn't use his beak, his claws were already enough. The dead ones weren't warriors. They were normal people that died because of a disease. Tae Ho tried hard to get colder. When a kid that was half rotten showed his teeth and charged towards him, he still swung his sword calmly. The fire that surged from Runefang covered the dead ones. As the warriors of Valhalla jumped down from the flying ship, they were able to stop the charge of the dead ones even though there were only 8 of them. The warriors of Valhalla didn't group up, but fought scattered. As there were more dead ones trying to get past the gates, they had to attack without resting. Tae Ho created the 5th fire with Runefang and then looked at the dead ones with the eyes of the dragon. It was to grasp how many there were, but he saw an unexpected thing. He saw really small green letters among the red letters, as if it was covered by them. After focusing more, he saw that there were people defending themselves on top of a broken house. They were facing the dead ones that were gathering in their direction in an isolated place. "Captain Siri, I will entrust it to you." "What?" Siri, who was firing her crossbow and swinging her sword without resting, turned to look at Tae Ho. Tae Ho just glanced into the distance without explaining and then departed with Rollo. Siri didn't know what Tae Ho was about to do. But she still chose to trust in him. She fought more fiercely to defend her spot, which had widened twice more. Tae Ho counted the number of the dead ones. Although Rollo was fast, they were still far away. It seemed as if the ones that were surrounded would be cornered by the dead ones at any time. He had to increase his speed. As he was already using the one that controls dragons and the charge of the warrior, he only had one method to do it with. Rollo. I'm sorry. I still couldn't test it on another being. Rollo flinched when Tae Ho yelled. Although he couldn't understand what he was saying, those words were really ominous. If it doesn't turn out well, I will take res, let's go. Tae Ho couldn't finish saying that he would take responsibility. Rollo wanted to yell at him to explain properly, but he couldn't speak in the first place, and in addition Tae Ho was faster. Saga, the warrior that rides on Valkyries. Tae Ho activated his saga. Then a feather decoration appeared on Rollo's head, just like what had happened with the Denmaha. Idun's blessing and the strength of a Valkyrie was added to Rollo. Rollo trembled while increasing his speed. Tae Ho turned to look at Rollo with the eyes of a dragon. The first male Valkyrie, temporary. Rollo. He was glad. Tae Ho laughed refreshingly and Rollo let out a roar that was like a curse and flew with more strength. The distance shortened in a blink. Tae Ho arrived at the peak of the broken house and then swung his sword to burn down the dead ones that were climbing the house. Looking at it more closely, he could see that the ones that were trapped were a beautiful woman and 3 children. Are you okay? I'm fine. The woman, who was estimated to be a shield maiden, and who was fighting fiercely to protect the children, yelled. It was a black-haired woman, which was seen rarely among Vikings. Tae Ho could know how much she had suffered just by looking at her half-destroyed shield and her dirty armor. Tae Ho swung his sword once more and landed Rollo on top of the house. He made the children, who were wearing high-quality clothes, although a bit ripped, ride on Rollo and then turned to look at the woman. Get on, the griffin will take you to the fortress. The woman put on an absent-minded expression at Tae Ho's words. However, she then hid her cheeks and asked hurriedly, "And warrior Nim?" Although Rollo was big, he wasn't able to carry 3 children and 2 adults. After making the woman ride on him, Tae Ho had to inevitably stay behind in the house. However, Tae Ho shook his head on Ki as if telling her not to worry and emphasized the most important thing. I'm Idun's warrior. And Idun's warrior Nim? The woman said again with a bewildered face. He liked the fact that she worried about the benefactor that saved her instead of fleeing first, and also that she had protected the 3 children when it was even hard to protect herself. However, there was no time to explain one by one, and it was embarrassing to keep speaking in this acting tone. Because of that, Tae Ho just placed his lips on the forehead of the woman, who still had childish features, instead of explaining anymore. Let Idun's blessing accompany you. As he had used the power of a god, a golden light shone on the forehead of the woman for a moment. She looked back at Tae Ho with a really surprised face, but then flushed and nodded. She hurriedly got on Rollo and grabbed the reins. Go, Rollo. I will be waiting for you in the fortress. Idun's warrior Nim. The woman yelled with a moved expression, and the children behind her also yelled something. While only Rollo wore a dissatisfied expression, Tae Ho waved his hand once and turned to look at the dead ones. Actually, escaping wasn't that hard. He could just transform into a hawk. But he had already entered deep into the forest. Charging towards the fortress and getting rid of the dead ones at the same time would also be of help to the other warriors. Saga, the charge of a warrior is like a storm. Tae Ho was accompanied by lightning and storm and jumped down the tower. He spread fire with Runefang and charged between the dead ones. No one could stop Tae Ho, as if it really had become the original story of the saga. And there were eyes that were looking at Tae Ho from a far place. They were eyes filled with anger and hatred, rather than amazement. Chapter 70. The ones that died because of Hela's curse became corpses that moved without having a consciousness and attacked the people that were alive. It was a disease that the word curse suited it well. The fight ended earlier than expected. Although there were hundreds of dead ones, it wasn't that all of them were warriors and they only knew how to charge forward. In addition, they weren't good opponents. A force of 8 warriors of Valhalla was enough to overwhelm hundreds of warriors of Midgard that were completely armed. But of course, as there were just too many dead ones, there were some that passed through the defenses of the warriors of Valhalla, but Katrin's garrison didn't just stay idle. They poured arrows to the dead ones that charged towards them in a manner you could say that was a bit excessive. Are you okay? It has been tough because of a certain someone, but I'm fine. Siri faced Tae Ho, that had charged all the way here from a deep place in the forest, and said while putting on cold eyes and smiling at the same time. He could feel the pressure emanating from her as if telling him to explain properly the next time. Thank you, you really are the best. As he came out shamelessly while raising a thumb, Siri smirked and then loosened her expression. In the first place, he had done that to rescue people. Siri also knew that it was unavoidable. As Siri's mood had eased up, Tae Ho, that got relaxed, glanced towards the fortress. Captain Siri, I will go first. It's because of Rollo. There was a limit on how long you could maintain a summon with the summoning rock. There were things he had to do before sending back Rollo. All right. Siri answered shortly and then pointed at the other warriors while slightly dropping her posture. Tae Ho looked at the warriors that were gathering in groups and ran towards the fortress hurriedly. Aiden's warrior. Aiden's warrior is coming. Oh. The soldiers on top of the fortress and the evacuees that were still near the gates raised their voices. Did the shield maiden I saved spread the rumor? How did he know that he was Aiden's warrior? Did he recognize the army flag? Whatever the case, it was a good reaction. Tae Ho maintained his serious expression instead of smiling and kicked the air to surge up to the top of the fortress. The soldiers and evacuees raised their voices again when they saw that he had jumped down the wall that was close to 10 meters as if nothing. Aiden's warrior Nim. As he had jumped towards the place where Rollo was, he could meet the ones he had saved as soon as he landed. They were Rollo, that was putting on a vague expression while carrying Aiden's army flag in his saddle, and the 3 children and the black-haired woman next to him. Are you okay? We are all safe. It's all thanks to Aiden's warrior Nim. The shield maiden blushed and then bowed towards Tae Ho and pointed at the 3 children. My name is Helga, the daughter of Ivar. These are my siblings Gudmund, Gudrid, and Eric. They were 2 boys and 1 girl. They were brothers with a bit of difference in their age. He thought that they were children of a rich family and their guard. Looking at the shield maiden more closely, he thought that she would be a teen as she still had a childish face. In the other hand, the biggest kid among the children seemed to be barely 7 or 8 years old. But it was then. The warriors near them put on surprised faces and then looked at each other and started to whisper among themselves. They are the kids of King Ivar. So that girl is Princess Helga? She's a beauty just like the rumors. Although they had whispered among themselves, you could still hear everything as they were on top of the silent fortress. Daughter of King Ivar. Princess of Cat-Erin. Shield Maiden Helga. He became certain after looking with the eyes of the dragon. It wasn't a rich family, but she was of royalty. But of course there was a low probability for them to be successors of a huge kingdom. Even King Sven merely ruled 2 cities and a few towns. Based on Siri's explanation, there were small kingdoms the size of cities near Kalik. Ivar King should probably be the same. Helga heard the whispers around her and then took a deep breath and said after fixing her expression. It's embarrassing to say this to Aiden's warrior, but King Ivar, that rules a part of Cat-Erin, is my father. As my father was on an expedition, I escaped along my brothers. Tae Ho had studied many things about Kalik's surroundings with Siri while crossing the sea. When he spread a map in his head, he could immediately know Cat-Erin's size and location. Just as expected, it was a small kingdom comparable to the island King Sven ruled. They had a vague relationship with Cat-Erin, right? They did trade between them but were in guard against each other. He had heard that the other small kingdoms near it were hesitation in several means as King Ivar was leading a really powerful army. Whatever the case, they are royalty. Be it small or big, it was still a kingdom. In addition, the ones in front of Tae Ho were the princesses and princes. If he did well, won't he gain diplomatic ties with them? Just like Athena, the capital of Greece, worshipped the goddess Athena. He started to see Helga in a new light. He felt like he could see the words, Idun's warrior, in the future, or, estimated to enter the army, Idun's legion, above her head. Let's calm down for now. Rollo's vague eyes looking at him helped him in calming down. Tae Ho fixed his expression and then hit his chest twice just like Valhalla's etiquette and spoke to Helga. You have gone through a lot with the body of a princess. Your courage and commitment to protect your brothers until the end is really amazing. Ah, no. I just did the obvious as the eldest. Helga blushed and bowed. But looking at the corner of her mouth was curled up, it seemed like she was really happy to have heard that. I also did the obvious as Idun's warrior. Tae Ho lightly patted on Helga's shoulders and said. Helga looked at Tae Ho's hand that was on her shoulder and flinched, and then acted as if she didn't know what to do and hurriedly expressed her manners. I will be going now. I will never forget this grace. Warm up as the night is cold. Tae Ho took out a coat he had put in on Nur as a female's cloth and gave it to Helga. And then Helga's face became more red than it was before and bowed again. Thank you. Helga left with the children. And Tae Ho, that was looking at that, let out a sigh of relief. It was hard. He had taken Raskrid's or Regenleaf's way of talking and pretended to act as a warrior of Valhalla filled with dignity, but it was hard to do something he didn't usually do. Rollo, you have done well. As Tae Ho smirked and said, Rollo turned his head and snorted. Although it was fainter than before, he still had the feather decoration that was a characteristic of Valkyries in his head. The first male Valkyrie, temporary. Rollo, that feels strange. Fortunately enough, it seemed like there was no confusion in his identity. Tae Ho slightly glanced at Rollo's lower half and let out a sigh of relief, and after that he patted Rollo's legs. You got the title of the first, congratulations. It wasn't a man Valkyrie but a male Valkyrie, so it was good to say that he had written history anew, but Rollo kept looking at him vaguely. Tae Ho placed the things he had prepared in a pocket that was hanging in the saddle instead of taking it off. He was returning the summoning rocks that had used all of their magic power and a letter to her. Send it to Haida, okay? Rollo couldn't speak but could understand words really well. He nodded moderately and then looked at Tae Ho as if asking if he could return back to eat. Tae Ho used the summoning rock again to send him back instead of answering. As the big griffin disappeared in front of their eyes, the soldiers that got surprised raised their voices. Tae Ho was wondering whether he should preach them about Idun's beauty and wisdom now that he had caught their attention, but he changed his thoughts. It was because Ciri and the warriors had reached the gate and Ingrid, that wasn't seen anywhere, appeared on top of the fortress. Idun's warrior Tae Ho, you have done well. Thank you. As he approached Ingrid, she spoke towards him first. He was really thankful towards her because he called him as Idun's warrior instead of just warrior like she usually did. Although Ingrid seemed to be the silent type as she always had a businesslike expression, but he was able to read her expression after spending a few days with her. Although her face seemed to be the same every time, she was expressing her feelings through the faint movements of her eyebrows and eyes. Ingrid put on a smile only Tae Ho could barely recognize and then pointed at the young man putting on a nervous expression. This is Katrin's defense commander Bloten, son of Eric. Greetings to Idun's warrior. Nice to meet you. As Bloten and Tae Ho ended their short greeting, Ingrid spoke again. King Cattle, the governor of the city, is coming. It feels like it would turn to become a long story, but will you participate in the conference? You can rest as you have just returned from battle. King Cattle will prepare a conference room. It seemed like the last words were directed to Bloten rather to Tae Ho. Tae Ho and Bloten, that had flinched, turned to look at a fat man that was being escorted by guards, nodded. I will participate. Okay, he's coming over there. Ingrid turned towards the fat man King Cattle. And the conference with King Cattle took place in a big mansion located at the center of the city. King Cattle was hiding his expression, but he seemed to have many complaints. Like he was going to return to the mansion again, so why did he have to go to the walls, and why did they end up letting in the evacuees inside the fortress? It seemed like he had almost never lowered himself below someone else or endured it. But it seemed like he still knew how to differentiate a bit, that he didn't act rudely openly towards Ingrid and the warriors of Valhalla. How new. Thinking about it, King Cattle should be the image of a standard king. After having seen warriors of Valhalla that were all bright and good people, when he saw a rotten person in a really long while, he felt more marveled rather than displeasure. The people that were in the conference room could be divided in 3 groups. King Cattle and his advisor, Bloten, and his followers. Tae Ho, Brike, and Ingrid. Lastly, Princess Helga of Cat-Aaron. King Cattle sent a sly look towards Helga without even trying to hide it. It was obvious, as the successor of a neighboring kingdom had come rolling while they were glaring at themselves without fighting. In addition, Helga was also a beauty. The eyes of King Cattle were filled with lewdness. Helga pretended to act calm, but it seemed like it was still hard to endure it that she kept sending glances to Tae Ho. Saying it briefly, the place the epidemic got originated at is from a forest near Cat-Aaron? There's a high probability. Helga answered hurriedly at Ingrid's question. The epidemic that originated in the forest got spread in small villages that were located in hills or the mountains, but it ended up spreading to a village that belonged to Cat-Aaron and even affected it. Ingrid paused for a moment and then looked at the map that was placed in the middle of the table. The direction was the same to the direction Garmar's soul fragment pointed at. Shield Maiden Helga, where is the army of King Ivar? Can I know the situation of Cat-Aaron? By now, Father should have also heard of the situation. Hela's curse is a really dangerous plague, so I think that he returned to deal with it. For Cat-Aaron's situation, I'm sorry. Even I don't know. She was staying in a village outside of Cat-Aaron with her brothers and had escaped. It was impossible to know to what extent the disease had spread. I understand. Erasing the origin of the plague is the priority here, so it would be good to join with King Ivar. Are you talking about crossing through the infected regions? Bloten, that was silent until now, got surprised and asked. Ingrid nodded with a calm face. We have a flying ship that was bestowed by Eidenim. It isn't a problem crossing through the infected region. Ingrid had finished speaking and looked at Tae Ho. Now that she had determined herself to help him, she was really doing her best. It looks like a PowerPoint presentation. Just like when they presented a mobile game in dramas or only drinking a beverage from one brand and showing it. While Tae Ho was forcing himself not to laugh at Ingrid's cute side, the advisor that was next to King Cattle put on a troubled face and said, Then our Cat-Aaron. Cat-Aaron's walls are high and solid. There won't be any trouble even if we leave. Ingrid cut his words immediately. King Cattle put on a dissatisfied face, but he just shut his mouth and didn't say anything. Tae Ho looked at the place the eyes of King Cattle were looking at and then said, Helga, you and your brothers will come with us. It will be exhausting to leave immediately, but get ready to depart. I understand. Thank you. Helga answered immediately. King Cattle turned to look at Tae Ho as if he could do such things, but he couldn't open his mouth this time either. He had been planning to capture the successors of King Ivar in this opportunity. Actually, that was a mundane thing, and it wasn't that King Cattle was doing anything evil in particular. But whatever the case, he would have to deal with the 1,000 of evacuees that would remain in Cat-Aaron. However, Tae Ho didn't need to side with Cat-Aaron. He would be leaving Katrin soon, so it was obvious that he would invest more in Cat Aaron that had a well-polished base and where he would be acting from now on. Right, now that it came to this, why don't I make a national religion? He would build a city with Aiden's name and also build a big shrine. That was Tae Ho's ambition, but it seemed like Ingrid mistook Tae Ho's eyes and shook her head while looking at Helga that was looking at Tae Ho with her face flushed. However, she really was sincere. She prioritized her things and stood up. King Cattle, I entrust you the evacuees. You and the evacuees are all humans of Midgard. King Cattle's face stiffened when he heard the warning not to mix the mundane things with the things related to Valhalla. As soon as they got out of the conference room, Ingrid gathered the warriors of Valhalla that were resting. It was doubtful as to how Garmar's soul fragment was influencing things, but whatever the case, Hela's curse was a terrible disease they had to take care of. If more time passed, there was a high probability that vampires like the Stragos or undead monsters would appear. Hela's curse became stronger the more dead ones there were. The flying pirate ship that was carrying the warriors of Valhalla left Katrin. King Cattle and the several others looked at them and had their own thoughts. And at the same time, when everyone looked at the flying pirate ship, there was one more existence leaving Katrin. Chapter 71. Helga's three brothers got greatly moved at the fact that they got to ride the flying pirate ship. They giggled and talked like children should, and that made Helga feel anxious. But that didn't last that long. In the first place, as it was already night when they departed, Helga's three brothers started to fall asleep and then fell in a deep sleep. The warriors of Valhalla viewed them cutely. Especially Ciri, took off her coat and covered the children. Do you have something on your mind? Ciri caressed the head of the sleeping Gudrid carefully and then asked Helga. She flinched at that moment and then closed her eyes and said, I'm worried about the citizens I left in Katrin. Although they did say that it was unavoidable, they had still left behind close to 1,000 citizens. It's fine. Even if you or your brothers stayed behind, how much help could you be? Getting out of that place should be of more help to them. Brackei. The one that answered while snorting was Brackei that was seated nearby. Ciri hurriedly called Brackei as if telling him to stop, but he just shrugged his shoulders. But it was at that moment Helga, that got refuted back, asked back with a surprised face. Brackei? Are you talking about Brackei, the one that belonged to the Skald's Knights? Right, that's me. My God. She was already experiencing the miracle of being together with the warriors of Valhalla, but it was impossible not to get surprised this time. It was because Brackei was someone that had lived in the same time as her. He had proved her strongly that when great warriors die they go to Valhalla. Brackei scratched his nose as if it was embarrassing and then finished speaking. Just like you are from royalty. If you are with us, princess, you will suffer along us, but if you stayed behind you would have become the window that would listen to the complaints of the people. But that is all. Putting an end to this situation and finding back a place for the citizens to return is much better. And to do that you and your cute brothers can't stay behind in Katrin. The evacuees without you are just a pain for King Cattle. So if we resolve this matter well, the citizens will soon be able to return to their homes. But of course, this was possible because Cat Aaron and Catrun were small kingdoms. Brackei glanced at Helga after finishing his speech and looked at her as if she understood. But an exclamation came out from other people. Wow, you speak well. Our Magne knows how to speak like that. The warriors of Valhalla let out admiring voices. Tae Ho also said with a surprised face. So Brackei was a prince. Let's apologize to all the princes in the continent. Ciri nodded reflexively. For the man that was full of muscles and had a big beard to be a prince, it was too much. Brackei frowned. What bullshit is that? And I'm not a prince but a son-in-law with the king. One of my wives was a princess. I don't know if she's doing well. It had merely been half a year since Brackei died. The eyes of Braki became dim as if he was thinking about his children and wives. Helga looked up at that Braki for a moment and then gulped dry saliva and asked with a careful tone. I'm really thankful for your advice. But, is Braki Nim also a warrior of Idun? Helga's eyes moved to the flag in the ship for a moment. There was a golden apple drawn in the white flag, just like the army flag of Idun. It wasn't impossible to mistake all of the warriors of Valhalla as being Idun's warriors. Braki stood up from his seat and shook his head fiercely. No, I'm Thor's warrior. Thor's warrior. Braki raised the hammer as if imitating Mjolnir. Ciri laughed at him and then placed her hand on top of Helga's and said, In addition, I'm Ullr's warrior. The god of hunting, Ullr. By now, the other warriors also butted in and raised their voices. I'm Heimdall's warrior. I'm Hermod's warrior. If they stayed silent at this moment, they wouldn't be warriors of Valhalla. As they started to reveal their legions with an elated voice, Ingrid, that was controlling the ship, said casually, I'm the Valkyrie of Njord's legion. Everyone turned to look at Ingrid and then she turned her head and added, I'm just saying. Everyone burst out of laughter. Ingrid also put a small smile. Ciri said to Helga once again, Helga, Valhalla is a really cool place. However, I hope you knock on the doors of Valhalla the later possible. Because you had to die first to enter Valhalla. In addition, that death didn't refer to dying in a comfortable bed but on the battlefield. Yes, thank you Ullr's warrior Nim. Right. Ciri grabbed Helga's hands tightly and then stood up and moved to Tae Ho's direction. I'm sorry. Because if you saw it from a side, she had spilled the cup when he was working hard to get a successor. However, he just shook his head. No, I'm also feeling the same way, so it's fine. Really? You have to look at it in the long term. What use is there if you only hurry? Tae Ho also wasn't a fool. Even if he worked hard right now, the probabilities of a new warrior entering his legion was really low. Because just like Ciri had said, you had to die first. Tae Ho was just spreading seeds as if he was harvesting. Although the hard times would be long, the time of harvest would surely be sweet. And for now, I like it as it is. Because Idun and Heda were all focusing on himself. As Tae Ho smirked while thinking of the two of them, Ciri's eyebrows twitched. It seems like you are thinking of something bad. How can that be? Tae Ho put a bright expression and Ciri looked at Tae Ho with the same eyes Rollo had. And Cat-Aran was a small kingdom composed by 3 cities and 6 towns. And the town that Hela's curse started to spread from was in a city adjacent to Cat-Aran, that was the second biggest city in the land where the small kingdom got originated first. Tae Ho's group could discover the troop of King Ivar faster than what they expected. It was because King Ivar, that had heard that Hela's curse had spread, had turned their horses around. It was just like Helga had predicted. The troop of King Ivar was stationed in a hill that was looking down at a city. Although a few days had already passed since Hela's curse had spread, the city didn't seem that different from outside. However, you couldn't feel the particular liveliness in the city at all. Ivar, son of Grim, greets you warriors of Valhalla. The man that had a great build greeted Tae Ho's group with a face filled with joy. Compared to King Sven, Ivar was a warrior before being a king. For him, Valhalla was a place he had to go, and the warriors of Valhalla were the seniors he respected. And it was the same for the Knights of Cat-Aran, that was the pride of King Ivar. Although their hometown had become a ghost town, they all couldn't hide their happiness and excitement. I'm Valkyrie Ingrid. I thank you for welcoming us. Ingrid replied with the business-like expression like always and then proceeded to talk. The contagiousness Hela's curse had wasn't that high. If you could effectively block the attacks of the dead ones, you could plentifully solve the situation. The strategy was simple. They would attack the city together with the knights King Ivar led and send back the dead ones to their resting place and secure the city. The warriors of Valhalla stood on the front again. the knights all exclaimed when they saw the warriors of Valhalla stand ahead of them. Their eyes were shining with respect and envy, and it seemed like they would praise them if they slept, saying that it was cool sleeping position. That was why Ingrid approached the warriors to speak to them in a low voice instead of giving the order to charge immediately. The time has come. She wasn't talking about attacking. It has already been some time since the warriors of Valhalla descended to the mortal world. Although it had merely been a few days, it was enough for rumors to spread. In addition, a lot of people had witnessed their fight. The people in the island that saw the battle remembered the warriors of Valhalla. The evacuees and the defense team continued to repeat that the warriors of Valhalla had fought for them several times. The soldiers of Cat-Aaron thanked the miracle that they had appeared before them. This wasn't Asgard but Midgard. The existence of the warriors themselves that had appeared riding a flying ship was a miracle by itself. So it wasn't merely a few days. It was plenty of time for a new story to be made. The warriors of Valhalla looked at each other. And then turned to look at themselves. Tae Ho, that had the eyes of the dragons, could know. All of the warriors had a new Saga. Saga, his courage calms the waves. Saga, the kraken doesn't have remaining legs. Saga, warrior of the sea. Most of them were related to the sea. While all of them were smiling satisfactorily, Siri flushed when she checked her Saga. Saga, she is a beautiful and proud flower that bloomed alone in the battlefield. Because compared to the other warriors, that had told their story every day in the island, she had just silently raised their cups in a corner. In addition, excluding Valkyrie Ingrid, as she was the only woman in the battlefield, she was really eye-catching. Tae Ho hurriedly blocked his mouth to stop the laughter from coming out and then lowered his head and pretended not to have seen it. And Braki, that was next to him, burst out of laughter. Saga, he's the son of a god that has returned. The legend of Midgard had returned from Valhalla. That alone was enough to be transmitted extensively and remain as a legend. The part saying that he was the son of a god made him feel especially satisfied. Tae Ho was the last one to check his own Saga. Saga, the one that wields lightning and gale. Every time Tae Ho fought, he used the charge of the warrior. It was good to say that the scene of Tae Ho running on the sky while being accompanied with lightning and storm was a myth by itself. In the eyes of the people of Midgard, it would seem like Tae Ho was the one to wield it. Tae Ho activated his Saga. And then lightning and gale got created in his hands. He could use it rather freely compared to when he used the charge of the warrior. Ba-bong. He spread lightning in the air as a test. Although it wasn't that big, a loud sound exploded and white light shone. The warriors that were checking their own sagas raised their heads at the sudden noise. The warriors that were looking from behind got overjoyed. Oh! Thor! Thor's warrior, ... Because thunder and lightning had to be Thor. But compared to the reaction of the warriors, there were some that refuted back immediately. He's not? The warrior of Thor is me, Braki. I'm Idun's warrior. Braki and Tae Ho yelled at the same time. Braki swung his hammer to create lightning as if telling them to see, and Tae Ho spread thunder once again to create the shape of a golden apple. The warriors became dumbfounded looking at lightning, and lightning with the shape of a golden apple got created repeatedly but then cheered. They really were simple and bright, just like a warrior of Valhalla should be. Don't waste strength in useless things and concentrate. Siri, that couldn't keep watching at them, said to Tae Ho. Cuchulain also added some words. How will you see lightning in the afternoon? Even if so, you only get misunderstood as being Thor's warrior. They both said right words. Because of that, Tae Ho didn't argue anymore and used the last summoning rock to call Rollo. As the warriors started to concentrate on them because of the griffin that had suddenly appeared, the warrior of Idun took out the army flag and placed it on the saddle. Can we charge now? Ingrid asked with lukewarm eyes. Tae Ho discovered that the summoning rocks that were in the pocket were recharged, along with Hada's reply, and then smirked and nodded. Whenever you want. Tae Ho covered the sword of the winter wolf with lightning. Braki imitated him once again to cover his hammer in lightning, and Ingrid, that was looking at the two of them, slowly unsheathed her sword. Shell said a phrase that would tie up the warriors that belonged to different legions. For Asgard and the 9 planets. For Asgard and the 9 planets. The warriors of Valhalla said in one voice. They all charged towards the battlefield at the same time. And Cat Aaron was a city built next to the Big Olhan River that was connected to Kalak Sea. Just like all the cities that were built next to rivers, it was good because they were spread widely, but it was also easy to get invaded. King Ivar marched his troop from south to north instead of surrounding it. This composition was to push back the dead ones to the direction of the winter tree forest, that was thought to be the origin place of the dead ones. The intentions of King Ivar worked well. The dead ones that had lost their will couldn't become opponents for the knights. Although they were numerous, they weren't impeded at all because the warriors of Valhalla were in front of them. In addition, this place was like a hometown for the Knights of Cat Aaron, so they could use the structure of the city effectively. The superior races like the vampires and Stragos appeared when the dead ones started to get focused and led the dead ones and fled to the winter tree forest. Tae Ho flew in the sky while riding Rollo. He could clearly see how the group was progressing as he was looking down from a high place. He's accustomed on leading an army. Cuchulainn praised King Ivar. Tae Ho nodded as if he agreed and then looked at the direction the dead ones were headed to as if they were fleeing. Just counting roughly, their number easily passed the 1,000. And adding the number of the dead ones they had defeated in the city, it seemed like they would be 2,000. Although the number of the evacuees that had scattered was much bigger, it seemed like it would take quite a long time for Cat Aaron to recover from this. Tae Ho, that was looking at things from a distant place, tilted his head. It was because he felt a sense of incongruity. It was obvious to say this, but it was the first time Tae Ho came to Midgard. Because of that, he memorized the terrain near Kalak Sea with the map. The winter tree forest was certainly a forest that was next to Cat Aaron. But there was actually a long distance between them. To the point you could realize it just by looking at the map. But the forest was closer than he thought. It was at a distance you could reach it in a moment even without riding a horse. Tae Ho wasn't the only one that felt that way. The soldiers of Cat Aaron, that had gotten outside the city, also felt that something was strange. They could see the forest beyond the dead ones. But the forest was too close. Originally, it should be seen with the size of a fingernail, but it was the size of a thumb. King Ivar opened his eyes abruptly. Ingrid, that was checking on Garmar's soul fragment alone on top of the flying ship, stood up. Tae Ho could realize it now. The unknown sword piece and the fragment of Gibolg that were on Tae Ho's hands vibrated at the same time. It wasn't something comparable to the kraken or the monster sharks. The winter tree forest was approaching the city.